Yesterday was the day of test and trials, but now it's time for you to take things a little bit more serious because the room for error is next to none. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast Third Draft presented by Nodvin Gaming, where I'm going to be a hosting caster Necro John. Alongside with me on the panel is my co-caster Shai Shanu. And of course, with that being said, today is going to be the day 2 of the Super 6. I'm super pumped up. What about you?
I am excited as well because again we're going to see the team that we did not see yesterday. We all were waiting for their match and it's going to be none other than Come Mid. So of course they've also got one legend of their own and I am super pumped up to see that.
Exactly. Soon enough, we will be looking at the screen of the legends as well and to find out which of those teams will be chosen by those legends. Yesterday, we saw quite a lot of those matches. Unfortunately, Wawa for them, things were a little bit downhill. But as we do move on forward with the rosters, we saw Kenny as play with True Rippers. Then we also saw Shock siding on with the players of Marcos Gaming. Godsreen be taken over by Guardian. Olaf Meister with Wawa. Get Right with Come Mid. And Pack Boys with Freiburg. Now, for Get Right, this is going to be the first ever matchup with his teammates. And luckily for him, he's also got some of the best players in the Pakistan region. These guys have been dominating through and through. Let's move on and look at the double elimination brackets. As I mentioned, the room for error is next to none for some.
Yes, of course, and those some teams are definitely Park Boys, God's Reign, as well as Wawa. If we're talking about Wawa, they're the only team who were able to take that one map away from the side of God's Reign, and that to win this playoffs. And that was such a dominating game on the map of Anubis, I still remember. And again, I am excited to see the same kind of performance coming as well. If possible, then from Come Mid. Because yesterday, when we were talking with Johnny as well, he was mentioning how he really is looking forward to the match of True Rippers up against Come Mid. But we're going to have a look at the schedule as well, as it's the first match going to be between Come Mid and Marcos Gaming.
Expecting this one to be a super close one, but then if you move down and get your hands dirty, you're going to find Pack Boys and Godsreen too. But then whoever's going to be the loser off the first match will be facing off Wawa. Now, it's understandable that Wawa is not doing too good. The run hasn't been that well. Momentum, the ball's not in their court. But once again, you know a Wounded Lion is the dangerous, it's the most dangerous ever, so you would not really want to mess around with it.
Absolutely, stealing my own words out there, but yes, a Wounded Lion is one of the deadliest foes to be reckoned with, and that's the basically situation for all the teams who are in the lower bracket right now. Again, for God's Reign, Wawa, Park Boys, they're all in the exact same boat. They lose one game, they'll be out. But we are not going to talk about them right now. First of all, we're going to have a look at Marcos Gaming as well. Because we were seeing Shocks yesterday and he was shocking all of us with the performance.
Without a doubt. I mean, if you look at the performance of Marcos Gaming, Shocks was always there at the top with his AWP. And when we took his interview as well, Shocks mentioned this. He's having a lot of fun playing with the AWP for some reason. He's feeling a little bit more crispy. He said, I'm not sure if it's the server or something, but he's just feeling a little bit more better. He feels a little bit more crispy than Go itself. So, in general, Shocks was having a lot of fun. We also saw an insane 3 came from Shocks, just pushes out of aim with the op, and he just domes down everyone that stood in front of him. That too, no scope to ice.
That's the power of these legends, and they always keep on showing us why they are the legends out there. Yes, an insane performance. You were mentioning about the AWP, and those are the shots that we are seeing. Some normal scopes as well, but he made it seem so easy.
Exactly, but then their rivals, Come Mid, are also not going to be super easy to deal with. Come Mid has been at the top of the echelon for the Pakistan region. HSB, you've also got Rocky, then Get Right being the legend joining these guys, Soulmate as the IGL, and Bono as the Opper. We have seen this lineup in a play for a long time. Of course, Get Right's going to be a new addition, a interesting addition, a surprise addition as well, but it's a win-win situation for Come Mid anyways.
I personally feel that one of the most flex player out there and the one who knows the core mechanics of the game is definitely Get Right. I still remember the legendary NIP lineup which went 87-0, which looks really solid on paper, but we'll have to wait and see how it actually works out, if they're able to synergize well or not.
Exactly. I mean, Get Right has been one of those consistent players from the past as well, and considering we have seen this man on the AR most of the times, he has been one of the best players that is out there. As you mentioned, raw mechanics, of course, it is going to be there. But considering Get Right, he has got insane brains as well. He's got some big brains.
True.
There's a chance he's probably going to be driving the team with the way he wants. But maybe, once again, are the players really ready to understand such advanced mechanics? That's going to be a question as well. But you know what? We've spoken about so much about these players. We've spoken about so much about Come Mid and also their opponents, Marcos Gaming. Let's move on towards the stage and look at the team's walkout, because we're also going to get a chance to look at Get Right walk out on that stage for the first time. Let's move on and look at the player entries. Off the bat, we're going to have the players just walk out towards the stage. Marcos Gaming, and the players looking quite pumped up. They're looking fresh, that's for sure.
Indeed. I mean, they were the ones who performed even yesterday. Those were close games, I would still say that, because we were watching their games right on the map of Overpass as well. Yet, all those close games and they ended up winning both of them. So, it's going to be a super pumped up lineup. Of course, they already have a win registered onto their name.
And then you cannot forget their rivals, Come Mid. HSB, a man who has been just taking down the opponents in a head-on duel. And as I mentioned, taking him down in a 1v1 duel has been really tough. He's been winning majority of those. And then if you move on forward with the rest of the lineup, even Bono has been performing at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the scoreboard. Even he's been there. But then finally, the man is right there. Get Right, joining the squad of Come Mid. I'm super pumped up to see Get Right play on that stage, man. It's been a while.
It's literally been a while, and this matchup as well, it's going to be so fun to watch out for. Get Right up against Shox. Now, I want to see his reaction if Shox picks up the AWP even in this one, and he's hitting those nasty headshots.
I mean, Shox in the interview himself mentioned yesterday that he was feeling quite crispy with the AWP. Now I want to see him feel even more crispy today, because yesterday what we saw could have just been a little bit of test and trials, because Shox might be a little bit more precise and a little bit more sharp today, considering he's got his hands on the setup as well. You know, it's a new man setup. Sometimes you need a little bit more time to get adjusted and used to. But now Shox is probably going to be used to that setup too. So that means we might just see a better version of Shox upcoming.
And altogether, Marcos Gaming itself, because of course this is a team that have played a game together. But on the other side, on the flip side, yes, Get Right along with Come Mid, they haven't yet played a match, but they might have definitely done some scrims and practice.
Exactly, but now it's time for the icebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on towards the map, Veto, as an instant ban will be there from Come Mid towards Overpass. They do not really want to face their opponents towards Overpass, but then if you move on forward to the second ban, it's going to be Nuke. Instantly being banned out for Marcos Gaming. Interesting choices.
I like the Overpass ban from Come Mid. They definitely have done their homework. But on the other side, we're going to see Anubis being picked up, and that's from the side of Come Mid, alongside with Inferno for Marcos Gaming. I am already excited with this matchup because, again, on the map of Inferno, it was regarded as one of the most tactical maps out there, where if that is going to be the decider, it's going to be the best map you can watch out for.
Exactly. Vertigo being banned out as well, and then also Mirage is out of the way. The decider is going to be Ancient, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to kick things off in Anubis. Now, we saw Anubis as the Kickstarter yesterday as well, and today the same thing's going to happen. Yesterday, the Anubis went quite one-sided. Are we going to see the same stuff today as well? We've seen Come Mid perform on Anubis a lot of the times in the past, and they have been quite phenomenal. And considering now even Get Right joining alongside, one thing is for sure, they will be having those advanced strategies, they will be having those advanced communication being made inside of the squad. It's all really going to come down to the players adapting as quick as possible, because as I mentioned, are they really ready for those advanced mechanics, those advanced strategies?
That's the main question after all at the end of the day, because we have already seen Get Right in a lot of those situations, and he's the player who adapts the most, I personally feel like. And again, I was also watching a few more VODs of him, and I was so flabbergasted by all the plays that he made. And with those big brain plays that he brings on the table, he always gets into the head of opponents. I mean, if I'm not wrong, he was the one who developed the lurking playstyle in the first place. So you are basically up in front of one of the old gods of the entire CSGO scene. But on the other side as well, yes, Shox, the man who has been in the scene for such a long time, was also played with Marcos Gaming a game already. I mentioned it previously that their synergy should be a little better. But according to this Veto, I feel it might actually be Come Mid who might have that advantage.
There's a lot of speculations you can make. The game's still yet to start, and I feel like when we see the first map, things will be much more cleared up, and we'll understand what exactly is going to happen in the behind the scenes as well, and what exactly is going to happen in the future. So, once again, I mean, we're just waiting for the map of Anubis to kickstart off. I haven't really seen Marcos Gaming play that much of Anubis. This is definitely going to be a pick that might just catch him off guard. But we never know. Maybe Marcos Gaming is ready for this Anubis map. Maybe they're just waiting for the players to come mid to just stand. They're just stand in their territory and shut them down instantly. While if you speak of come mid, as you mentioned, in general, Get Right's addition is a win-win situation for them. So, anyways, come mid. They had the firepower. Now bringing the brains, even better.
Absolutely, and they were already doing very good as a team itself, right? Because apart from the first matchup against Park Boys, they went flawlessly against the team Wawa. That was one of the most invited teams, and we thought might be topping the charts. Yet it was come mid on the back of those extra rounds that they were able to grab, and that round differential, which helped them out. They had the equal number of points as with Wawa, so not dropping a single map after just 1-2-0 loss. That's a brilliant big brain play, and I'm just excited to see this matchup already. I really want to jump inside the game. But yeah, good things, they always take time.
Of course, it will take time. And you know, I was having a little bit of talk with Johnny in the green room, and he told me the way Get Right warms up is that he serves for at least like 30 minutes before a pro game. Which is an interesting way to warm up, because surfing, yeah, it's understandable. It might just warm up your movement, but your aim is something it does not really warm up. But, I mean, once again, whatever rocks your boat, rocks your boat.
That's one of the most unique ways of warming up I have ever heard. But again, it's from one of the most unique players out there as well. On the other side though, Get Right and HSB, that combination, how do you feel it's going to pan out? Because let's be very honest, when we saw Marcos Gaming yesterday, they were heavily relying on the firepower of Shox. Yes, they were setting him up as well for those picks. At the same time, is it going to be the same case here, or will we see the team revolve around HSB a little more?
You never know. I think so that probably the man who's going to be doing the IGLing from the side of come mid is going to be Get Right. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to step inside of the map of Anubis. CM, they start things off on CT, and Marcos Gaming on T. And already the CTs, well, on their way for the defaults. One man's going to go towards bridge and make sure no one's going to be trespassing through. Shox off the bat, a slow start even from the side of T's, and oh well, that's not a great start for them at all. Marcos Gaming already losing out on the man numbers, and Shox just waiting in the back for someone to push on over.
Slow and steady approach indeed. Losing one man, Marcos Gaming, not exactly the start you would want. With the Glocks in the hand, they're going directly towards the A side as well.
Interesting. Towards the A side, on the side, there's Get Right with the dual Berettas. He finds the first pick. It's just a complete mow down now. One more man to go in the front lines, and Get Right, he's also going to find the second one too. Just like that, the entire push, it just comes crashing down. One more man to go in the back lines. 5 bullets in the magazine. We'll need a fresh one. And Shox, he's rotating all the way from the CT. But he still just takes a full stop right there. Thinks that maybe someone's going to push on forward, get up close and personal. But somewhere down line, Shox, he's got no clue that even the CTs, they're quite patient. They're just waiting for Shox to walk in his crosshairs. Shox tried to play a little bit of mind games on the way, but then he's trying to go for the same site once again, and he's going to face 3 players at the same time. First one's going to be the dual Berettas up close and personal. It will be next to impossible to destroy those, but it's completely fine. I mean, Bona from the back's going to seal the deal.
Good idea coming in from the side of Commit this time. Marcos Gaming a little too restless, I would say. Testing the waters did not go correctly from their end, but on the other side, Commit definitely understanding how this map works, realized where they could get the picks, and their rotation was also on point. Quickly stacking up the site and then just waiting for the contact. Not giving those solo peeks, that's the best way to play.
Off the bat, once again, considering the economy is not going to be that great, considering they lost the first round, it's understandable. And towards the bridge, looking forward to just drop down in water. Soulmate's just waiting to catch someone on that drop. He's looking all the way down towards Arches. Unfortunately, he looked back in the wrong time. Man holding on with the deagle. And for Shox, that's not really the best bet to take. Players in the front lines. Still one take's being found. But Soulmate, he's going to line both of them up. And just like that, they've been taken down from the game. It's a 3-on-5. Soulmate, he's done his job. All he can do is now just sit back and relax. I mean, it's an eco round anyways for the T's, so nothing much can be expected.
Marcos just want to find as many picks as possible, and I love the approach from come mid. They're not giving them even a single peek. Not giving them those close combats, and just look at how they just swapped the players, right? Soulmate, since he's low, 21 HP, Bono is now the one playing that area. Just to make sure that not even a single weapon is dropped. If that's how Commit are going to play, I'm already worried about Marcos Gaming early on, because Get Right is also popping off. Shots being fired.
Oh,
Good nade.
the nade blows up on his face. Yeah, well, we can't really do much when you're just getting pressured by CTs from both the sides. But yeah, for Commit, that was a successful round, a solid one. They did not even drop a single body in that one.
That's one of the best anti-eco that you can potentially have. Also not losing a lot of HP, so a few of those armors will be carried forward onto the next one. Gives them a good economy. Just reinvesting onto those utilities, and that's about it. On the other end though, since it's their full buy, I still see a Galil in the mix. But 4 AKs up on board. This is the round Marcos really want to try and change things up, but look at the pace he hit this time. 1-for-1 trade coming in. Some good aggression being shown by Commit out there in ruins.
Off the bat, aggressive push. And Bobby just looking forward to catch the man escape that spot. And he does so as well. Bono unfortunately gets cleared out all the way from connector. And just like that, Shox is able to find a quick two-piece. Sights opened up. The entire site control's now fallen in the hands of Marcos Gaming. For come mid, it's a big problem. And for Marcos Gaming, Shox's addition has been phenomenal. Even yesterday, he was at the top of the board. Even now, as soon as he got his hands on the guns, he's the man to open up the site. And yeah, for come mid, they can't really do a lot here. Get Right, he's on that lurk, he's on the flank. But at this point, it's better to just go for the save, because if you're going to try to execute a 2v4, the chances of you coming down are quite a lot. You never know what the positions are taken towards the site. You will just be walking inside an unexplored territory. And yeah, you're getting screwed up quite a lot. Get Right taken down in that spot. So Rocky, it's better to just go for the save, and that's what he's doing.
That's nothing apart from just one utility as well, but Rocky, he's being found out. He's looking for watch, and he can't watch all the angles. So that's all 5 players taken down. Marcos Gaming only losing 1. Not losing anyone from the explosion as well. That's the best. And I love the way how they played this one round, because they moved in towards the connector. For the previous 2 rounds, we saw come mid taking control of that connector area. And that was one of the reasons they had some good map awareness, map advantage. But in the previous one, we did see come mid conceding that space. And on the back of it, since they were trying to push out in the ruins area, they went in 1-for-1. And that's about it. Could not make a bigger play out of that. And they lost the connector as well at the same time. So it was a good execute from Marcos.
Soulmate. Gets out of connector. Just holding it down there.
Shox.
Yeah. Good Molotov to clear out the dark connector, but once again, it was not that good. Unfortunately, I think so he messed up a little. Nathan followed it up as well, just making sure that whoever's going to be holding down the connector area will be chipped up quite a lot. He has fallen back. But still, the confirmation towards connector hasn't really gone down just yet. Initial bullets missed, and he will lose out on his life just like that. As long as at least Shox is alive inside of the game, that's all that's going to matter for the side of Marcos Gaming. Just like that, every single CT, they just crumbled down in front of Marcos. As I mentioned, Shox's addition to this lineup has been phenomenal. Now, Marcos Gaming, Shox was the missing piece of the puzzle. They have got that.
That is indeed true. Plus, I also love the move coming in from Bhavi, because he anticipated the push that would come up from the bridge. He realized that, got a 2-pick there, and then moved from the ruins to try and pinch the players who were on site. That was actually a very good call coming in from Marcos Gaming. Love to see them perform this way. On the other side, come mid now being brought down to just the eco. So this should be an easy round for Marcos yet again, and they should be able to take the lead.
Slow start. Waiting for the opponents to make some sort of mistake, because they think that considering it's an eco round, there's a chance they will be desperate. That's not the case, though. 5 USPs on the board, and they're going for a complete stack. But luckily enough, it feels like Marcos Gaming, they're going to avoid that entire trap moving in towards the A site. And that's going to be a lucky take for them. A site's going to be completely cleared up. Marcos Gaming, they can just straight up walk in, and that's what's going on. Now the entirety of come mid, they will need to play this one on the retake. Once again, considering they're on an eco, for them this retake's really not going to matter quite a lot, as long as they're at least getting a couple more bodies before they get taken down. A 2 get found from Shox. He's not going to be able to get a lot done, but his teammate's there in the back. In the name of Pavi, he'll take matters in his own hands, and now it's all down to Get Right with just a USP.
The max he could do is get one, but he will be denied for that as well. Ember gets that final pick. I love this combination coming in from Bhavi as well as Shox. Shox was making sure that there's no one coming in for the backstab, and if they are, he's ready to welcome them out there in water. And as soon as he found the contact, he gave in the comms. Bhavi quickly just tried to support him as well. He was half a second late, otherwise Get Right, even Shox would have been alive. But yeah, at the last, Get Right, the only man standing, tried to get one, was not able to do that. So it was a good trap setup by Come Mid. They anticipated maybe the hit would be towards the B, but Marcos Gaming having a good read on it.
Oh, quick peek. Soulmate finds the crucial piece of the puzzle. Marcos Gaming, for them this round, about to come crashing down, but through the smoke, Elvis, he finds a pick. That could be a big one. The exact one they were looking for. Elvis with the second one as well. Somehow was able to get those kills on the side, and the B side's going to fall apart in the hands of Marcos Gaming. Get Right as well, gets caught towards bridge, almost could have been, but he still turns around and shuts the man down. All he can do now is just go for the save. It's a 1v2, Get Right only has 17 HP, the clutch is doable, but at this point it's just gambling.
Bomb has been planted.
Still wants to try and find a timing. He is pretty low on that HP though.
Found the timing. Oh, Get Right. He's on the flank for that one man in the front lines, and now to over. This clutch seems possible.
Wait.
Luckily for B2, he's got a lot of HP. He's looking quite healthy. Get Right. He needs to find quick dinks on the dome.
He's got no clue.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, well, then it's done for. And well,
Yeah.
just like that, round secured. Marcos Gaming, another round on the board. They're winning a string of these rounds, and the problem is, if this keeps on moving forward, if the momentum keeps on going, come mid, it will be too late when they wake up.
And this one round as well is going to be, I think so, an eco. They don't have a lot of crits going for that buy. Maybe just a hero M4 in their hand. That's about it. But Elvis literally saved the round for Marcos Gaming with those shots from that smoke. It was just on the back of it that the numbers were equalized, and Marcos were able to quickly pull together a quick plan on the spot. And on the back of it, now Commit going in for a timeout. We'll be looking forward to change a few things. Now, we've seen time and time again how important that connector position is. You need to keep control of that. Otherwise, you know it's going to be a B split up and coming, and there would be no way for the players on site to hold it from both of the angles and from both of those choke points. And every single time, Commit are going in for a push up from the doors, from the bridge. They are being caught down again and again. So maybe they can try and change their approach, try and establish the bridge control early on to threaten an early push or an early backstab. That might maybe stop Marcos Gaming in their tracks.
Adjustments for now. 3 players available towards B from CM.
Uh-huh.
Interesting. Bridge seems quite clear. And there's only one man towards A. These adjustments, I'm not exactly sure how well they're working out for them, considering the entire pieces, they're just falling down like a stack of cards. Yeah, the boost, yeah, it might just catch a couple of players off guard. Yes, they do find the first pick, but yeah, once again, Get Right gets the second follow-up as well. This can be massive. Hold on. Get Right, he has managed to lock down the site for now, but then once again, A site can be explored easily. And that's what we're seeing, a quick rotation towards A. And if Shox is up, it's going to find even more blood. That's better for him. flash and a peek to back it off, and Shox, he finds the second kill as well. I'm not exactly sure why he went for the dry peek like that. Come mid, they're making some big mistakes.
Overheating, I believe, on the back of those few picks when they equalized the number. As soon as they realized that Shox was with the AWP, they either should not have gone for the dry peak, should have rotated directly with Get Right from the CT side, or just went in for some utilities at least. And it's such a long range. You can only hope to find a headshot with the AK in your hand. Well, the enemy is just gonna zoom in on you. That was definitely some mistake you would want to avoid, but
Oh my god!
that Shox.
He's right there. He can't.
Yep, watching the connector as well. On the other side, though, he is vigilant, and I love that smoke
Look
that
at the
came
double doors. Look at the double doors. He's waiting right on the opposite side.
in. Exactly.
And if the players, they move on a little bit even more. Okay, no, well, unfortunately. I thought that he actually had the playmaking angle right there. That could have been huge.
That's true.
Oh no! Even Get Right taken down. Shox is up. I mean, yeah, in the interview this man said he's been feeling a little bit more close with this thing. And he, oh, 4K. Already to back it off. A 3K actually. And then Bono, the last man alive, with the op in his hands, all he can do is just try and fight his way and go for the save. That's all he can do. It's a 1v5. Clutch is next to impossible. Time's ticking. C4's planted. Elvis is on the hunt. He should be able to catch Elvis. But even Shox is going. Yep. It's done.
Shox is farming on a buy round. Just look at the frags that man has.
That's just AWP for you, man. I mean, if you're going to go for peaks like that, and if you're going to keep on dry peeking the same person over and over again, and if the person's feeling himself, you are just feeding him free kills at this point.
That first flick was one of the nasty flicks that we saw in this game as of now. That was actually a pretty solid one. The next two on the back of it, yes, again, is the connector position. If you're going to peek him, he will be finishing you off with the AWP. That's about it. And again, holding the same angle now.
Oh, yeah, he's,
that push.
he's towards the double doors once again. But considering they do not really have the suitable weaponry.
Look at Rocky.
Yeah.
B2 just above him.
He's already pushed up close. B2. Just waiting for B2 to drop down. And I guess B2 is running out of patience as well. B2 should be caught. But no. Instead, his teammates seal the deal. MP9 in that range is not going to be as tough as you expect it to be. And just like that, the B site once again falls in the hands of Marcos Gaming. Oh man, there's just Murphy game coming. They're not standing a single chance so far. 5-7, been able to pick one kill. Edges B, he gets taken down easily.
Mid need to find an answer to this AWP, and it's not even just that, right? Even Bhavi is popping off. And you also see Elvis making those plays time and time again. The first two picks through the smoke, and after that, he's just been finding those timings and those good timings. I would still say Rocky was in a pretty solid position. He was hearing all the commotion that was happening. Just had absolutely no idea that B2 was right above him. And again, fighting the MP9 in the long range. Not the best decision making out there. But Bono, AWP in his hands. Needs to win out that battle and needs to open things up for his team.
Connector. Not taken just yet. Get right. Playing quite close. B2. Yeah, this Molotov's going to flush out the CT from that side. ZK, B2, all by himself, looking forward to explore Connector. I'm not sure what he was thinking, but yeah, that's what's going to happen. He's going to get domed down. Connector control regained. This round, it feels like it's slipping away from the hands of Marcos Gaming. Unless Shox pulls off something, a rabbit out of his hat, then maybe it is possible. A 4v3, Shox has softened up, even Bobby's bruised up a little bit. Let's see what the game plan's going to be here. I mean, they're rotating, or at least Shox is rotating all the way towards the B. Should be able to catch this man right here. He's pushed up for the ball, and yep, he does. Shocks. Quick reactions. And already the B site is almost going to fall in their hands.
Look at Bhavi. Look at the lurk. He's going to catch one. No! What?
Unfortunate. Bhavi gets taken down himself. A big opportunity. Missed out. And Rocky, he seals the deal onto him. But hey, as long as you're going to get your hands on the B side, that's all that's going to matter. There's a man in connector, and he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Oh, he passes right in front of Shocks. But at least the C4's planted, so Shocks can play around with it. Connector smoked off. Shocks needs to take some, quick measures, but unfortunately he gets taken down.
Bono again finding the first one for his team and then following it up. Taking down Shocks himself on the AWP. Bhavi's lurk needed to pay out. He lost the unfortunate duel. That was not meant to be lost. He was the one who was ready for that fight. He was hearing everything. On the other side, Rocky had no clue. Look at that. He was not even watching Bhavi. Just went in for that nasty flick and finished him off.
One thing is for sure, come mid, they need to change something here. I mean, they did win the previous round, but once again, the chances of this entire first half being 9-3 are quite a lot. Marcos Gaming, they still have the economy. Shocks, he switched on over to an AK. He's done playing around with the op.
Yeah, he's getting bored.
Yeah, it's time to switch things up a little bit, spice things up for myself. That's what Shocks said. I think he's got the most amount of kills for Marcos Gaming. And the amount of presence we have seen from this man all across the map has been crazy. There's a man right in front, and Shocks! He takes the duel, unfortunately loses that, but it's fine. The trade's going to be there on the board. Still, it's a 3v4. Come mid. They have got the man advantage. There's a man in the close. Even he gets caught. I'm not exactly sure what he was doing. HSB, I think he was trying to play for the anti-flash, but he played that for too long. And now Get Right exploring from Bridge. There's one more man, or actually two players, looking for to rotate all the way towards A. And there's only one man just tucked in the corner towards B.
I guess HSB was waiting for Bono to give him the contact information, but Bono was watching the area of ruins. He was not watching the connector.
Elvis is going to be the playmaker here. Elvis needs to
Should
go
be.
huge. He needs to go massive. He was playing towards Ninja. Unfortunately, he gets caught. And now the Palace is where the CTs are moving up from.
Should be able to go in for that plant, but might potentially see a quick retake. Remember? Goes in for a good smoke. Placement is actually immaculate. A lot of room for the CT. Wow, they've got to go in
Big.
for that dry and a good pick coming in.
That was a big pick from Hobby, and then they just line up. They move out from the same spot through the smoke, and they get caught. Marcos Gaming, solid stuff. In general, as I mentioned, Elvis should have been the playmaker. Unfortunately, he could not really get a lot done. He got snuffed out from the Ninja spot. But then his teammates, they took matters in their own hands, and they still got the deal done. I'm not sure what HSB was doing there, though.
Bono found such a slight pixel off the place, and that was all he needed. But yes, at the end of the day, a good play coming in from Bhavi and his teammate. Again, they did such a phenomenal job on the back of it. Made sure that, yes, there was only one location that the CTs would be coming in from because they cleared out the second one. And after that, as soon as the CTs quickly barged in through that smoke, I really feel there should have been a few flashes maybe, but I think so they used it all up previously in the round, so they all just had to go in for a dry peek. The frag was used up to try and dissipate the smoke a little bit, but still, you are not able to clear all of those close angles. There are so many spaces where the T's could play in the post-plant scenario, and that was the best way Marcos could have played it. A good understanding as to what they need to do. Plus, again, that re-clear on the back, that was the key. Because after that, they realized that every single CT player is just going to come in from the exact same choke point, and they had their crosshairs in the perfect place. Plus, playing on the back of their own utility and then peeking out, that was actually a very mature Marcos Gaming that we are seeing right now.
I mean, there could have been a different spot where they could have peeked from.
True.
They could have went towards all the way heaven and then peek out from there. So I'm not exactly sure why all the 3 players just went to peek out through the smoke, even though they know that they have an op in the hands. The op could have been really devastating from heaven.
True that.
A little bit towards the right, if you do find some good picks, it would have been nice. But instead, all of them, they just peeked out from mid. And yeah, they just got taken down quite easily. So, unfortunate. But this technical pause, hopefully we're going to get this sorted as quick as possible. I think so. HSB is facing some issues. That's why he was facing towards the wall in the previous round. He was disconnected, if I'm not wrong. So I'm not exactly sure what the decision is going to look like. But so far, come mid, they're definitely struggling quite a lot. They're struggling a bit too much. 8-3 is the scoreline. The game's going to be resumed. HSB back inside of the game. He's only got 2 kills so far. You do not really see HSB doing this, or he's struggling this much. But this is the first time HSB has not been able to perform that well from CM.
This is the first map though, so we can cut him some slack potentially. Oh my god, Shocks.
Yeah, once again, the domination starts. Marcos Gaming. 2 quick peeks found. All the 5 players up and alive. Get Right needs to go massive from this spot. They even clear out the close corner. But then Get Right through the smoke. Elvis peeks out and he just domes Get Right down. 9-3 is going to be the first half, ladies and gentlemen. That means Come Mid's lifeline is going to be completely dependent on this pistol round.
And if I'm not wrong, in the previous one, it was Ember who kept a watch on that flank in towards the mid. Look at that. He was just so very ready, and both the players lined up for him, and Ember got a 2 headshot. This has been happening so many times now. If I'm not wrong, it's at least 3rd or 4th time that after some early presence shown by Marcos towards B, they go in towards mid, try to take control of that space, and whenever they are pushing, there's someone from Marcos welcoming them. It was Bhavi the previous few times, this time it was Ember, and every time they've been winning those duels. Oh, what a shot!
Well, if you're going to start things off that way, I mean, your luck, or your pretty much survival depends on this pistol round. And while this pistol round's also being stolen away from you, that means at this point you're pretty much just done and dusted from the game. Yeah, I mean, quick cleanup all across the board. And Come Mid, they just do not even stand a single chance. The pistol round that their lifeline depends on has now been stolen away from them. That means for Come Mid, for their survival, the only thing they can do is try and go for the force in this round itself. If they're not going to go for the force, that means there will be 11 rounds on the board for Marcos Gaming. And they're not too far away from the match point.
It is just Marcos Gaming understanding what part of the map they need to take as quickly as possible. Look at how far they're already pushing up. They've got the control of double doors. They also have the control of connector. Player on side is playing back for any contact from Ruin. Let one player anchor in towards the A, that too in heaven. I love the positioning from Marcos Gaming.
There's 2 players towards double doors, or maybe mid if you'd like to call it. So even mid's on the lockdown. There's 1 man playing pillar towards the A. So yeah, I mean, it's really tough. The defense is quite tight. It's really tough to find yourself a little squeeze inside the site. And even these MP9s, they're slowly and steadily just dealing a lot of damage. You're getting hunted down all across the map. And yeah, 11 rounds on the board. 1 more round away from the map point or the match point.
And still, I would say the previous one was a save round, so Marcos were doomed to win it. But the fight towards the connector, again, just those single taps coming in. A close-up peek, but at the end of the day, still, it was Marcos Gaming, yes, getting the round for themselves. 11-3. Come mid, they've got an uphill battle, and just saying that would be an understatement. But the question is where they would be looking forward now on towards the map. Oh my god, look at the push from Ember.
Oh, this is confidence peaking now.
What?
Emperor, he's already pushed up so much up close and personal. Down the forest towards bridge. It's a complete mow down. Oh, they pretty much just sandwiched. The players have come mid at this point. And come mid, they could not even stand a single chance. Bono, the last man alive, with just a Galil in the hands. A 1v3, it is possible, considering Pavi's quite softened up. If he manages to take down Pavi, it will be a 1v2, but yeah, let's be realistic.
How and why was Ember even allowed to push up so up front and get a pick in that situation? There was a molly down in his feet. A player from Mid as well, pushing out towards the water, and he did not see anyone moving up. And it was not like Ember was not making any sound. He was giving full sound cues. He was giving full foot cues. But the pinch that you previously mentioned that came in from the bridge as well, that pincer move was absolutely brilliant.
If Marco's Gaming keep on playing like this, it's a big red flag for come mid. Even in the upcoming map, if the same momentum just carries on forward for come mid, this is quite a tough opponent to deal with. And now look at this time. We're seeing all the players just stacked up outside of bridge. Come mid, they're coming up with something new here. Shocks missed the first shot. The opportunity as well to stop the players on the track, so the mid's now going to be explored. But a good smoke. He's going to block off the entrance from mid towards the site. But they've got some different plans. They're moving all the way from the CT spawn. They're exploring the entire map. This is an interesting route the players are taking, that's for sure. Shocks is ready with the op, just waiting for someone to peek out in front of his crosshairs. The amount of map control the T's have found, it's crazy. And now Shocks slowly and steadily on his path to regain the control back in his hands. But he might just be walking inside a big death trap. There's one more man towards the left. There's still one more man looking towards mid. All the players can flood on the site itself, but it's going to be a complete shutdown. Bobby, he shuts him down, Shocks from the back, nails one. And now there's another man in the front lines, but fortunately enough for come mid, he just squeezes that round away.
But they've lost all the weaponries that they invested. Marcos have the economy to probably buy in the next round as well. And if not, they can just go in for a save. They've literally got 8 chances to close it out. But yes, a lifeline being bought by come mid, or let's just say lifeline being stolen away. But you cannot keep on doing the exact same thing in all the rounds. Now since they've already done this, the full on 5-man mid push, Marcos will be ready for it. And so a spread out approach coming in, a deep ball from Marcos, long range fight, and it's being won by HSB.
Yeah, I mean, taking him down in duels is tough. We might as well try to take him down from some cheeky angles, and Shocks from Ninja strikes him down.
With the AWP.
Yeah, 4v4. Get right towards connector. Couple of smokes and flashes tossed. And Shocks still just looking to explore stuff a little bit more. Get right. Right, just tucked in the corner, waiting for Shocks to at least make some mistake. The first man does so, and now Shocks is aware that there's a man in the front, but Get Right's too quick on that trigger. Takes the boat down, sights open, but not completely. There's still one more man in the close right, and he will catch him. So once again, the site control has been regained by Marcos Gaming, but then the opposite side has been lost.
It's going to be down to a 2v3 situation. That's a good call coming in from come mid. They were able to take a lot of map control away. And again, Get Right, finding those 2 crucial picks in connector. That is what paved the way for come mid to come back in this round. And there should be a save for Marcos Gaming. I love the way that they're moving around now. Because of their mid presence that was shown in the previous one, they were able to play a little more default. And HSB was able to find the first opener.
Now, it's been a little bit of a meta, right? Whichever team, if they're dominating through the entire map, if the score line's going to come back to 12, the opponent team, out of nowhere, as soon as they see that 12th number on the board, they just start making a big comeback. And then we see them come up to like 9 or 10 rounds, and when that happens, they just lose. So all the efforts down the drain. And hopefully this is not going to be the case this time. If you are going to make the comeback, please, I want to see you make the comeback fully.
Hoping the same thing from come mid after all, but
Man, you were
still.
laughing quite a lot there. What's going on? Actually, was having his own giggle party right there, but yeah. Classic defaults. Towards bridge is the op. Oh, but this time, Shocks just nailed down to the coffin. And now, 3 players from Marcos Gaming still with their hopes and dreams up to win this entire round. But even somewhere down line, they know it's next to impossible. Now they've lost the op, they've lost everything.
Oh.
If Ember is able to find the pick towards double doors, and then maybe something can happen. But HSB, yeah, I mean, he's back inside of the game. HSB's feeling himself.
That's the HSB we were waiting for and we all were missing. But jeez, that first pick on Shocks. That is what set the entire round. Elvis will just try to save the M4. The question is, when will the hunt begin for come mid? Because we might potentially see a contact towards CT. As Elvis, again, he's got to go in for that re-clear. He's got no control of any part of the map. So might as well just try and take some space out there in beach. That's some chip damage, but now he'll be pincered from 2 different directions. Got to watch it out for. Fires a good shot, gets 1. Again, walks towards CT. Can he find the second is the question. Just a few jiggle peek and a good way to close things out.
Yeah. Straight around the corner. Come mid. 6 rounds on the board. Halfway there. Oh no.
A long way to go though.
Economy's quite broken on Marcos Gaming, but they will have a shot to buy it just this once. If they lose this round, it's done. Economy back to none.
That would mean this round is basically one of the most important rounds still now for come mid. Get this one, you potentially have a good opportunity to move up to 8. And an 8-12 definitely looks like a very big comeback possibility. Because one more round on the back of it, and then you're gonna force another eco round from your opponent.
You see, you said looks like.
Looks like.
It's not yet. As long as you're just like 2 rounds away from neutralizing the scoreline, then we cannot really say that there is a possibility of the comeback.
True that. But hey, it's about momentum.
Oh, hold on. Whoa. Man advantage shifted on over. Bavi, he's playing quite a cheeky angle. He's behind the double doors, but he gets snuffed out. Shocks is there, waiting to get the trade done. The angle Bavi was playing, it's a one and done angle if you get cleared out. But if you're not cleared out, then you can find multiple frags. But then Elvis, beautiful stun, beautiful stuff. He peeks off the back of Shocks, and he gets a 2K, backs off, he's quite softened up. Elvis has got no other choice. He needs to play safe. Soulmate goes for the plant. It's a 2v3. Elvis is way too low. The only thing Elvis now needs to do is play as a sacrificial lamb.
That was a good decision from Elvis to back off because 2-man lurk is coming in all the way from the back.
Yeah. Oh, Elvis. Elvis has done his job. And what? He finds both of them with just such low HP. And Marcos Gaming have already won the first map of Anubis. I mean, making a stark statement. We thought come mid, they definitely can't stand a chance against Marcos Gaming. Come mid should make it look quite competitive. But instead, it's Marcos Gaming just making the game complete one-sided. This Shocks' addition to the lineup has been phenomenal.
And the way how they are synergizing with Shocks, that's the most important part. Because on the rounds where Shocks is popping off, everyone is making sure to set him up for those picks. And in the rounds where he doesn't, you've got Elvis, you've got Ember, you've also got Bhavi, who's always watching out for the lurk. So this Marcos Gaming is working so much like a team and a very good well-oiled machine. But on the other side though, I'm still gonna cut some slack for come mid because again, this is the first time that they're playing with Get Right on the LAN stage itself. So I feel that, you know, there would be some jitters in terms of the synergy, in terms of the coordination. It is understandable, but yes, they need to win the next map. Otherwise, they'll not be able to force a game 3.
I understand what you're trying to say, but I mean, once again, losing on such a big margin, can you really say that, okay, I understand it's your first time playing inside of the tournament, it's first time playing your first ever game, right? But still, losing with such a big margin is still a stark statement being made by Marcos Gaming. That too, they made sure that Commit is going to lose against them with that big of a margin. A team that has been dominating the entire group stage from Pakistan. They lost with a 12-6 scoreline.
It happens to the best of us, alright? I still will be an optimist, and you can call me a devil's advocate if you want to, but looking at those highlights as well, it was most of the time a good down coming in from the side of Marcos Gaming. After the first 2 rounds, Commit were only able to get 1, ending the half at a 9-3. But these shots by Shox, I mean, you know what? Yeah, we've watched Kenny's versus Guardian, and now I want to see Shox versus Kenny's.
I mean, Shox indeed, with the ops, he's been feeling himself, especially with the op. The amount of kills he got was incredible. With the AK, it's the opposite. It's not really able to get a lot done with the AK, but then if you give this man the op, he's able to get just a lot of kills at the back of that. So in general, we know what to do in the upcoming map. Just give Shox the op, and he will just take care of things all by himself. And still, we saw the players to see him go for so many of these right peaks. They were just peeking out Shox, left, right, center, and I think so somewhere down the line, even that was a big problem. Those 3 peaks from connectors, back to back, back to back. You're of course going to lose out of your life. It's far away. Shox is playing towards the archers, and you're peeking out from the connector. You will be shut down. But as we move on forward towards the scoreboard, I mean, Shox with 20 kills and 11 deaths and 109 ADR, of course, he's going to be at the top of the charts. But then towards the opposite, you're going to find Get Right with 9, 16, and 67.
Again, just below him is going to be Soulmate as well with 15-14. Yes, you were mentioning HSB not being able to perform early on, but on the later stages of those rounds, he was able to step up. And if he continues that kind of performance onto the next map, I'm having some high hopes for Commit. Yes, first one, I would still say Anubis, not the way you wanted to see it, but at the end of the day, Marcos Gaming, just as you mentioned multiple times, making a statement out there. So I am pretty scared for Commit, but still I have got hopes for their comeback, because that's again going to be the map of Inferno. One of the map that we see as a very tactical map where you need a proper approach. There's a lot of space you can work around, but of course those choke points are something that CTs can hold very well.
Well, hey, I mean, if I'm the one just over there playing Inferno, I would give Shox either the A short or I would get Shox either the banana. I would be like, okay, whichever you want to hold,
that space.
just go ahead. Just let me know what you want to play at that round if you're on the CT side. And if you're on the T, well, then we know Shox is just going to straight up WQ you down. That's what he's been doing even yesterday. That's what he was pretty much doing today as well. He was getting those picks with the op. But ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to talk about. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Inferno. But after this short break. An astonishing start to the series. Come mid, they collapse in front of Marcos Gaming in the first map of Anubis, but there's still Inferno to go, and maybe we might just see the same affair once again. But this time, we're going to have a little bit of change on the panel. Johnny's going to be the one to join alongside with me. Shai-Shanu is going to be in the back lines.
Yeah.
Just maybe sipping on the coffee, get a little bit hydrated. But how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, it is Inferno we are about to step into, and things are going to get heated up. So we gave Shai-Shanu a little bit of break. And it was an astonishing start, as you mentioned. I mean, when I saw that Veto earlier, I expected this to be a 2-0 series, but I think it's going to get a little bit more interesting after the result we witnessed on map 1.
It indeed is going to be interesting. I mean, even Get Right, he's of course there is trying his best to get the team on the track.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Rocky was not able to play that well. HSB2 at the start of the entire game, he was not able to perform at the mark of his performance. Soulmate, yes, he was actually doing quite phenomenal. And Summer Downline, I've also heard from the production that we're going to see a little bit of change in the lineup in the playing five. Sad but True is now going to be replacing Rocky. So come mid, making a little bit of switch-ups on the fly, trying to adjust.
I mean, the switch up, it's going to be interesting to see what the end result is. Sad but True was a key player for the team even during the group stage. We constantly mentioned it. I mean, one of the most consistent player in the lineup. So it's going to be quite important that he performs as soon as the team goes into this map too. But along with that, Bonos was also one of the key players, but we did not see a lot of impact from him as well. And again, if the team is called Come Mid, we expect a lot of action down in mid, but there wasn't any. And that's been the case with Anubis all this time.
Exactly. I mean, towards mid, that's why I was hyping it up a lot of the time.
Yeah.
If you remember, there was one round where the man was tucked close towards double doors. If there was a chance, if the double doors angle was not checked, he would have gotten a lot of kills. But if he was checked, as I mentioned, it's also 1 in 10 angles. So you cannot really get a lot more done.
Look at this. What a beautiful shot. The two men who have been fighting to put the Pakistani esports scene on the map, the Counter-Strike scene on the map, and then Get Right. You see them sitting there with him. And then there's this squad of Marcos Gaming. They're just having fun with shots. Elvis is performing so much better today than yesterday.
I know, man. I mean, Elvis's confidence has been on the cloud 9. He's pushing up, even to Get Right. He's just doming it down on the side, disrespecting anyone that stood against him. And he was also able to find so many kills through the smoke. I still remember one of those rounds.
We're going to call this the Shocks effect, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, I've been mentioning from the start of this entire day that Shocks was the missing puzzle Marcos Gaming needed, and they got that. And as soon as Shocks' addition came through, Marcos Gaming, they just seem more refined, like a motorcycle engine.
Yeah, I mean, Marcos Gaming, they've been looking phenomenal. I think that extra bit of firepower that Shocks brings, and not extra bit, it's humongous, but it helps them out quite a lot. Let's see how beneficial that will prove to be on this map of Inferno. The pistol round is underway, and we see a lot of aggression from Marcos Gaming right off the bat, straight down mid.
Yeah, Elvis, once again, leading the pack, huh? I'm loving that. Confidence, Elvis, he's got that adrenaline. And the player's like, all right, move forward, Elvis.
Back and forth.
You're the one to lead the pack, the charge.
Oh, Get Right.
Right. Classic stuff being done by Get Right. He catches the first man instantly, dumps him down. USPs, even they're going to start to activate. But the trades sort of happen back and forth. Some are down line, come mid. Once again, a man short. 3v4 in the upcoming moments, but B2, he catches the first man at the front lines, and just like that, the entire defense, the entire retake potential, it's not anymore there. 1v2, next to impossible to pull off. And HSB, yes, he did start to activate himself later phases of Anubis, but in Inferno, he's going to be put to sleep once again.
Well. I mean, quite a hefty start for Marcos Gaming in that round. I mean, a good setup at the right of the bat from the side of Come Mid. Get Right in that awkward position right under balcony towards second mid was very important. But fortunately for Marcos Gaming, it was Ember who found the trade instantaneously somewhere else on the map as they were trying to take control of Arches. And then as soon as Marcos Gaming had Arches, I think they got very confident in that A side execute of theirs. But let's see. Kind of an interesting buy this round. Are they hoping to get Right pushed up again?
I mean, yeah, you do see 3 players playing those close quarters. So I'm not sure what the game plan quite is. There's 2 men pushed up Arches. Looking down towards mid, Get Right playing Boiler. I mean, nothing really out of the ordinary. Get Right's just playing close quarters with that Mag 7. So maybe looking forward to catch one player or one or two players off guard.
They will have to set it up for him.
That's the thing, though. I mean, hasn't delivered so far.
Otherwise,
Exactly.
this happens.
And Get Right just pushed up all by himself to check the corner. Elvis was already too deep, and he shuts him down. Now, once again, it's a 4v5. Somewhere down line, even we know that pulling this round off now, it's next to impossible because the B site's almost been lost, but still the players are pulling back and they're going to walk into a trap being set up by CM. Now this round seems possible for Come Mid if they do take down Elvis and they shut him down in this tracks.
Oh!
But from the back, it's going to be a haircut. Two players peeking up from A short itself. They will be both down through the smoke too. B2 could have found a spray transfer. And
Oh!
he still gets it.
Wow. Just gets the spam through the smoke. I think it was just intent to go towards the corner of Arches, but he still ends up connecting. And Bono, I think, is going to be a little bit surprised of that. But I do agree with you. I mean, had Elvis been picked off, or in fact, even Bhavi getting killed as soon as he peeked mid, could have produced the same result. B2, that was a nice save from B2 for his team. They could have actually lost that round off of that initial swing, but look at that come mid. The investment in the previous round and the economy, well, it's not really going to be there for this one. A 5-stack towards a B side is what they are handling this round away with. I mean, hoping to see.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Shox not buying the AWP, even though he had the money. Once again, Shox knows that if I buy the AWP, okay!
Hello.
It's
Stratus, is
a
that
human
you?
pyramid. You know, in the school, we used to do those human pyramid in your PT session? Something like that over here.
Yeah, we've seen that before, though. I mean, multiple times. That happens quite a lot, especially on that eco. And I think, yeah, there's the 2 AKs they wanted. It's a 3v4 now. Commit, they've actually punished the over-aggression from the side of Marcos Gaming quite nicely. And it's going to be down on Elvis. Now, you see that stack. Those 4 players, the 4 CTs pushing A short. If Elvis's timing is perfect, he can catch at least 2 of them off guard. The nade is also going to be good enough to dish out a little bit of extra damage, prepping the players and setting them up. Elvis finding 2 big kills.
Okay, Nate's
That's
going to
over.
sail into the site and blow the wind on his face. And, well, the last man, all he can do is back away and go for the save. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Marcos Gaming, casual stuff. And, oh my god, does not even have a chance to save because his HP was too low.
Yeah.
Once again, what exactly happened in the previous round? We saw a human pyramid towards B when the player went for the peak. Now, the call over here was 100% made from Get Right. We've never seen Come Mid do something like this. And as I mentioned, Get Right's addition is probably going to bring a little bit more brains to the team. We've seen them be quite good mechanically, and now Get Right's addition, bringing in those brains, we're going to see stuff like that quite often.
Yeah, and this is again what even Shox mentioned, what even Guardian mentioned, that the mechanics are there, the skill is there, and the players, it's just smaller adaptations, unorthodox plays when the opposing side least expects it to happen. Let's see, this is going to be important for the side of Come Mid to bring themselves back in the early stages of this first half of Inferno.
Team nade, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it doesn't matter, Ember, he's going to be used to
I hate this
pull
angle
away the crosshair.
so much. You know, when you just...
What?
This angle. When you just
Under shed.
Yeah, you just tuck in the corner. And the only way to clear that is... And, well, off the bat, 2 kills just flying on the board. Sight's not taken away just yet, so that's good news for CM.
Flash pop through Boiler. Get right with the counter push. Oh, looking to find one and does as well. Brilliant timing on Bhavi. Ember with the trade. HSB. Picking off B2. No map control for Marcos Gaming. But now maybe some. They have one other kill down in pit. Sad but true out of the picture. If he gets this on Arches, this is the round 4. Come Mid, and yes, he does. Ember, important kill in this round. HSB taken care of. Soulmate, the last survivor, looking to push Library. But in the while he does that, the C4 has been planted.
1v2 possible. Another Molly.
Molly's gonna
possibly
force it back.
sailing in, yes. And unfortunately, Soulmates dealt a lot of damage. And now Shocks towards the site. Soulmate, all he can do is try and pull off some mind games. But even though he's just going to go for the save, he's going to go for the safest bet here. He knows his teammate's economy is going to be in the slumbers later on. He's actually managed to do the op as well. And Shocks is on the hunt. If Shocks get his hands on that op, it's not going to be a good thing at all for CM. And Shocks is desperately searching for it. It's his. It belongs to him. And yes, he will.
Oh, they get it! They get the op out of the hands of Comet as well. And as you mentioned, I mean,
No.
Marcos Gaming, it was brilliant. They realized... Wait, did he throw it away?
He didn't even pick it up. I don't think so they realized that there was an op there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but doesn't really matter. I mean, more than Marcos Gaming having the op, it was much more important that Comet does not have it in the next round. Look at those SMGs, Max 7 on Sad But True. So important to find a win on Anubis, but Soulmate, aggressive peek towards Banana, finds one. Gets traded out instantly though. Not really a position you want to be in if you are Comet. Look at that, so much utility towards Sandbag, doesn't matter. Nice kill from HSB.
Yeah, quick shot. These 5-7s are really starting to put in a lot of work. Those players, they fall back towards the site, come mid, really desperate to get these rounds. 2 players towards A, 2 players towards B, and the T's, they're quite spread out. Elvis, he needs to get both these kills in order to win the round. He finds the first, the second's close. And Elvis, he's falling back slowly and steadily. Ember's trying to wrap all the way around from the CT, and if Ember catches the man who's towards the CT side, this will be a huge pick too. Get right, he's going to get caught off guard soon. There's a man closing up close. The MP9 was there, get right, he anticipated that push. But unfortunately, he stood no chance.
Yeah, and on towards mid. Even Sad But True is going to be spotted out. So much damage dished out from Elvis. Should be an easy round for Marcos Gaming to clean up now. They have these long-range angles. Sad But True with the Max 7 can't really do much at that distance, so he's going to be falling back. Moves towards Apps, in fact. He's going to find Elvis and Boiler, and this position is going to work out for him. It's much close, much more... Oh no, the timing works out for Ember. Now the advantage completely swings in the favor of Marcos Gaming. This round is done and dusted. It's a 1v2 for HSB and has nothing to work with. Well, he has recovered an AK, but it's a much more viable option that stays back, keeps the weapon in his hands.
Yeah, good catch, good find. HSB 1v2 is actually going to go for it. Respectable. 1v2, HSB still just trying to clear out some angles here and there. There's a chance it'll probably be caught through Boiler.
They hit him.
Yep, they do. He's back, and Ember in the front. Beautifully done, Ember. That off angle sometimes can really catch players off guard.
Yeah, especially when your teammate is sitting there and Apps giving you all the information like, yeah, now he's outside Boiler, now pushing up short. You know exactly when you have to peek. Things just made easier.
Yeah, it was like a life tracker.
Ooh, but what a day, Necro. I mean, it's a 5-0 start for Marcos Gaming. Not what we expected.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, man, Shox' addition to this lineup is OP.
Because when I think much more than him just fragging out himself, it's the fact that he has made sure that players like Elvis are now more motivated. Ember is feeling super confident. I think it's just the effect he has had on the team's morale that has just boosted them up a little bit, but...
HSB 50 up. How often have you seen that? Quite rare.
No, I mean, we have.
Yeah, we have, but, you know, he only takes op when his team is winning.
Yeah, normally it's Bono opping.
Yeah, it's Bono opping, but HSB only takes the op in his hands when his team is winning with a big margin.
It's like the situation that's there with God's Reign. I mean, they do have a primary opper, but you also have the option of posting the double up. Oh, they just walk into this one, and it's going to be another one. In fact, 2 more found by Comet. Finally, a round where we see them have the upper hand.
Shut down, a meltdown. But hold on, look at this. There's 1 T present towards Banana as well. He's pushed up. He can find a surprise angle. It's Shock. And he has tucked himself in the corner. Now, look, Bono's got no clue that there's a man there, but still, he is aware to go for the checkup on that angle. Bono's position is not compromised, and Shox has found the timing. He's managed to squeeze himself quite deep towards the site. But Bono, unlucky for Shox, Bono goes for the check.
It's just that extra bit of footstep, I believe, when he just peeked for CT. That might have given a clue to Bono as to when he exactly can expect a player to be a little bit closer. He might have thought, but come mid, I mean, it all began with HSB, Get Right, and Soulmate setting up that crossfire towards mid. All the pressure pulled by HSB on that op, and then Get Right and Soulmate chiming in from the side of short, finding those 2 important kills for themselves. And now finally come mid, they have put themselves on the board. It's 5-1 right now, but all of those clean rounds before that Marcos Gaming had in their hands result in a full buy coming from the T side. And is this something that Kame expect? They are a little bit aggressive towards Banana, but it's just going to be a utility. In fact, a flash and a smoke lob towards the T side player to keep them back.
Oh no. Backed away.
Fighting to retain map control right now. This is going to be tough. Both of the players moving towards CT.
It's a push and pull.
Oh, look at Abs.
Yeah, it's a push and pull effect. Right, 2 players playing towards the short side. 1 man holding the app entrance towards the site. Pavi and his players just looking forward to explode on the site.
Oh,
yes, the
no.
first man will be caught. It was a good spray down as expected. Everyone just got melted instantly. Shox and 1 more man right next to him. I'm not sure what can be done over here, but the only thing they can really do is a slow and cautious approach. Find 1 more pick. As soon as the man number is going to be equalized, then maybe something can be figured out.
They're going to try and force one of the CTs towards Coffin, and that is what they're hoping for, to catch at least 1 more player off guard, but it's going to be Get Right. The nade dishing out the damage, and Ember with the cleanup. Have their hands on this B site now, Marcos Gaming. Shox with the C4 planted, moving towards Churches. But it's going to be tough to hold back. Shox, not a lot of HP on him. They have 1 CT in from Banana, 1 from CT.
Oh my god. I mean, he spotted towards Coffin. Good name. He's out some damage and Shox. All he needed was that 1 single confirmation, and he got that.
Sad but true. As soon as he was picked off, that spray connected. Even before that, I think Ember had made sure that the player who was pushing from CT was prepped. His HP was very low. And that just made sure that Marcos Gaming were going to have a very easy time closing out the 2v2. But it was how the round started that made things a little bit more complicated for them initially. Losing out on 2 players the moment they try to push for that B side. And huge props to Ember in this game. He has been phenomenal. Look at this though, Bhavi still to get himself on the board. No kills yet in the game.
And what a quick shot that was. HSB, beautiful shot to the face. Backs away with the op in his hands, gets smoked off. It's fine. He's done his job. He found the first. The opener's there. And HSB, unfortunately, every single angle's being smoked off. This is beautiful from Marcos Gaming. They're deactivating this op completely. When all the angles are smoked off, what are you supposed to do with a weapon that you need to fire from the long range? But oh, if something like this happens, then a lot of opportunities do open up.
Well, it was just an unfortunate spray down through the smoke. Commit, they do manage to catch 1 off guard. Look at this, the late rotation from the side of Commit can actually force them in a tough position, and HSB holding that angle towards Dark. Finds the first kill, but no, the spray whiffs. And Elvis and Ember, they're going to be in a world of hurt. Shox also finished off, and 1 more round in the bag for Commit.
Mistakes, mistakes, mistakes. A 1 round just thrown away by Marcos Gaming. That too, all because of overconfidence. They lined up back to back.
Yeah.
And for CM, it was just 1 spray away from winning this entire round.
And with a few shots, lose an easy round.
I mean, I would just say CM played that nicely. They saw 2 players peeking out, and those 2 players instantly just went back behind the cover.
It could have gone so horribly wrong as soon as we saw that 3 players lining up on CT. Had that spray been perfect, it would have been made very easy because you had Ember moving in from Banana as well. He did not get necessarily need to get all three of them. Even if he found the opening kill, it would have made things extremely easy for Ember to close in and clean up.
Oh, HSB. I mean, especially that but true, get right next to each other. And yeah, I mean, as long as Get Right's alive towards the shed, everything's good. It's all good in the game.
I think along with him, HSB also a man with a lot of priority on his life. Especially with that cannon in his hands, he needs to perform now.
Burst, 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 burst. That's what's gonna happen. Try to burst on towards the site, but the burst is just stopped. No shot, they move in. Oh my god.
You call it a burst though.
I mean, they tried to. They tried to burst on the site.
Man, I mean, Marcos Gaming. I don't know what that eco was, to be honest. I mean, we saw a lot of
Am I
Tech
seeing
9.
this right?
Yeah, it is
Bobby's got
0-9.
0 kills.
Yeah.
Man,
I think this is that one rubber band effect of, again, the other side of the Shocks effect. That one teammate is going to be a little too relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, Pavi is supposed to be the IGL, but now that Shox has taken over the role, Pavi's like, you know what? I don't need to do anything, guys. I'm just going to sit back, relax, chill, eat some popcorns, have some sandwich.
Especially with how Elvis, Ember are playing today, I think Marcos Gaming, they can just use that Shocks go kill strat, make it work.
Yeah, they can. On the CT, that's what's going to happen. Ask Shox to save the first 2 rounds. Third one, just pull out the big green cannon.
Ouch!
HSB, what are these shots you're connecting, my man? Relax.
They're on an equal.
Yeah. I mean, once again, a quick burst towards me. Oh my god. No, it's not something you see that often from Bono. Deagle finding the haircut. Bono, I mean, he whipped a lot of shots and okay. Through the smoke. Just random bursts.
Even he is smiling at that. He's like, what just happened to me? Anyways, I mean, they still walk away with a win. 6-4. Good conversion from Come Mid, and they managed to stop Marcos Gaming in their tracks. Otherwise, I mean, this advantage of theirs gone on till 7 or 8 rounds already, then Come Mid would have felt a lot of pressure, considering it is Inferno. Finally back into the round, an important buy round coming in for the side of Marcos Gaming. Either this gives them the extra bit of edge they want going into the second half, or this gets Come Mid the equalizer before the second half begins. Because the economy on Marcos is completely shattered. The next round is not going to be a good buy. And as soon as their aggression, the pace has been countered, they've started to struggle. A lot of aggression this time towards Banana. Soulmate with the aggressive push finds one. The trade comes in though. 4v4. It seems like with how Marcos Gaming are moving on that A side, they want to make a play for A, and this is going to be an important kill for Shox. Finds the move on towards Arches. Sad but true out of the picture.
4v3. Up in the hands of HSB. That kind of rhymed.
Don't beat him. He's going to take your head off, Ember.
Yeah, I mean, you still have that little bit of an itch, you know? You gotta scratch that. And that's what Ember's doing. HSB. Just still holding that with the op. Oh no, the face-off's gonna happen. Soon! First shot missed. Shox, he's gonna regret this.
Oh!
But he still connects it! No way, just toying around with his food like that. And then, what a beautiful nade to deny the vision as well. It sort of worked perfectly for HSB. The man up close and personal, he gets run and gunned down. With the AK, he was just going for the strafe and the shots. He did not even stop spraying. The left click was just spread down. C4's gonna do a lot of damage onto him, but yeah, he just needs to back away, get it right.
Elvis just pushed up, took the damage from the nade, and then just fell back with his weapon. But, I mean, what was that from Shox? There, 1v2, tickling around the pillar with the op. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh man, but HSB as well. I mean, he whiffed off quite a few shots while pushing that A-shot player.
Indeed did. Utility dump that we saw off of that. So many utilities
So
dumped
deep.
down. Yeah. Already a lot of map control definitely has been found. They're deep inside of Banana. Soulmate's the man who's holding it down. There's just 3 players, and he's only a couple of steps away from bursting through that smoke and maybe getting a couple of kills, or maybe he himself getting killed.
Yeah, but
I would do it.
it's such a big risk, Necro, right now. I mean, for come mid, they're already sitting at a massive disadvantage. They've lost their back.
Oh!
And Elvis! That was an important kill in pit.
Elvis! This man is joking around at this point.
They just need to clear arches, and this is their round.
This op needs to find some blood. Oh, he's in the back. He's just going for the jump spot. It's not really going to work out. Okay, man explodes. Finds the first. Shocks a flick to the dome. And now all they need to do is keep on pressing up towards B. But an instant rotate towards the A site. Get right. He's been playing so passive so far. He hasn't pushed up that much. He misses all the shots towards Boiler. Ember finds the first kill. It's a 2v4. Op's not able to find a lot of value either. HSB, he found one, but then he backs away instantly, considering it's a 3v2. HSB, he needs to play this one even more cautious. He gets shut down from the arches. Photo now moving in steadily from the mid.
Oh!
Done, but he catches him fading away. Pulls out the 5-7. And the opponent's got an automatic weapon in his hand. And of course, Ember will come out on top.
Ember in post plants today has been unbeatable. He's been just so phenomenal with the cleanups, and especially on that A side.
I would say Elvis has been the Marco's god so far.
True. I mean, for on the entries today, he has been there.
Yeah, I mean, even in the previous game, Elvis on the CT.
Hey! Bhavi opened up.
Oh, wow.
He's there on the board.
Okay, it's a little too rude.
And it's 1-1-1. So we can make a wish.
Our producer's got a lot of things to say. I feel like he should be over here on the casting panel. He's constantly just speaking in our heads.
Yeah, our producer used to be a much better player than us, so he can be.
He's a naughty man.
He's the magician.
I mean, our producer, I feel like if he was over here, he would have probably played for FaZe right now, replacing Kerrigan. I'm just messing around, guys. Do not take me serious. But anyways, in this pistol round... Oh, B2!
Oh my god!
It's a spray down with the Berettas, and he finds a 2K. It's on the lockdown. You cannot trespass. Elvis in the back towards second mid from the balcony. Even he's raining down Hellfire. You do not stand a chance. The round started and it ended within seconds.
And it was B2 pushed in towards Banana, hiding in cubby with the duelies. His teammates set him up as well. They made sure they were peppering down the players, peeking card constantly. Because look on the radar, you had 2 players on car and they were constantly just shooting down inside that smoke, just making sure the players were prepped up. And as soon as they stepped in front of B2, we know the duelies can be brutal to go up against when you are in close range specifically. Oh, that might actually lead us to the end of the series, in fact. I mean, you have come mid going on a complete eco, so on this round, Marcos Gaming are going to have the upper hand for sure, and they will be able to hit double digits as well.
5 clocks on the board. 1 Deagle, actually. HSB. And, I mean, this pistol round was the decider for...
Come mid?
Yeah, come mid. They just popped that. So, yeah,
they might have won it back.
Hold on. 1 gun retrieved in the hand. This can be the path for redemption and success. I mean, HSB, he's done his job getting the first one down. Once again, I mean, I don't really understand why B2 went for the peak, but once again, it's understandable too, somewhere down line, that considering Marcos team, they've got such a big lead, it is sort of known that they will be a little bit cocky at instances, and that's what has happened to them.
I think they wanted to get a little bit more early info, wanted to just check where the teams had positioned themselves in the early round, but the plan has backfired indeed. It's going to be down to Shocks if he can get 1 more kill. Maybe he can deal with the pressure, but now as the players from the side of come mid look to push mid, it's going to be Elvis who finds another opening for his team. For one more.
What?
Gets it in the back. Sad but true taken care of as well. And Bono is the last man left alive looking to push short with no HP.
MP9 running gun fadeaway shot that long, far away. Elvis connects the headshot.
Hey man, it's Elvis.
Man. Elvis, I mean, oh boy.
Where was this man in the
was
group
he?
stages?
Where
His
was he?
team needed it so badly to play like this at so many moments, and he refused.
I mean, Elvis has been the top performer. He will also be the MVP of the series without a doubt.
I don't think of the overall series is going to be... I think it might just be Shocks. He was consistent on both maps. Elvis went big on Anubis. On Inferno, he's doing decent so far, but Ember, Shocks, Veto as well have a little bit more impact.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You got a point. But if he's the MVP, we need to play that meme. But yeah, towards Banana. A lot of players. 3 players actually. Oh, HSB is also catching a bit of work. Did I see this right?
He's beat off to his own death.
He just jumped in front of the players like that. What am I watching?
Oh!
And then through the smoke, there's a 2K. This cannot be real. Ember, what?
Hey man, someone has to balance Bhavi out one way or the other, and I think today Ember has taken up that mantle for himself. But we see the T scale up for that B side control. 50 seconds on the clock, some utility to actually fight for the side, and it's just one CT waiting for them behind new boxes, one pushing up CT. HSB, if he gets his first kill, can change everything, but no, he's gonna fall. Elvis finding an important kill for his team, get right with the trade. Numbers advantage still in the hands of Marcos Gaming though.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, come mid, they have to get the C4 down.
I mean, get right, just going for the clears all across the side, and he still turns around and slaps him in the face. Elvis and Ember, the last 2 players who've been feeling themselves inside the series. There's a chance they can clutch it out against the man, Get Right himself. Both the players are quite softened up. He goes for the first peek, finds the first. He goes for the defuse, actually. He's going to go for the stick. Ooh, he missed the first initial shots. I thought the defuse is actually going to come through.
Hey man, we can't blame Elvis for that though. I mean, he's been having a fun time today. Wanted to know if he could stick it out against Get Right, just outsmart him, but this man has a lot of experience under the belt. He is definitely going to come back and check that a second later. And as soon as he does, catches Elvis completely off guard.
For Get Right, he's just playing with random players, right? And usually you in matchmaking, even though it's a first tap, you will always peek out because you never know. You're playing against random players if they're going to peek out, if they're actually going to go for the stick or not. So it's the same mentality for Get Right.
Yeah, and I think Elvis should have thought that he was going to peek out as well.
Yeah, he should have thought it through. But once again, I mean, you know, like, I could have been a good psychologist as well.
No, you.
So.
No,
like,
Necro.
Haters gonna hate.
I don't know the next line of that song.
Me too. But for now, Marcos Gaming, all the players on a complete eco. 257s only. We're not getting singles though. I mean, interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, Get Right. Good opening. The site's opened up. That's it.
Well, as you said, haters gonna hate. Get Right. He's gonna shake it up.
I didn't get it.
That was the next line of the song.
Oh.
Yeah. And goes at shake it off. Later.
Well, it's getting hot in here. And the players are now starting to back. Elvis is pushed up close the first one. Oh, good pick from USB. Shots. Could have found the surprising angle, but unfortunately could not anymore. So at least Bobby is going to get his hands on the Galil and maybe go for the save if he wants to. If he had him off guard. No.
I think that was the best case scenario. Maybe 2 or 3 kills was the best what Marcos Gaming were hoping for in this round. They knew they were not going to be there in terms of the weapons that they have, and that is exactly the thing that Kamid punished quite nicely for them. But they did get 2 weapons out of the side of Commit, so overall it was a decent round. 1 extra gun off of their hands would have been better, but this is where things get interesting now. There's a 4-round difference between these two teams, and Marcos Gaming, since it is the second half, all of that advantage from the first half has been taken off of their hands, and they are forced to play a little bit more reactive on the CT side. I want to see if we are going to see usual shenanigans to get early mapping for early control from the side of Marcos Gaming. This time, a lot of utility committed from Banana, from come mid, just to force and keep the players from Marcos Gaming back. But Shocks, there's been a switch up. The AWP this time has been posted on B.
Yeah. And Shocks is ready to find the first blood. He's ready. Throws it down, good flash on the back of that.
B2, this man needs to back off.
I mean, the amount of damage is dealt on the players, it's quite insane. Look at them. Both of them are quite softened up. Get right and HSB. Now, what can they do? They will just need to play in the back. HSB cannot be the opener anymore. Get right wasn't the opener in the first place. He was the man to walk last inside of the site. So for Get Right, yeah, it's a usual scene, but for HSB, this is really going to hold him back. He needs to play a little bit more safe and sound. But slowly and steadily, we're starting to explore towards the A site.
See, Ember,
I don't like
man
this position.
who's been on fire, is waiting. I like this position.
No, it's he's
Normally-
basically facing off 2 angles at the same time because the man on the side's been smoked off, you see?
Yeah, right now that might be the case, but you also have to think that every single time, alright, this only works on the ladder though. Majority of the players, as soon as they peek balcony or A short,
Yeah.
I don't know, for some reason, every time the team players move in, their instincts are to check side directly. No one checks left. But right.
That is true, but if it's someone like me, then I will definitely check that.
You jump with your eyes closed. You play with your eyes closed.
So think out of the box. Who's going to expect you to directly jump on the site? No one. Instead of them catching you off guard with that off angle, you could catch them off guard with the off.
Hey, we do have to appreciate the crossfire that was set up by Elvis and Ember this round. As you mentioned, I mean, Elvis was smoked off completely on site, and had come mid moved in a little bit quicker, they would have managed to isolate those fights, but they moved in after the smokes faded away. And that just worked out in the favor of Marcos Gaming.
They indeed did. And now look at the amount of space Shocks was able to clear up. He went towards second mid. He scouted that out. He knows there's no one over there.
Oh.
And unfortunately, a TK on the way. 2 kills easily gifted away. This is such a big problem. One thing is for sure, Get Right's going to be super unhappy after what just happened. Oh my god, B2. The man's got the banana on the lockdown. Pavia's balls in the back. Now it's a 2v5. Well, map points on the way, and also the match point.
And get Bono on the op again.
I mean, on the T side, it's just going to slow you down, though. And the amount of money, the economy CM has, yeah, till the point they're going to be on, he's going to be on the op. They will also lose the map.
Yeah, I think it's going to be over soon, but... Oh! 2 quick picks to end it all. 1 for Shocks, 1 for Bhavi. And, of course, Marcos Gaming now on match point. Again, they win this. They close out the series with a quick 2-0. 1-2 knockout. Well, not really a knockout. This is the upper bracket. Oh, and they're going to be on a Nico.
Yeah.
So it's over? We
It's-
call GG's now.
It's done, yeah. Tech 9s, D-Golds, they have pretty much invested whatever they could. Back 10 in the hands of Soul.
How much damage with the nade?
Yeah, the only thing they can really do is burst on now. The only thing they can do is just find the right timing, or hope that they find the right timing, and just push up. Because if they're going to try to go one after one, it will be an easy full stop. Oh, Gaming, and this is what they exactly need to do, but the Op's able to find a new piece, and then he pulls out the Deagle, gets the third man down as well. Towards short, there's one man, but Elvis is in the pit, just looking it down, but it's fine. It's done.
Yeah.
Marcos Gaming, this series was such a quick one, and all props to Marcos Gaming. They make this one a complete one-sided game.
Yeah, every single player from this team, including Elvis, Ember, both these individuals
B2.
performing phenomenally. B2 as well. Bhavi as well. I mean, can't take anything away from Bhavi. Being an IGL, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on him. He has to be the one calling the shots. And of course, there's going to be a little bit more excitement in what you do, every single thing you say. When you have Shocks listening to every single word that comes out of your mouth, you don't want to mess up. And of course, giving calls to Shocks as well, maybe.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's been an exciting day for Marcus Gaming. This was expected to be the toughest matchup yet in this tournament, and they come out sweeping.
Exactly. I mean, we'll figure that out if Shocks was the one making the calls or not, or what exactly was going on inside of the team. But one thing is for sure, when we saw the players of Marcos Gaming walk out on the stage, they were having a big smile on their faces. Everyone was looking super fresh compared to yesterday. They were seeming more comfortable. And I guess there's a reason why they came out on top as well, because they were just a little bit more comfortable with Shocks. I guess Shocks is a friendly man, and he made all those players quite comfortable around him.
Hey, I think Get Right is also equally friendly, but it was just the fact that...
it's the first day,
It's the first day for Commit. It was the first day, first game, and of course they come as the top favorites from the Pakistan region. So there's also going to be pressure to perform, and on LAN things can definitely be different. So I think the pressure might have gotten to them, but it is Commit. We can expect them to bounce back. You remember, right, in the Pakistan group stages, they also lost the first game, and then they did not drop a single map. Maybe it's going to be the same case in Super 6.
You stole my words. That's what I was literally about to say, because they dropped the first game, then later on it was just a complete storming effect.
Yeah.
They were just steamrolling through the entire group stage. Let's move on and look at the highlights, because it's time to relive some of the moments. Get Right off the bat, we saw him go quite aggressive towards the pistol rounds, but unfortunately, if you speak about the opposite side of the Maya map, everything just got emptied out by Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, the T side first, they started off quite nicely with the 6-0 advantage, and then Marcos come mid. They had a little bit of a bounce back. We saw them get 4 rounds back in the bag, but then it all just stopped. And we saw a few brilliant plays from Bono, from Sad But True as well, but it was the NHS, we can't really ignore him. But it was the two key players that I think, especially Soulmate, that Commit heavily relies on to perform, but it's going to be a tough position that even he has to be in sometimes. But I mean, Commit, they have a few more matches. If they can bring themselves back from the lower bracket, that's what we're going to hope for.
Now I really want to see a matchup between True Rippers and Marcos Gaming. Considering this Marcos Gaming, they're looking like an unstoppable freak of nature. True Rippers, even they have been dominating through the group stage.
Yeah, they've been undefeated during the group stages. I think they lost like one map during the entire group stage, and even yesterday they looked quite solid.
Yeah.
I think yesterday one thing that was clearly you could see it in the player cams as well while the game was going on, especially with a lot of back and forth on True Rippers between Kenny S and Defaulter. That is what I would like to see in the other teams as well. And in Marcos Gaming is also another lineup where we notice Shocks being quite vocal and communicating constantly with the players with a lot of back and forth with their legend in their team. But we have the scorecard on our screens. 21 kills for Shocks in this game. Ember, though, with the man with the most frags, 22. Although, I mean, as we mentioned, even B2 and Elvis getting a few key rounds for themselves.
Bobby, unfortunately, was not able to play that well, but he does not really need to because his teammates are doing the job for him. Shocks, as I mentioned, there's probably a high chance that Shocks is the one making the calls and inside of the game as well. We'll ask him if the interview is going to happen or not, but MVP of the series is, of course, going to be Shocks with the KD ratio 1.95 and the ADR 218.
I want to know if it would be possible for us to also get the stats of Ember, because I don't think that might be a big difference. 1.95 KD ratio, 218 ADR, 20.5 average kills per map. And I think Shocks, I mean, even yesterday was in a similar form. The man is not stopping. He is just having a lot of fun playing with the boys from Marcos Gaming. And I think, as we mentioned, the impact he has had since he has moved into the team from yesterday till now, I mean, they have definitely improved. But here we have it, Ember versus HSB. And Ember, as I mentioned, I mean, even he was playing phenomenally on this particular map of Inferno. Quite a brilliant performance from this young player.
Exactly. HSB, unfortunately, I mean, 0.81. The stats are really unmatched and proven unparalleled, but hey, we know this is not what HSB is capable of. He's much more better than this. We have seen him a lot, time and time in the past.
Yeah, definitely. But as we saw Ember over there, I want to speak a little bit more about him because, I mean, it's such a big day for him. I mean, as I mentioned yesterday, I mean, he's been in the scene for a long time. And even though he was struggling to take on the titans of Indian Counter-Strike back then, finally he is one of the big titan himself, representing Marcos Gaming, a big org in the Indian circuit. So definitely quite happy to see him perform as well once he's gotten his opportunity, but let's see how things go.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, we were speaking about the interview lined up with Shocks, so let's move on forward. And welcome Shocks on board. Shocks, welcome back once again. We were over here with you yesterday doing the interview as well. And today, all the boys, they seemed quite comfortable. They were having their smiles on their faces. They looked a little bit more comfortable in general.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far we are really like enjoying it. I think I'm comfortable with them, and I think they are comfortable with me. And as I always said, like the chemistry in the team is really important. I think it's the most important, actually, more than technical things or whatever tactics. The chemistry is the main thing, and I think so far we are managing to have a really good one between each other, and I'm having a lot of fun, mate.
I want to know what was the conversation you had with Elvis, because I mean we saw him struggle throughout the entire group stages. There was a little bit struggle today, but today he showed up with a smile on his face and he was doing quite amazing on Anubis specifically.
I guess it's because yesterday was the first game we were playing together. You know, for the guys, like it's a really important event, and maybe he got maybe a bit stressed or whatever. And just with the time, getting used maybe to me, trying to bring like really like the best good vibes I can, and to take it like really like chill, funny, enjoy, because it's all about the game. And if you start to think about winning, and if you start to think about like I really want to win so bad, that you can actually get you like a bad pressure in a way, right? So it's not about getting the pressure, it's more about getting excited. So I think today he was more excited than pressured.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. And one more thing I'd like to ask, that is, Bobby's supposed to be the ideal for Marcos Gaming, but somewhere down the line, I can tell that even you are making some of the key calls.
Well, he's mainly doing that, but I'm just like trying to help when I think there is a good idea or whatever. It's just up to him to take it or take it now. This is always what I did in my past teams, and this is where I got comfortable. I don't take the main thing or whatever. Just when I'm feeling something, you know, I'm just gonna say it basically. And if they want to follow, like, let's do it. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, you can literally just tell when you look at Marcos Gaming, and when I saw you step inside of the roster, you can tell that you were the missing piece of the puzzle that was needed. And now that you're finally over here, Marcos Gaming, they just seem a little bit more refined. And you're able to get so many kills with the op as well. You're like an unstoppable man now. But Shocks, thank you so much for John alongside for this interview. It was an absolute pleasure to have you. And of course, big fan, it's Necro. I love to talk to you, man. I always get nervous when I talk to you, but yeah, I love you, man. Thank you so much.
It's okay, no worries. I'm a human like everyone. Thanks for you guys. And I'm looking forward actually to play against KNES tomorrow. It's going to be
it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. Thank you so much, Shocks.
Thanks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Shocks for you. And I mean, of course, I'm a huge fan of Shocks.
That's the exact matchup that we are waiting for as well. Shocks against
I mentioned this too.
True Rippers against Marcos Gaming. Oh, it's going to be fun.
I mentioned this. True Rippers. Now I want to see Marcos Gaming face off against them because they were the strongest team. But for now, it seems like Marcos Gaming is looking like the strongest team.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, and Marcos Gaming, they've been phenomenal, as we had the conversation with Shocks just now, and he also mentioned, I think we have been talking about this as well, mentality becomes very important. If you start feeling the pressure, and especially on LAN, it can be on a whole different level. It can get to you. You start to overcomplicate things, start to overthink simple decisions, and everything just starts to backfire.
Yeah.
Because you are not executing the simple plays that you have been used to. And I think today, Elvis, as we keep talking about him, he was a phenomenal player on that first map. And I think one of the key reasons that Marcos Gaming did end up winning on Anubis, a brilliant way for him to actually redeem himself for all of the low performances earlier on in this entire tournament.
Exactly. I mean, in general, with how things were looking like, even yesterday for True Rippers, if you speak about it, right? True Rippers, both the games went super close. And somewhere down line, KNES, he definitely had a lot of choice of words to tell to the boys that, hey, you guys should not do this. Maybe you guys should, you know, try and switch things up a little bit more.
I think from the side of KNES and True Rippers, I think it was more about just keeping True Rippers a little bit more calm. Because we know this happens. True Rippers, they have a massive advantage in the game in the early stage, and then they just throw all of it away. So I think he was just trying to make sure that they're a little bit more controlled. They actually close out their games whenever they have the opportunity. So I think that is the only thing where True Rippers lacks. Other than that, the team is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's more about the overheat moment, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Once you do start to overheat inside of the game, everything just comes downhill. And for True Rippers, yeah, it has happened a couple of times in the past. But luckily enough, they have some solid mechanics that can sort of save the day for them. But now that Kenny's was also made the addition inside of True Rippers, things were quite good. But as we know, Johnny, now that was the only matchup that we were going to see today inside of the upper brackets. Now it's time to go down in deep inside of the lower brackets. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We have already talked to one of the legends, of course, from the winning team. But then there's another legend still left that we need to have a word with. It's going to be Get Right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome Get Right on board because, of course, Get Right, it's a pleasure to have you over here. And considering it's understandable, it was your first ever day playing with the players of CM, maybe a couple of struggles did happen there, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean for sure. But in my opinion, after without even looking at the game, etc., like that, and like the overview and afterwards, like demo review or a VOD or something, I do feel like we could have had a bigger chance, especially on Anubis. But I mean, we got pretty much stomped when you look on the scoreline. They gave us free rounds on T side, in my opinion. I mean, it could have been 13-3. And on the Inferno, I felt like it was a little bit slow started there, but in the same time, it's the first time I'm playing with the guys. And yesterday we didn't have a practice day or anything like that, so it's a little bit hard for me to go into details, really, like what went wrong or what didn't like that or something like that, and such. I mean, so. But in the same time, I feel like now at least we've been trying the water of each other, and it's gonna be a much better showing on the next game we play.
First of all, I think I have to say, big fan. It's such an honor to speak to you today. Get Right. I mean, still can't believe this is actually happening, but I do have a few questions. I mean, I'm not going to talk about the game because, as you mentioned, it's just day one. It's just game one. But how are you feeling about this event? I mean, it's such a big opportunity. Someone has been involved with the Counter-Strike scene for a very long time, but this is the first time such a big thing is happening for South Asia. So how do you feel about the talent that you've witnessed in the arena so far?
No, it's super excited to just be here and being invited to be one of the legends of the game, or in the past, or how you can say it. So it's just, for me, it's just nice to come back here. I love to always be in the Asia region, and also feeling the water of like how good the players are, etc., and seeing what is the difference of the level, and understanding what is the raw issue to it. Because like most of the time you can say a region is really strong and really good, but they maybe don't get the opportunity for it. So that's more about, you know, tournaments or the economy to it. Or is the actual talent pool of the players itself that actually doesn't like have the high level that is needed to be playing, and but the tournaments and all those things are there. So, but for me it's the first option, and I think it's needed to have people from either America or Europe itself, or even from China specifically, that can maybe come in and help the teams from India and Pakistan to get a better understanding of what's needed to be done to take it up a notch. And I think that's it's a little bit hard, because now when we're here, like if I had like a week before, I think I could have been maybe giving more input in what needs to be done and what needs to be worked on. But I'm just glad to be here, and maybe they're not gonna be too pissed if I'm playing poorly, for example. Because remember, I'm a former pro, and I played for way too long, and nowadays I'm just enjoying my time off basically from the game, and I'm just happy to be here basically.
And of course, it's a pleasure to have over here. A pleasure to, in general, to you being over here. I'm at the lack of words. All right, I'm a huge fan, and yeah, I'm kind of nervous to take this interview. It's a pleasure to have you over here. But Get Right, now later on, you're going to be facing off another team, right? A team in the lower bracket. And what do you think needs to be changed on the fly, or what can you do to make the team a little bit more better?
No, I think it's actually not a massive changes that needs to be done. It's just be a little bit more prepared and a little bit more team play, or like play together. Because like I said, on Inferno specifically, it felt like we were a little bit slow started, but when we got the ball running a little bit, it was a massive change to the game that we were playing. And if we can just be like getting away with those stupid rounds, and what I mean with stupid rounds, like maybe a half buy or a pistol round or something like that, that would like make a huge difference, I think, for the team itself. Like I'm very surprised with the communication, at least from after losing pretty big here. That we still feel motivated and still not, you know, mad or anything like that. And I think that's a good sign, because let's forget about that one and head into the lower bracket one, and show a better showing. And
Yeah.
if we believe and do what we want to do, then I believe we can win that one.
Makes sense. Pretty much keep your mental in check and not let the emotions
Yeah.
take over. But Get Right, thank you so much for joining alongside with us inside of this interview. It really means a lot. And once again, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure we're going to see you later on in the upcoming matchups. Thank you so much, Get Right. Bye-bye. Whoa, that was Get Right.
Yeah, what a-
listen, okay, I stuttered
I'm gonna
over
catch
there.
my
I
breath.
know I was, a little bit lost a few words because... Listen to me, okay? It's a big moment for me.
You're still
all right?
not over it.
I'm still not over it. I was a little bit nervous. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I need a little bit of a break to sort of catch myself and get my thoughts in line. So, yeah, we'll be right back.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft brought to you guys by Blast and Nodwin Gaming. It's time to step into the lower bracket and see how the action is going to commence over there. This is Super Johnny. Joining me on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be none other than Shaisnu once again. That was an exciting series we just witnessed. The opening upper bracket match finally got to witness come mid in action, where it was Marcus Gaming walking away with a 2-0 win. But now, we step into the lower bracket. Before that, let's actually look at the bigger picture, look at the whole bracket and see how the story is progressing for the Super 6. And as we mentioned in the upper bracket, it was a quick 2-0 series between Comrade and Marcos Gaming. But now we see the next match of Park Boys versus God's Reign. The lower bracket. Yeah, round one.
Yeah, that's again the matchup wherein you have no leverages. You've got absolutely no room of error whatsoever.
Yeah.
If you lose, you are out of the playoffs and you're out of the run. That's going to be it for you. So, of course, that's going to be a do or die situation. But on the other side, though, if we remember the match of God's Reign, yes, yesterday they did win it. It was a 2-1 victory, but all three of the matches, they almost went 13-4. They were so dominating. And the one that even God's Reign could not win, the map that they lost, that also went in for 4-13. So clearly shows that it was very one-sided. But on the other side, though, if we are talking about Park Boys, yes, they matched up against Marcos Gaming yesterday. And those matches were close.
Yeah, I mean, it was an intense series for both these teams. God's Reign, of course, one of the best teams in the Indian circuit for the last few months. But in the draft, the picture has been completely different. It was True Rippers dominating the Indian group stage. In God's Reign, they had to suffice for that second seed. But this would be the opportunity to prove themselves. Park Boys, of course, I mean, they had a brilliant start to the group stage of Pakistan, but qualifying as the third seed from their particular region. I mean, this low bracket run of theirs could be what they were hoping for. But let's have a look at the roster of God's Reign. I mean, it was an exciting set of affairs yesterday when we witnessed Guardian performing with the lineup, and it was a phenomenal set of matches we got to see from them as well.
At the end of the day, it's all about fun and how well you enjoy it. Again, Finn, Clouder, Guardian, Crazy Gamer, as well as Fired Up. We were clearly seeing those double off setups coming in from Guardian and Fired Up. And that was so very good to watch because you always have so much fun. But on the flip side, though, yes, True Rippers, a very solid lineup. God's Reign, I was mentioning, even though the match, it seemed pretty one-sided in the first half, I mentioned it to Necro as well, that we might see a comeback from their side. He was not believing me until he actually saw that happen. So we clearly know the synergy is also kicking in because they played pretty few games with their legend right now. They played the first round, also the second round, now for the third one. I think so they should be able to perform even better.
Yeah, especially I think what we noticed from Marcos Gaming as well, and I think it might be a similar situation for almost all of the teams after the matches yesterday. Today, the teams are going to show up a little bit more reinforced. And here we have the lineup from the side of Park Boys. Of course, Freiburg being the legend that is part of the team now for the next few days, along with Angel Wow and Scorfic, the two deadly brothers who have been on fire, on a tear from the group stages themselves. Dynamite, of course, the IGL, and a phenomenal player. I mean, a lot of pressure on him to perform in every single game.
Pressure is going to be high and it's not going to go down. It will increase further. And honestly, I think so the pressure did even get Angelio even yesterday a little bit, because normally the way we see him landing in those EWP shots, that's not exactly how it happened. He did land a few good shots, but when you're at this stage of the competition, you need your peak performance, you need your best performance. So hopefully they will be able to do it right now, because even yesterday we were seeing Freiburg going in for some amazing clutches as well. There were a few rounds where other players were also stepping up, but as a team, they've got to move forward.
Yeah, definitely. But one thing I think that's going to be a little bit interesting to me about this series is where will the Veto take us? Because if you are Park Boys, you are obviously thinking like, all right, we can't go Anubis against God's Reign. They definitely love that map quite a lot. Ancient might be one of the options that you have in the back, because Ancient is played I would say fairly evenly on both sides in the India circuit and in the Pakistani circuit as well. Along with that, maybe, I mean, a Mirage or an Inferno popping out as well, but I think we're going to have to wait to see what the Veto is going to be like.
Yes, that is indeed true. And since you mentioned about popping out, we're going to see all the players as well on the stage as they will be moving forward. And again, it's a do-or-die situation for them. So it's going to be God's Reign taking on Park Boys. And we end up at the players' entry.
It's going to be Clouder this time entering first, followed by Crazy Gamer. Here's the man who has the most fun these days, because The double off setup includes him and Guardian, who has showed up with that Navi jersey on himself. I mean, of course, the legends, they're going to be repping the colors of the legendary lineups they were a part of. And I think God's Reign, they are going to be very happy to see Guardian in that jersey as well. And of course, now we have the players from the side of Park Boys coming in, led by Dynamite, the IGL himself. We saw a little bit of a swap in the Park Boys roster midway through the matches yesterday. Freiburg were there in the end along with Skofik and Angel. I mean, this team, a lot of expectations from them. Let's see how the series is going to go.
Indeed, both the legends seem to be super happy in their own jerseys, but now they're with their own respective teams. We're going to see those handshakes coming in. It's the fist bump for today.
Fist bump
yeah, all right. Now, the good change coming in, and that's the exact kind of change even in-game that now I want to see from Park Boys. They were performing pretty good. Yes, the series were close, and now they just need to bring it to a closure as well.
All right, two duos. You have two options. Guardian and Fired Up or Angel and Freiburg.
It's a tough choice. It's a tough choice. I'm going to go just based on how they are going in with the synergy, Guardian and Fired Up.
Well, let's see which duo is going to prove a little bit more deadly to the other. Let's move on towards the Veto. We have the first ban from Park Boys. Overpass, of course. I mean, God's Reign, they gave a tough fight to True Rippers yesterday. But then Freiburg just giving a few tips about hyping up the crowd in front of the players right now. God's Reign, all right, moving forward with the Veto. The new ban is going to be there. Mirage, as I said, I expected Mirage and Ancient to be picked. Ancient by God's Reign themselves. And I think it puts a little bit more pressure on Park Boys now to win Mirage. Because they close out Mirage, Ancient is going to be an even matchup, and maybe, just maybe, they can close out the series as quickly as possible with a 2-0 against God's Reign. Today we have an Inferno and a Vertigo ban, and that just means if it goes to the Decider, then God's Reign have the upper hand.
I wouldn't be very sure about it. Yeah, there is a potential for them to have the upper hand, but even yesterday we saw God's Reign. I mean, Anubis was their map pick, and they were down 4-13. If my stats are not wrong. We'll have to get a check onto that as well. But yes, they do love to play on the map of Anubis. They have been playing for a while now. But on the other side though, Ancient, again, a map that you mentioned, how we have seen Indian teams dominate on that map. So Mirage is going to be their best bet.
Not all Indian teams. We have to correct that. Not all Indian teams. It's just True Rippers that dominate on Ancient. From the side of Pakistan, it seems like Wawa is a team that loves to play Ancient, and they have good results as far as the group stages are considered. But let's see what happens on Mirage first between these two lineups, ladies and gentlemen. God's Reign starting on the CT side. We have Park Boys playing as the T's in the first half, and as the T's, Park Boys, they decide to move a quick execute towards the A side. They're gonna have to watch out for Clouder, who's hiding under Palace with Crazy Gamer playing tickets. Although they move for a quick control, a lot of aggression towards jungle. Guardian finding the first, has support from Finn on that second frag. They do swing the numbers in their favor. Guardian bringing in one more home and one more in the back. 3 kills already in the pistol round itself, and there's the cleanup from Crazy Gamer. They made it look very easy. Park Boys just stepped into the crosses of God's Reign over there.
That is true, but at the same time, I just love how they were playing on the back of each other.
Yeah.
That if one player is taking the contact, the second one is going to peek in to make it a 2v1 and not giving those solo 1v1s. This is the kind of God's Reign that I was expecting to see. And yes, now the team look even more engaging. They're playing like a unit at this point. And yes, it was Park Boys running into a stack. And since it's a pistol, there are not a lot of utilities to work with. But again, this round should potentially be a save. I am seeing all 5 Glocks coming in. It should be a more down.
Oh no, he only gets 2, but has the support from Finn on stairs. They might be able to recover something from this, but Guardian is there to guard the site. And a quick cleanup. At least they get the C4 down, Park Boys. Yeah. I got extremely worried when I saw that burst from Palace towards Crazy Gamer. Luckily, Finn was there. And as you mentioned, I mean, those contact plays, that is how things should be working out. And if this keeps on going, I think God's Reign, they're going to have a fun time on Mirage.
That is true, but I would still say Crazy Gamer, the position he was on, he was open from 2 different directions. One was the Palace Alley and the second was Palace itself.
Yeah.
And switching onto the target on Palace Alley at that exact moment That's what he needed to do. So that was a good decision making coming in from him. But this is going to be one of the most crucial rounds for Park Boys to stop this momentum of God's Reign from building up. I would like to see a slower approach from them.
Well, let's see, critical buy round. And they are going to try and contest mid, but have to watch out for it. Right now, Guardian, he does not have the off. But once that off comes online, he's going to be a bigger threat. Doesn't matter. Spray down. Damn, 4A1 takes off one player on top mid. Scoffing out of the picture. And a lot of early utility commitment again coming in from the set of Park Boys. Counter utility being used from God's Reign. Exchanges on mid. No map control gained off of that. On the other side, look at the push all the way towards TV room. God's Reign, they're going to find the C4. And this changes everything. The two players on mid are about to lose their life, and Fired Up gets both of them. What a nice rotation being brought into the game from God's Reign.
I really wanted Park Boys to kind of put a lot of pressure at least towards the Cat or Arches, because we have seen Finn playing in the ladder room and Arches for almost the entirety of the Mirage. Even yesterday we saw the exact same thing. So maybe Park Boys, I was hoping they would have developed a strategy to kind of counter that, but that just does not seem to be happening at all, because Guardian again, if you smoke off the window as well, it does not even matter. He's still going to go in for those taps. Smoke will dissipate a little bit and he is just a pixel off the place, which he was able to do. So maybe putting a Molotov out there and then backing it up with the smoke should be the way to go to try and establish some mid control.
Why not? It's called Crazy Gamer for a reason. Pushes up, aim in, all alone. That's the first kill, but it's the Deck 9 in the hands of Park Boys that are causing some probability, some risk. Oh my god, they get 3 kills. Freiburg, that AK recovered, goes big. It's shut down. Dynamite also picked off. Cloud and Finn still remaining. Pressure on Skofik, he's on site. C4 not planted. C4 has been dropped. And Clouder. What a nice recovery from God's Reign in this round. 4-0 start.
Hey, I would still say, Park Boys, that is a very solid round for them.
Yeah, they got a few weapons. But God's Reign, they already had a nice little advantage. And look at what happens. The double ops are out.
Hey, yo, wait a second. How rich is Clouder?
Very rich.
$9,250. That is after
Who
all the
needs a
weapons
drop?
and everything. Who needs a... He can fund the whole team.
I mean,
Not entirely.
not
No.
but
Come on. Oh my god, alright.
it's crazy game. It's great. Pushes underpass, finds the first kill. It's taken out. Why not? God's Reign, they're looking very confident today.
You know what? Let's just push every part of the map that we
Yeah.
can find.
Why not? They're not gonna expect this.
Why would they?
Look at this. Park Boys, they have apps control. And there's one CT holding apps very passively. You see that man all the way in market. No one's posted up short. So this B-side retake is going to be held back, but fired up with that first kill. And onto the danger man. Freiburg changes everything. Initially, they would have ideally let the teams fall in and then go for that post plant as soon as the Ts were planting that C4, but fired up with Freiburg out of the picture, realized it's a 1v4. What is he gonna do? Even if he picks me off, my teammates are here already. Very comfortable that for that final kill as well. 5-0 start. God's Reign definitely in the driving seat of this game.
Seems like the start that Marcos Gaming also had in their own matchup previously, but
Yeah, then they dropped 4 rounds.
you know, you may never know. It's a buy round for Park Boys. They could pull off the same shenanigans.
On Mirage, it's gonna be tough though.
Yeah, that is true. Not unless they, you know, go for these kinds of lineups. Yeah.
Crossing smoke, sorry. That's the problem. That's the problem with these two madmen on the off. Fired up and Guardian both posted up for mid. And it's going to be Finn who finds the first kill. Oh, look at this. Quick push from B Apps. They have, or almost have the B side in back. Fired up. One more kill secured. C4 plant. I think that is, if that can be denied.
Oh, look at towards Arches now. Guardian has taken the position and a good molly to flush the player back towards benches now.
Well, Angel last player left. Not a lot of hope for this round from Angel as well. Last man left alive, a 1v3 who have fired up, an inform fired up moving towards you, and of course, crazy gamer as well. But overall, I would say a good attempt from Park Boys this time around. They were able to pull a lot of pressure towards mid. The execute on that B side could have worked out a little bit better had they not lost bodies in the initial stages of them getting on site. But yeah, at this point, you need to just bring at least one round back and just move round by round. It's still not over. Halfway through the first half, God's Rain having won every single round so far.
And they've been switching things up time after time. I mentioned how Finn was playing towards ladder, but he's basically been leaving that space for a couple of times now. And honestly, the space either being filled up by Guardian, but oh my god.
Flash, and yes, the Gale sets himself up for success. And Fired Up shows up right in the nick of time. The tandem duo firing on all cylinders, and the rest of the team chimes in as well. Cloud are finding 2 kills for his team. 7, and oh, what is going on here?
It just seems that they're firing on all cylinders at this point, and
yeah,
I mean, I was hoping for Synergy to get better, but this better?
They were having fun yesterday. They're having fun today.
This setup just looks impeccable. Everything that Park Boys are trying to do, it's getting countered. And the fact that they're always going for pacey hits, they're not slowing the pace down. That's a big problem.
Again, playing around with the clock is definitely going to be important, but what do you do when you face aggression like this? Guardian with the first kill, hoping to get the second. No scope fails, but he has Clouda waiting in balcony, and Clouda goes big with 3 in the back. Fired Up now, shows up with a deagle. Freiburg, the last man left. Orb has been recovered, but has Hope been recovered yet? I don't think so. He's surrounded. Look at that push coming from TV room. There's 2 players already on site.
C4 nowhere to be found. First shot taken, but again the shot not taken.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh, shoots him in mid-air. Swatting out flies. 50 seconds. Still time. If he falls back, picks off the man in TV room, even that can get the job done, but as he falls back, will he have the read? No, he doesn't. He doesn't expect Finn to be there, and Finn, with an incredible punish, takes the orb back, and they get both the orbs back.
The patience by God's Rain. The patience.
Look at how happy Guardian is today.
Oh, he is. Freiburg, but on the other side, could definitely have some instructions to give, because that's something that Park Boys need to deal with right now. They cannot carry this on forward.
Yeah.
They need to change the momentum, and again
Makes
at this, they've still got one more map after this.
Yeah, and that map might be the only one they have, because this is an elimination match. And it starts off this round with Fired Up. Picking off Freiburg. There's the second.
Yeah, they're just gonna get a few extra frags now.
Just checking game in.
Every
flashes.
angle, oh my god.
Dynamite, last man left. 1v5. And there's the third on the board for Fired Up.
Okay,
Does he only have 9 kills? He got 3 this round. Does he only do 3 kills and stop?
Does seem to be the case because his teammates are doing the job for him.
Yeah, either I'll get a 3K or nothing.
Yeah.
And then there's crazy gamer who's like, W.
W key gaming. He either gets one or he gets nothing.
No, so, to be honest, his success rate has been pretty good. He's always gotten one open frag. Majority of the times he has pushed up.
Oh, okay. Good opener this time from Park Boys.
As well, not failing to relay the fact that Nest was smoked off, but how does it matter? Finn gets the C4 drop in that room. He's going to get the 3rd kill as well on this round, and the 4th one My goodness, what is going on? Freiburg, the legend from Park Boys, last survivor again.
C4 nowhere to be found.
Yeah. Can't even get to the C4. It's guarded so heavily. You have a man watching ladder room. You have a man posted in CT. Freiburg, he's going to go rotate wide. He has a lot of time to play with, but still a 1v4 to win. And as soon as he peeks CT, he's going to be spotted out. There it is. Old friend Guardian waiting for him on the other side.
He was ready for him. You know, these legends know where the other person might be.
So I think for the legends right now, it's difficult to read the other players. Like, it's going to be difficult for Freiburg to read Crazy Gamer. It's going to be difficult for him to read what Finn, Fired Up are going to be up to. But you can definitely tell what Guardian is going to do. These men have gone up against for ages and ages, and they know each other very well.
You know what? I'm just going to go and jinx it. I think so it might be a 13-0.
Don't.
I just did.
Let's see.
Okay.
Who's stronger, you or God's Reign?
But there we go.
Wow! Spray down from Finn. Finds one in the smoke. And a few more on site! They run into the crossfire with no utility lob. And God's Reign, they were very comfortable in going down the side of Park Boys. 11-0, and we are at the end of the first half.
I was about to say Garden is the richest man. But you know, he just brought those extra rifles and they're just throwing out all the guns out in the open. I mean, it's the last round. They can
Why not?
definitely do it.
You want an extra weapon? Come to CT spawn. We'll give you an extra weapon.
Yeah, you don't have the buy? Don't worry. Here's the spawn. You come here, you take the weapons, and then we'll fight.
Early utility name in to slow down the aggression, and Park Boys have been stopped in their tracks. Want to take control at mid again. Yeah, the up and the back off. Yes. Smoke off completely. Cloud up from short, so finds the opening. Finn inside connector, backs off. Quite an intense moment for Finn. Skofik on the other side, he's been patient. And with Bloody drawing all the attention towards him, it can work out in the favor of Park Boys. Get this round in the bag. It can be a start of the comeback in the second half when they will be playing on the CD side. It's going to be a bit of stretch, but let's see if they can pull this off. Finn with an insane shot. Picks off Bloody in Palace. Coffin with a trade. Now it's up to Guardian. Hopes to connect. Fails though. 2v3. Both the offers remaining. And both of them falling in A side from CT.
Oh, smoke dissipated. Still want to try and find at least one opening, but look at the players, how far back they are playing.
It's an 11-0 and they still are just being absolutely insane. What just happened? Fired up. He's been shut down, but Guardian is still left alive. And as long as he is there, hope is still there for God's Reign, but it all fades away. A nice shot connected from Dynamite. And before the first half comes to an end, Park Boys, they open up the scoreboard. 11-1 at the end of the first half.
Guess who's stronger?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you. I hate you though now.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Park Boys are gonna love you though.
What was that shot? Jumping over the ticket booth and then finding that one pixel of the place? That is just nasty. But yes, at this point, I mean, if you're Park Boys, what's going to your head? The most crucial pistol
Win
round
pistol,
you've played ever?
I think at this point, if you are down 11-1, all you think about is the round that you're playing itself. You just take it one round at a time. Because you know, I mean, thinking about winning the whole game is going to be a little bit too much from here on out. But if you manage to bring it back and check, maybe you still have hope. The back was good. They find one pick off of it, but it's going to be this time Park Boys answering God's Reign in kind. The cleanup on this apps is going to be quite good. And Bloody, definitely a big play from him. 3 kills, Angel with 2.
So, here's the thing, you know. Every time when we were watching the Pakistani side on the map of Mirage, in every pistol round, we just saw teams jumping towards the B from apps.
Yeah.
So when God's Reign tried the same strategy on them, they're like, no, that's the card of our books. We know how to counter it. So you're welcome in the crossfire. That's what happened.
Let's see. I think for the side of God's Reign, especially on the T side, what I've noticed is they wait for those buy rounds to come in because
True.
the lurks from Crazy Game are quite nasty, and that can open up a lot of map space for them. Big playmaking potential of the fakes that they can pull off, but all of that comes out of the buy round. The nade is going to be dropped in the wrong direction. Doesn't seem to matter. Though. No weapons in the hands of God's Reign. They still do find a few kills, but I think 1 or 2 at max in this round. It's a 2v4. Fired up in Clouder. Last 2 survivors, a Deagle and a Mac 10.
How much can they do with just these 2 weapons? Fired up, it's a few nasty flakes, maybe.
Even Clouder can actually pick off at least 1 play if they get 2 kills. Oh, Dynamite, that was the first shot at the tank.
Did not get flash, but the wraparound should be there.
Yeah, it's over.
That was a good Prince maneuver coming in, and I love how Dynamite did not overheat at that moment. Played it slow, smart. Waited for the player from stairs to quickly go and finish the players off. Again, a nice round from Pog Boys, but comeback does seem to be impossible. I would still...
I wouldn't call it impossible. I think, because anything can happen. It's not over until it's over.
That is true. That's some good optimism that even Park Boys would require. And I would still say if they're able to get at least a couple of more rounds, maybe 3 more, then they could potentially see a possibility, a glimmer of hope.
A single mistake from the side of God's Reign can't go unpunished. Stuff like this needs to be taken care of. But Guardian with that first kill, hoping to go big. Clouder finds the second. And even though they walked in with just pistols, they're still getting those frags on the board. Finally, the numbers advantage swings in the favor of Park Boys as they wanted. They still have Guardian and Crazy Gamer to deal with. Oh, not connect. Dish it out some damage. That's a wrap up from Angel. The cleanup. No! What?
Wait.
No, Angel, don't do that.
The jitters.
He knows there's one up close and one in nest. Oh! Brings it to a 1v1. A shot in the air. And Guardian connects. He's a monster with the Deagle in this round. 3 frags already.
Nah.
If he gets the 4th, it's going to be an insane clutch. He has the C4. And a lot of time to get the plant.
Oh, wait. The read is good.
But
The read
Guardian,
is good.
He's also expecting someone to be underpass. Look at that. He looks there, right in the nick of time. He can get the kill. No, he gets caught off guard, lobbing utility for apps. And gets killed. Look at the smile. Look at the smile of this man. Even Freiburg is laughing.
Oh my god.
What was that?
But I mean, the whiff from Angel, that's Angelia. That's not the way to whiff those shots at that moment. Just one lucky shot from the Deagle, it would have done
man,
the job.
We said these legends, they know each other pretty well. They are going to struggle in reading the plays from the other players, but if it's a 1v1, they know what the other person is thinking. And Freiburg, Red Guardian, like a book in that 1v1. But let's see, Bai is out from the side of God's Reign, an important one at that too. But Freiburg opened things up quite nicely. Clouder picked off in A-main.
And I love the way how they're taking that space away as well.
Yeah.
Because that will give the idea to other players on the other part of the map to be vigilant, to be ready. Crazy Gamer, in the meantime, you were mentioning about his lurks, looking towards connecting.
Yeah, but they don't really have mid-control. It's just a false sense of mid-control right now for God's Reign. No information collected from the shot. But with Dynamite out of the pitch and Crazy Gamers lurk, getting him Freiburg, things are definitely looking good for God's Reign. All they need to do is find their skill on bench. B and Finn, he hasn't... finally he sees him. A few shots connect, and there's the kill that they wanted. B side in their hands. Guardian aggressive towards market. Bloody answers back. 2v2.
That was actually... very bold play out
The
there.
op is still in play. Oh no, this can be disastrous. Fired up. Finds Bloody and gets the second with the SG. Wow. Angel, he had the op. Knew where the player was, but I think he just didn't expect him to peak like that. Gets caught off guard. And there's the match point for God's Reign. So much pressure on Park Boys now. Especially considering this.
I mean,
Yeah, this was their map, wasn't it?
yeah, exactly. Freiburg was not even expecting that lurk up front.
Yeah.
He had absolutely no clue about that big hole in the defense that Crazy Gamer was able to use in his favor. All right. Calm down, boy.
And as we were talking about during the Veto itself, I mean, so much pressure on Park Boys to win this map in particular. This was their map pick. This one is going to be ancient. It's going to be tough, but bloody nice deagle shot. Picks off Guardian. 2v4.
Finn.
It's the match point for God's Reign. Park Boys on an eco, numbers advantage. This could not have been scripted any better. And a shot from bloody, what was that? Had the angle, Finn, and bloody, I think there was a little bit of pause. They were saying hello to each other, greeting each other.
Hey, hi, you. You know I'm standing
Yeah,
here.
hey man, what's up? How's it doing? Going, not so good. Well, yeah, take this kill, take this round. Maybe it's gonna make you feel a little bit better, but still 12 to 5, 7 rounds separate these two teams.
Not a single room of error. Not a single. Just one mistake and it all will fall crumbling down. They're all just making a tower of cards. Just a gust of wind will fall. So you need some protective covering out of it. And that is going to be their macro game. How well they're able to read the side of God's Reign. We have seen multiple times that God's Reign, they do struggle on the T side. And we are seeing some of those struggles, right? Their CT, phenomenal. But their T, not as good. And they wait for Crazy Gamer on that lurk to make those plays. That should be a good pick.
That definitely is going to be an important one. But it is going to be enough. Just Guardian out from the side of God's Reign. Crazy Gamer with one more. I think we can call it.
Oh, maybe not.
It's 2v3. Scoffic and Bloody. He finds one more. He can change everything, but no, he goes down. And it's the man, the only man to hit double digits from the side of Park Boys who's left alive. Not anymore. Bloody gets shut down. And God's Reign, well, they made it look easy. A one-sided affair on Mirage.
Then, you know, they were thinking like, how was Marcos Gaming struggling? And it just clearly seems to me a huge macro scale difference at this point. Park Boys, after losing the first few rounds, they just lost the entire confidence.
Yeah.
And I'll be brutally honest, and I might sound a little bit harsh, but yeah, exactly. Freiburg is also giving the instructions out to his team, and that is needed specifically for the second map itself.
Yeah, but
Park Boys were just not playing the game that they used to play.
But I still see a few smiles on their faces. I mean, Dynamite and Freiburg definitely, I believe these two have definitely bonded quite a lot. But words are being exchanged. I think they want to figure out, all right, this is what went wrong, especially considering it was our map. We want to secure the win. Did not work out. Hopefully on the next one, we fix these mistakes, we walk away with the win and bring ourselves back into the series, take it all the way to Anubis.
Definitely possible. And if it goes to Anubis, I still feel it could potentially be that 50-50
What
because...
is he checking now, fired up? I mean, he played pretty well. That was
You
a
know
good
what?
game, man.
Yeah, maybe just firing a few extra shots to keep his hand warmed up, continuously feel what he's been feeling in
Yeah.
there. It happens to the best of us, right?
Yeah. You
Yeah.
have Guardian in your team, and he is also offing. You know, you have to match the expectations.
Exactly. I mean, it happens to me as well whenever I'm playing CS2, right? If I'm actually hitting those shots, I do not move my arm, no matter
Yeah.
what I have to do. It's just gonna stay like that.
Yeah, if I'm having a good day, this hand stays there.
Yeah, it's gonna stay here.
But what a brilliant day for God's Reign. I mean, they started off quite nicely in the first half itself. 11-1, that half swap. Definitely not expected. A lot of that on the backs of just individual brilliance. Individually making plays. Crazy Gamer, the early aggression. I think Park Boys, they were caught off guard by the fact that they'd expected once. They thought, all right, he's going to do it twice, he's going to do it 3 times, now he's going to stop. No, just pushes a different side entirely. Either it was A main aggression from Crazy Gamer, he's pushing underpass, then in mid you have to deal with Clouda, and you can't really even bother Clouda because he has Guardian and Fired Up watching his back. 2 ops set up, 1 in connector, 1 in nest a few times. If the ops are split up, then it's a whole different scenario for you. Where do you go? Fired Up, he's in a phenomenal form these days. If he's posted on that B side, exiting abs becomes a challenge. And of course, a lot of miscommunication was also clearly visible in the first half itself from the side of Power Boys. The duels not really set up for the players to get those trades in from time to time. Even on the retakes, I think the utility was a little bit mistimed. So maybe just fine-tuning those details, it takes a while, but I think if they can fix those mistakes, you never know. On Ancient, if they walk away with the win, it's going to be interesting.
That's a big if, honestly, because this is the kind of jitter they need to brush off, and it's going to be very difficult because the pressure is at all-time high. Just one more map you lose and you will be out of the playoffs. And we're also seeing, I love the fact how Finn is the one who's actually got the most frags, but again, it's going to be Guardian on top with the maximum ADR. On the other side, though, Bloody still was performing. He was going out with those frags. Freiburg, yes, he was also trying to find his own, but on the lower end of the spectrum, Skofik, Angelio, not the kind of performance that they have been showing. So you know, it feels bad for them that you know that they can do a lot better. They have been showing a lot better.
Yeah, the Brothers of Destruction not really putting any destruction on this board today. And I think, again, these are brilliant players. We've seen them in the past, a lot of potential talent in them. Hopefully we can see them make a comeback in Map 2. But we have a comparison between Finn and Bloody, to the best players from either sides. And as you mentioned, Bloody definitely did put in a lot of work, but there was no follow-up of any form from the rest of the team. Finn on the other side, he was completely free. He knew the player on B short, Finn, I mean, he knew if he fell, he had his entire army to back him up, and everyone was feeling extremely comfortable today from the side of God's Reign. So not a lot of hope lost, but this was just map 1. We still have a potential of 2 more maps to go, ladies and gentlemen. But before we move on to the next one, we're going to take a very short break. So you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
man, we're seeing a lot of astonishing affairs, and once again, we see the same stuff happen. Because the problem is, we're seeing too many one-sided games at this point. Even this was quite a one-sided game where God's Reign just completely upset their opponents. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after that short break. I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro, and John alongside with me on the panel is, of course, going to be Shai Shanu. And yeah, we saw that little bit of a 1v1 between Freiburg and Guardian. Yeah, of course, Guardian almost pulled off that clutch with the Deagle, and if that would have happened, it would have definitely been the clip of the day.
That is true. A highlight play indeed, of course, and not just for the day, maybe for the entirety of the playoffs that would have been in the highlights of the playoffs. But alas, that's not what happened. Freiburg read Guardian like a book and was able to find a good opening onto him. But now here's the thing. Park boys, they need to brush off whatever happened in the previous one, because this is a do-or-die map for them. Not even the match, a do-or-die map. And only after that would they be able to push it to Anubis. Now, if that's going to happen or not, that's a question.
And once again, remind every single viewer that is currently watching at their homes, we're currently inside of the loser's bracket, or the lower bracket. Call it whatever you guys want to call it. We're inside of the lower brackets, and if a team is not able to perform up to the mark, they will be pretty much eliminated from the Super 6 and from the entire tournament. So they're fighting for their lifelines. There's no second chance anymore. This is all you've got. So Pack Boys, as you mentioned, they need to try and book it everything they've got in the upcoming map, because with the way how Guardian's playing, with the way how Fired Up's been able to perform as well, it's really getting tough to face off against these ops.
That is true. I mean, I'll be brutally honest. There were quite a lot of situations when we saw that flashes needed to be used, but either they were delayed or they were just not on time, and sometimes they were not even used. And try peeking into the orb, that too when Fired Up and Guardian, both of them are ready with it, they're feeling it. That's something that you just cannot do. We were even seeing Fired Up going in for the post-match warm-up as well.
I mean, 11-1 half. That explains it all. And that too, the one single round they were able to squeeze away, they were able to barely squeeze that round away. So once again, the struggles are too much. God's Reign, they're seeming like a really polished team. It's a complete different God's Reign than what we saw yesterday, but this is what we wanted to see. Teams getting a little bit more better along with these legends, because these legends definitely do have a lot of experience. They pack a lot of punch, and if they're able to transfer all their powers and their energies over towards the other players, it's just going to help the entire region to get better.
That is indeed true, because just as you mentioned, a lot of experience and also a lot of adjustments. These are the legends who have played with various players out there, so they know how to adapt to the new teams as well. Just takes them one day to do that, and Guardian is clearly showing the results for that. And it's not just on Guardian, it's also on the entirety of God's Reign that they were able to adjust according to his playstyle, and now are able to set him up for some amazing picks.
Yeah, I mean, we had the same conversation with Shox as well, and Shox clearly mentioned it. It's all about the comfort zone. Once you start feeling comfortable inside the battle arena, that's all that really matters. And once you do feel comfortable, you will pretty much be mowing down the lawns, just like how God's Reign did in the previous matchup against Pack Boys. Now, the upcoming map, as well as I mentioned, it's going to be like a new ray of hope and yada, 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 but still, you can never really get off your head from what just happened in the first game. It's the map of Mirage. It's one of the most classic maps that's out there, and if you're getting stomped on the map of Mirage in that way, it really makes you question, how did that even happen? All the research, the map that you've been playing from the start just does not work out. It's a big question. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break. We're facing some technical issues. We'll be right back then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that tech pause. Yeah, a little bit of an issue going on behind the scenes, but now we've finally got that sorted. And we know the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Ancient, so things are definitely going to be spiced up. And we've also heard that there's going to be a little bit of a replacement in the playing five for Pack Boys, considering we're seeing those struggles. So Sharpshooter is now going to be replacing Skophic.
Yes, that is indeed true. So we'll have to see how this change is now going to affect on that approach on the map of Ancient, because of course Mirage not ending the way they wanted it to, and that was a pretty dominating win for God's Reign. We've been telling that time and time again, and for the new viewers out there, it's the lower bracket matchup. God's Reign up against Park Boys, and God's Reign already have an advantage. They're up 1-0 on the map of Mirage, and now we will be moving on to Ancient, just as Necro mentioned. So me and Johnny, we were having the discussion as well previously, right, about the map of Ancient and how solid True Rippers had been on that. But for the side of Godlike, yes, they did show some good potential, but we'll have to wait and see if they will be able to continue it forward or not, as we'll be jumping on the map. God's Reign on the T side, Park Boys on the CT side.
And God's Reign off the bat, we're seeing some scattered approach. One player moving in towards the B is going to try and move on outside from that double doors. Finn looking forward to explore mid. Interesting approach these players are taking, but off the bat it's going to be PB to kick things off in a great note. USB able to find the first goal. There's a man up close and personal, but Angelo, he's the one to come out on top. Two of the players already taken down, and pistol rounds, PB, they seem a little bit more stronger from the CT side. The same thing happened even in the previous map, considering we saw them do quite good on the second half, which is of course their CT half. And they won the pistol round in quite a great fashion. And slowly and steadily, these players are getting snuffed out, and they're just dropping dead on the ground.
With that, just down to Crazy Gamer. And yes, that was a slow approach coming in. Wouldn't be as slow as you would expect in a slow-paced round. But at the end of the day, a solid pick coming in from Park Boys. This should be now back in the bag, unless Crazy Gamer does something really crazy. We've been talking about that one, and that's about it. Lock in the hand, was able to find one on the back of it with a headshot. But again, a good approach and a good start from the side of Park Boys. They were able to pull together this pistol, and pistol is where everything starts. And in this one, it clearly shows they were more refined. Even the shot should give the confidence back to Angelio.
Yeah. I mean, Angelo able to start things off on a great note. So in general, that's a solid start. PB, this is exactly what they needed. And this is also going to be a little bit of an uplifter when it comes to the mental. And that's why we see the players being a little bit more aggressive. MP9's in the hand. Angelo once again looking forward to take that aggressive stance, that advanced stance. This time he will be shut down instantly. A quick take towards the A site will be there, and the site's going to fall in their hands. Sharpshooter towards the donut side. Yeah, he is standing his ground quite nicely, but he still gets spotted through the smoke. Shut down instantly. Great fight from that player. It's all down to Freiburg, but he still comes out on top in that duel.
Just down to last Freiburg and Dynamite. And on the other side, fired up at 17 HP. 9 in hand. Should not be able to get anything more out of it. And a good upgrade for Freiburg as well.
Yeah.
C4 nowhere to be found. He can either take the long approach or he can try donut once again. And yeah, he's going in for that long approach.
In my opinion, it's still a really good round from God's Reign.
True.
You can technically just say that it's down to Freiburg because Dynamite's way too low. As long as these two players, they're playing together, it's all good in the hood. But if they do separate, it's going to be really bad. And fired up. I mean, he's moving in towards the exact trap where PB are set up. And he's probably going to find himself in the crosshair. Yeah, for Freiburg, he's going to collect that kill. And too easily, it's going to be PB with the second round on the board. Freiburg, maybe for him, the chances of coming back inside of the series will be enlightened.
Highly possible because, again, we were seeing a few smiles off left and right on the faces of Dynamite and Freiburg after the previous game, clearly showing a good mental. But yes, since this was kind of a force buy in the previous one by God's Reign, yes, they were able to pull this previous round pretty close. Wouldn't exactly call it a good one. They were not able to get the C4 down, so not a lot of creds being received back. And looking at their buy yet again, it does seem to be another force. They've got Tech 9s on the board and Mac 10s.
Indeed. 2-0 to start things off. Still, nothing can be said just yet, though. Keep that thing in mind. Considering this might be the Decider round. But even somewhere down line, you do not see God's Reign with a complete buyout. So this will be an interesting one. I mean, God's Reign, yeah, definitely the intentions are to win this, but it's going to be tough.
It's still a scrappy buy. Yes, a few $100 in the arsenal, but a very fast approach coming in from Finn.
Yeah, trying to explore Sunroom, move inside of the site. Already found a lot of entrance points, but the man towards Sunroom, he clears both of them down. They stand no ground in entering inside of the site like that, but the players who moved up from the ramp, they do find the entry. It's a 3v3 where Clouda is quite low, and his teammates, they're quite healthy. And anything can happen at this point in time. They've managed to get their hands on the M4. Just one M4 retrievers, man up close and personal. He shuts him down with the Tech 9. A 2v2 upcoming. M1 retrieved in the hands of Crazy Gamer. And he can still pull it back in his hands. Dynamite and Freiburg versus Guardian and Crazy Gamer, from which Crazy Gamer gets snuffed out. Guardian's Deagle, it's been hunting down these players quite nicely, but unfortunately this time Guardian whiffs all the shots and he gets taken down in the end as well.
That was a good smoke coming in from Dynamite, making sure that he's sticking to that defusal as well. And not the perfect weapon for that spray down. So at the end of the day, Guardian did attempt to try and get the round back, down to that last 1v1, but hey, pros don't fake. That was a full stick to the bomb defusal. But I really loved the approach in the previous one, as God's Reign were able to move through the ramp and as well as taking aggressive control of the sunroof. But a good retake from Park Boys as well. Now some aggression towards the mid, just like Park Boys showed in round 2.
Oh man, this is not good. Oh, quite a scrappy fight towards mid. At least trades did come through from both the sides. 4v4. Considering Finn was taken down, Clouda is still up. Freiburg looking at ramps. At the same time, need to take care of the sunroom as well.
Oh.
And towards boost, there's another boost. Interesting. That's technically a triple boost coming in. A first boost on top of the box, and then the second boost on top of the box, if that makes sense.
It kind of does. Investing a lot of people on that boost too. But yes, that creates a very nice off angle. And look at Freiburg also playing in towards Ninja. He knows that Guardian is able to pull off these shenanigans. But a good molly to flush the players out. What a shot by Angelio.
Rough luck. Freiburg still pressing towards the site, and this time he gets taken down. Stands no chance against Crazy Gamer. It's a 3v3, bloody, yeah, a little bit bruised up, but it's not that big of an issue. Dynamite looking quite good. And one thing for sure, the players will definitely try to go for this retake. Good shot to the skull. Crazy Gamer and his teammates, they work in tandem. Ooh. One more man to go on the back lines, but he's got no clue that Crazy Gamer's got the timing and he's squeezed up from the back. The Guardian's gonna seal the deal anyways.
Clouda actually hit a nasty shot while also being blinded. That was actually a pretty solid one.
Now Guardian, he's also got his hands on the op. And that's not a good news. You know what this means? It only means destruction. But he actually passes on over to Fired Up. Interesting. Guardian letting the young man op. Now this is definitely a question that I'm going to ask in the interview. Why did you do so?
I feel you would already get the answer. I might know the answer. That is a very good volley to flush out so many players. 1-for-1 trade.
Hold on. Deagles, they're starting to click in. Clouda too from mid. Able to reply back. One man pushing from Dig itself, but he gets shut down.
Oh, look at the C4.
Yeah.
Spotted. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's spotted, but not for long. Considering Fired Up, he's just shuts down the man's lifeline. And yeah, even the last man had no clue that Clouda is just in the caves waiting for him to pass by.
A decent amount of damage being done. The reinvestment on a few of those rifles as well as Kevlars. But I love the approach from God's Reign, and also I'm kind of liking it from the side of Park Boys too, because they are changing their thinking process and their approach in every other round. We've seen Park Boys going in for their mid-aggression. We've also seen them playing it a little bit slow, maybe taking the ramp control. And from the side of God's Reign as well, we've seen the same kind of approach. Sometimes they are trying to crunch towards Cat from mid, and sometimes they're going in directly from the ramp. And this time as well, they have left ramp entirely open. They're showing some presence in the sunroom and the cave, but there's absolutely no one to play there, so it's all a fake.
Oh, look at towards Donut. Finn's already found a crucial entry, and towards mid, it's a complete street fight. It's a brawl. And already, all the players of PP, they have came crashing down. This is the exact type of entry the players of Godsream needed, and now the momentum is back in their court, and we do not want to see another stomp in the map of Ancient.
What an idea. What an idea from God's Reign. Even though they tried to sell a fake towards the cave, they had an idea there would still be players, and they smoked off the red room and then make their way towards the donut. Mowed down the players in donut, and I mean, of course, it was an eco round, so they had an idea that there would still be players in towards the red room and fired a few shots in the smoke. Also getting a frag or two out of there, so helping them out really well. Park Boys now again showing that mid-aggression. Going for that push.
Oh no. What a good shot that was. Oh, another one just right there. Finn shutting him down. A 3v3.
Oh my
no.
God.
So many trades just happening here. But out of nowhere, PP, they swing back to life. Off of the hands of Fired Up. I mean, he's got a lot to live up to. That's the op that Guardian has passed on over to Fired Up, so he's got a lot to prove.
Ooh,
Oh,
what a timing.
yeah. Now the Sieges are starting to get desperate. They're pushing out through the smokes to shut down Fired Up in his tracks. He finds the 2K towards the site. The clutch might just be coming through. Freiburg towards Donut. He's not going to push up just yet. He's taking his own sweet time. Freiburg knows the man's heated up. He can feel himself. It's better to let him cool down for now. Oh! Happens and Fired Up. He comes out on top. I did not anticipate Freiburg just going for the peak like that, but he actually did so.
He only had a smoke in his hand and he did not want to use it because that would have given enough room to Fired Up to reposition. But what a shot. Just one bullet to the skull would have done the trick for Freiburg, but it's just Fired Up, getting so fired up at this point, and this might be the reason why Guardian gave up on that off. But I still like the play, right? Because God's Reign showing the attention towards me, but able to slow rotate towards the A, take control.
Made. Might be a good one. But the kills collected anyways. Guardian's playing quite aggressive. He's the man leading the pack towards mid. Yeah, the defense able to find a skull. AK retrieved in the hands. But already the site control's gone, and that's something as a team you really want. Even the C4's going down. It's being planted soon. Finn softened up. From the back, it's going to be Dynamite to wrap things around. And somewhere down line, God's Reign, they've got no clue that Dynamite's closing in from the back lines. But even God's Reign, they've got their own strategies cooking up. They've pushed in all the way towards Donut. I don't exactly know what the game plan is over there. But yeah, the opener. One man short. God's Reign, this slow approach is really just suffocating them to death.
They're just trying to sell a fake by cutting the entire noise towards A and moving in Donut. They sold a fake that they might be rotating towards the B, and that's why we see two defenders going in directly there. So both the CTs, after hearing the C4 going down, will go in for their rotation. It's a very good idea.
I'm not sure how well this was thought out. Somewhere down line, yeah, the rotation was stalled up a little bit. But then you can see those two players. They haven't even moved to muscle. They're just waiting for the confirmation. And I'm pretty sure PB, they're comfortable on playing this entire retake.
Oh, maybe not now?
Not now, yeah. Especially if there's a man just clearing out angles like that. In the
Cloud out.
output. Yeah, Clouda is also pushed up close and personal. He's found too much space towards the CT spawn. The man's went inside of the side. He's going for the stick as well. And Clouda, he does not see this coming. And the stick could have came through, but no!
Why?
Man just find demons in his own head, second guessing his own decisions. But you cannot even blame him, right? Going for the defuse like that, sticking it, it's way too risky. But Clouda, a good read from his side.
He was almost just a second or two away. Maybe because Clouda gave a footstep or something. We did see the rifle being dropped down as well. That was... I would say it should have been around. That's a good shot. Gap in the smoke. That's all fired up knees. But on the other side as well, a good answer.
Four v 4. Freiburg now taking the off in his own hands. Interesting. A really interesting switch up. Oh, he misses that shot. And as soon as he misses, he gets executed. The site clear falls up in the hands of Godsreen. And Guardian has already managed to squeeze himself to... Guardian's playing aggressive, and the only reason he probably gave up on the op was because he wanted to be on the aggressive page with the A. The man's towards Central, finds the first, gets the second one as well. Clouda, he's like an unstoppable beast, just dominating and stomping through the opponents. And fired up with the op, he gets the closure. He hasn't missed a lot of shots. Fired up. He hasn't missed a single shot. I don't think so.
Nope. Just one or two, maybe that's about it. And I love the setup that they were trying to go in for. Clouda as well as fired up, wherein fired up threw a high up flash and Clouda was just hiding in the cave. And on the back of that flash, he went in for the pick. It was just Angelio's smart decision to move up forward. And he basically dodged the entirety of that flash. But again, a wrap up coming in from fired up. A good approach yet again. And you always love to see Guardian versus Freiburg, right?
Oh, I want to see these guys in a 1v1 once again, please. That too. Give them both a eagle in the hand. Oh, but what was this? A spray down towards ramp. A 3K collected. And then once again, as usual, classic Clouda towards site. Look at the amount of space this man's found. He's wrapping up all the way from the CT spawn, somewhere down line. Bloody can see him coming as well. But Bloody, the main intentions and motives are to clear out mid. And that's what he's done. Top mid, clear out. Two players moving in towards the B site. C4 is going to get planted soon. And the amount of space Cloud has found, that's the confirmation that no one's going to be moving in from the CT spawn itself.
By the process of elimination, all they just need to do is clear and watch the area of the cave. Because look at ramp. You already have Crazy Gamer watching that angle. So if Reddy decides to go from there, he'll be welcomed. And he's just going to save this AK.
Yeah, wise decision in my opinion. A really wise decision.
Good one indeed. And again, the approach from God's Rain this time working out really well. It was an eco round for Park Boys. But the lead is slowly and steadily slipping up for them. The way they started this half, it definitely looked promising. But after that, they haven't been able to find a good answer to the D side of God's Rain. They're just playing with their minds at this point.
Now, God's Rain, they've won 7 rounds back-to-back, if I'm not wrong. And that's a lot of rounds to win back-to-back. PB, they've lost momentum a while ago. Long time ago. How can they gain it back? By winning this round. Making the half 7-5, but relying on pistol round once again, that too, when you're on the T side, is not going to be good at all, because God's Rain, their CT side of pistol rounds have been looking quite crispy. A good opener this time, though. Angelo gets the first on the board. A 3v5 upcoming. Another one caught as well. Oh, not good. Freiburg, this man through the smoke is just able to line the players up. Dynamite now all by himself towards the A. Even Finn just backing away. Finn knows he's all by himself, so it's better to just play safe and go for the save. But can he really be safe? That's the question. There's too much time on the board, right? They can still go for the hunt.
He'll be hunted down, to be honest, because look at the players that are trying to wrap around him from two different directions. That last rifle should also be taken down. The timing, it could be impeccable, but I love the fact how both the teams, they're just being a little bit too patient. 44 more seconds for Finn to try and pull off the save, but he's got to go in for the re-clear.
Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, and Dynamite with the closure. PB, as I mentioned, they need to get this round. They got it in their hands. For God's Reign, if they do want to stop the players of PB one-sided once again in the map of Ancient, they need to win the upcoming round.
That is true. I love that pre-fire that came in from Freiburg though, because Guardian has been playing in on that boost for a while, and he was like, hey there, I see you this time. Not exactly, but metaphorically. Was able to get that good opener, but kudos to Angelio on those two op shots, specifically the first one where he was blinded as well. Now that's the kind of play you need. On the back of it, look at the amount of space that Bad Boys are taking.
Pretty much. Oh! Towards mid. They're going to be in a fight. Caves cleared out for them. God's Reign, things going according to plan. And fired up, squeezed in towards Sunroom. Now, the smoke is the only thing that's blocking Fired Up's vision. As soon as the smoke fades away, Fired Up's going to find a bottom of the land confirmation. But I think so he walked out of the smoke, gave his position away, but that also distracted the CT and gave the entry that Clouda needed. And now the man's starting to close in from the back. M4's going to strike him down. Sharpshooter, he's got some sharp aim. You cannot just challenge a duel light against him like that. Finn and Clouda, the last two remaining players. Clouda has been feeling himself so far in this matchup.
That was a good smoke, gave him some opportunity, and this time he wins his own duel as well towards the player on the backside.
One more to go. In the name of Angelo, and Angelo's got his hands on the up. He pushes up close and personal, and that's it. Angelo shut down as well. 8-4 half, and once again, the lifeline's going to depend for PB on this pistol round. If PB lose out on this pistol round, that means there will be double digits on the board for God's Reign easily without any efforts.
I would still say it's much better than an 11-1 situation, and they've got a fighting chance this time. Yes, it's difficult. I know that reaction, Necro.
Optimistic.
But still, I am the optimistic guy. You know that already. Maybe too overly optimistic, but I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I'm still going to believe in Freiburg and his boys. He might be able to pull this one off. Plus, who does not want to see Freiburg versus Guardian map 3?
Well, I mean, this pistol round, all the pressure on PB now. And just to let you know about the stats, right? In the previous map, they lost the T side pistol round. And they have been looking pretty strong on the CT side of pistol round. That's why they also won the pistol round at the start of this map. Over here, technically, if you speak about the past, God's Reign should have the advantage. But considering I think that Glocks are underrated, maybe PB can use the Glocks to their fullest potential and just run and gun them down.
Support your Glocks. Come on. They've got 3 Kevlars as well. Bloody Freiburg sharpshooter and a few shots being fired. A good mid control being established.
Ooh. Close. Close, close, close.
Ooh, wait a second. Look at that. Due to that mid control, now the rotation from God's Reign was called in directly towards A, which makes B the weak side, and that's where Park Boys are looking.
Yeah. B should be a free flow. But these two players, if they do find a lot of the headshots, it's a big problem.
Good.
Sunroom's going to be explored soon. Clouda is the man who's been feeling himself. Clouda even gets one, that can be huge. But no, instead he gets denied. The USP, they need to start clicking. But the problem is, the Glocks are doing too much damage. And now it's the CTs who need to explore the sights, and the Glocks are connecting the heads. In the pistol round, PB, they're looking much more stronger, and they keep on pressing the charges. Angelo, even he's looking quite confident. And he's already pushed up way too deep. Fired up in a 1v3. It is doable. Only Fired Up's able to connect the headshots. But Angelo, yeah, his confidence is too high.
I'm telling you, he's feeling it. Right from the first pistol itself, he was able to pull off some amazing shots. Even with the AWP, he was able to do the same.
Even on Inferno, on the CT half.
He was feeling it, yes. It was a slow approach, but eventually 5 and 8 looks much more doable now because they've got the better weaponry as well. But on the other side, it's going to be a full save indeed. Full house save. No utils, just a dealer for guard.
Oh, it's a push through mid. And what just happened? Oh no, that's not a great start. Legend down. Freiburg out of the contention towards Donut. Is Fired Up. And Fired Up at this point, he's just playing around with the players. He's going for the strafe peaks, taking a couple of shots, falling back once again. The Deagle's not able to find the connections to. Dynamite gonna look forward to explore the unexplored territory. And the man towards top mid, he misses his chance to get the kill. He could have kept a little bit of a trigger discipline and got the chance to collect the kill, but unfortunately, he whiffed out on that shot. Now Dynamite just looking forward to hunt the player down in the front line. He pulls out the clocks, and yep, it's going to be the battle of the pistol. But Dyna is the one to win it.
I was about to mention that he did not need to rush onto the player, but yeah, it's fine. He had the support of his teammates. He just went in to go in for that quick flush as well, making sure that he's got a few extra bucks in his wallet. On the other side though, since it was a save, but for Guardian he went in for a deagle, he'll have to settle down for just an MP9. Now given the situation, he might want to play up close and personal, so maybe towards the cave is where he'll look to find some players, or maybe towards the donut is where we might see. You know what? Let's just push all the way down mid, take all of that control.
Oh no. He tried his best to gun him down, but instead he was the one who got gunned down. Freiburg. But he's still quite softened up. Up to 14 HP, right? I mean, he passes on the AK to his teammate, gets his hand on the mag 10. Good team play that we're seeing.
On the other side though, Finn was able to get one on Sharpshooter.
And that's not good. Sharpshooter is actually the playmaker for PB.
Now since the round has slowed down, Park Boys can definitely try and re-establish the mid control because everyone from God's Reign have pushed backwards. So just a couple of more smokes and they'll have all that area for themselves, which are going to sow the seeds of doubt for God's Reign, just like how it happened in the pistol round, sending them off of the market. Oh, look at the re-clear.
Yeah, there's no stopping now. PB, they've tasted some blood towards the site. And they're just going to keep on pressing the W's. And even Dynamite, he finds another man all the way towards the backside. A beautiful shutdown as well. Not looking that great at all. Angelo, even he's closed on up towards that player. He's in the back lines. Moving around from the back, it's going to be a wrap. Freiburg just softens the player up. They need to follow it up as well. Hold on. Whoa. It is still doable. Fired up. He's looking quite fired up, but yeah, unfortunate.
It did become risky a little bit, I would say. Angelio's duel was the most important one because, just as you mentioned, Freiburg was softened up and he only had a Mac 10 in his hand. He was, I believe, wishing at that point that he had an AK, just one headshot to the skull that would have done the trick. But on the other side, Park Boys now slowly making a comeback, 7 and 8. I've been mentioning that them on the T side, yes, they were not able to perform that much, but I still feel once they slow the pace down, that's when God's Reign faced the trouble. So even their early aggression did not pave any fruits.
Pretty much. Man close left. Angelo, ooh, he checks it. But the crosser is much more prepared for Crazy Gamer. Even towards top mid, Sharpshooter's looking to explore that. It'll be tough. From the back, he was getting pushed through caves. He catches the man. He's emptying the entire mid all by himself. Freiburg got his teammates back. Good cover fire. It's a 3v4. It is still doable for God's Reign. Don't get me wrong. Considering they get their hands on the AK as well. Now, if Crazy Gamer's able to get this kill in the front, things can be way different. And he's still playing up close and personal, by the way. He's not backing away at all. Crazy Gamer can try and play a bit of an off angle. Good Molotov forces Crazy Gamer out of that comfort zone.
But a massive lurk coming in from Dynamite. Oh, he was checked!
Yep, massive lurk, but not that massive. Considering it was checked, there will be another AK in the hands, but these Deagles, they're finding too much value. Bloody catches him fade away, but it's really not going to matter. The amount of damage Godsreen have dealt on PB, it's crazy.
Oh, he's gonna hit all the commotion. Fired up, he's got all the advantage he needs. Need to wait for the perfect timing.
C4 down and fired up. Comes out on top. Godsreen, they maintain that lead with 2 rounds.
And you were mentioning that it was doable for God's Reign. Those Deagles definitely hurting a lot. And on the back of the AK that they picked up as well. Dealt a decent amount of damage. Though we did not see the AK being used that much. It was only the Deagles. That's what they needed on the other side. Yes, maintaining the lead is all they needed. And now they've got the money for AWP in the hands of Guardian. We know that has been a massive problem. So how they're going to deal with it is going to be the question. No double op this time. So fired up is still on the AK.
Guardian. For him, the only thing that will be in front of his eyes is to just win this entire game with a 2-0.
Oh, look
Let's
at the
be
push.
honest. Yeah, quite an aggressive push towards the cave side. He catches the first man back inside. And then it's the entire round of Godsreen. What a quick mode down towards mid. You cannot move there. It's on a lockdown. It's time to evacuate. That's what Godsreen say. And Dynamite sent back towards the B now. But even towards B, they have no clue that if it's cleared or not. Guardian pushed up, double doors, the scope heard. And Guardian himself being pushed back. Off is definitely not something you would want to mess around with. Yeah, he gets taken down, but the teammate's right there to back him up.
I love this change in movement from God's Reign because previously when they went in for that mid push, they went backwards, giving up on all of that space. This time, they pushed up so far front, even towards Cat, that they were able to catch, I believe it was Freiburg off guard. And once they got a hold of him, they were able to mow down the players who were also coming in on the left. And again, it was just a complete lockdown, as you previously mentioned. So this kind of aggression was something that Park Boys did not anticipate of the approach.
Yeah. Just being able to bring that variation, catch the opponents off guard, and now from the ramp it's going to be a push. But the Molotov and nade does the half of the damage, and then the man towards Pillar, he gets the closure. A 3K2 to back him up. Oh, the Molotov and nade, the combination was perfect. The players got softened up by Molotov, and then the nade to top it off. Chef's kiss.
Indeed, that was the case, but I love to see some slow approach from Park Boys yet again. Every time they're trying to go for some early fights, some early skirmishes, they are being taken down. Those slow approaches is where they're using the utilities, they're using the flashes, the Molotovs, and it's working. Molotovs are flushing the players out, but maybe I'm just wrong. I should shut up.
Crazy Gamer. And at this point,
All-time shots?
yeah, fired up. Beautiful nade, gonna clear it off. There's another layer of smoke to go. And once again, Godsreen starting things off on the advantage. It's a retake that Godsreen need to make happen, but unfortunately for them, they're also dropping down a man number as slowly and steadily PB, they rise up from the ashes. But hold on, as long as Guardian's alive, the hopes are still up. Backs off, he gets caught though.
I love how both of these legends just understand each other so much. Freiburg knew where Guardian was. He quickly went in for the flank, but Guardian had the idea that there would someone be coming in for that flank, and he was ready. Both of them were just so very ready. It all came down to that first headshot, and Freiburg was able to win it. But on the other side though, yes, that was a very fast approach coming in from Park Boys, and I still feel it was a risky maneuver. At the end of the day, it worked out well for them. In the previous one, they were mollied off, so there was already a lot of chip damage. This time around, both the teams had the idea for the fast approach. So We continuously saw God's Rain moving in through the cave. That was the opening. Park Boys needed to move up the ramp and take that control. But this time around, they're slowing things down.
They indeed are. Freiburg, especially him, considering he was the one to save the day for the round. And now, once again, PB, they start off in quite a great note. Dynamite, he goes huge, just exploding all over the site. A-side taken in the hands. Crazy Gamer as well, trying to fall back towards the B. Once again, regain control, make sure there's no one going to be on the flank. But there is actually a man looking for to flank up. It's Dynamite. Dynamite's already found a 3K. He himself has cleared out most of the CTs. Guardian, this is that first shot, but there's a man just trained on the site. And now for Crazy Gamer, there's a man coming in through the flank and also on the site.
What a great round from Park Boys. What a great round. Sold a fake towards the B, got the rotation there and slowly creeped up A. Getting the first pick as well and then moving forward. And Guardian, he had nowhere to go because he was mollied off and he had no retreat option. So he just had to go for that W key. Could not connect the first one. If he was able to, this round would have been different. But at the end of the day, Park Boys going in for that pincer maneuver. Just closing things off on a very solid note. 9 for Park Boys, 11 for God's Rain. Just 2 rounds away, but the lead has always been in the hands of God's Rain. And this is an eco round, so this should be a pretty easy one. I wouldn't exactly say that as fired up with the eagle in his hand. Could do some damage.
Dynamite. I guess that smoke was a little bit of a fake that Dynamite tried to pull off. Or maybe he actually smoked it off for his teammates. I'm not exactly sure. But he tossed a smoke towards deep B site or something like that. That's what he did. So I'm not exactly sure what that smoke was for.
Maybe just a fake. Some down's gonna come in though. Wait a second.
Oh my god, he ran out of bullets. Not good. Hold out, he still gets the kill. It's a 2v2. And unfortunately, even fired up, gets caught. And now it's all down to Guardian. 1v3 coming up. On the USP in the hands. He can get his hands on the guns if he wants to. And yes, that's what he exactly does.
Reload.
Gets his hands on the gun. As you mentioned, the reload's being heard as well. There's a man towards K2. Just waiting for Guardian to peek out. Guardian, will he go for the check towards the close? He almost gets the kill too. But Angelo a little too quick on that trigger.
That was one of the most crucial fights again. Angelo being put up in 10 and 11. And that was still a decent amount of damage being done on the economy of Park Boys. So God's Rain doing a solid job onto that one. We're seeing very fast approach coming in from both of these teams. I mean, given that we've played 21 rounds already, this does seem to be a very fast map. The reason for that is because they are going in for pacey approach. You could put them on any side. They still try to take the space, and again, B-ramp push.
Oh my god. Time to stop this. 2 players taken down with DN1. Unfortunately, the man's hands are too busy, so he could not really back his teammate up. The Guardian, he finally rises up on the site.
Freiburg.
Yeah, all down to him in a 1v3. Freiburg, the legend, can definitely make it happen. But for God's Rain, this is the exact round they needed to make it to the map points.
He can potentially go for a very long wraparound if he wants to. Those angles are not being checked. If he tries to move from ramp, he'll be welcome with a crossfire. Though the positions of the players, given where they are, he can isolate those duels.
Freiburg.
He's found the opening.
Yeah. Couple of out. Freiburg had all the intentions to actually go for the clutch as well. He was ready for the execute. He was laying down the base. The only thing that lacked was his presence on the site, and it is still lacking.
Oh my god. But here's the thing, he almost again pulled it off. Yes, that first duel, a crucial one, but as I mentioned, he was able to isolate those duels. All he needed to do was hit those shots. It was lucky for God's Reign they were able to get the first head, but on the other side, that fast B approach shut down completely. Park Boys now looking forward to show some presence towards the A main, and that's where they win the fight.
And these are the duels that you really need, the initial duels that you win inside of the round. That can be really a massive confidence uplifter, but the man steps in the corner, and God's Reign once again, they start striking the players left, right, and center, and even through the smoke. A kill's found by Angelo. But that can be something that can bring the lifeline back in the hands for PB. And look at this last-minute rotation that they've pulled off, playing off for the heads of the players of God's Reign. But the same thing is also being done by Fired Up. Even he's on his way towards B. And I think so Fired Up's going to have a chance to catch these players in the track. This can be a huge full stop. Fired Up just needs to be on the side before the players reach over there, and Fired Up has already done so. There's Op in the back. He spots Fired Up. He should not go for that peek, but if he does, he should hit the shot. But Angelo, he barely clutches it. Way too close for comfort that was. Pack Boys, they still keep themselves in the run.
That almost was messed up for the side of Park Boys early on when we saw 3 initial frags going in. But at the end of the day, yes, a good collect back coming in from their side, making sure that they were the ones who basically had the last laugh in that round. But this is going to be, again, one of the most important rounds for them. Making sure that they go to the OT. Fast air approach in the previous one, but this time mid-crunch.
Oh my god. Yeah, the Khalil's able to find the 2K. It's pretty much both broken buys on the board for GDR. At 2v4, the players are sort of softened up. If you speak of Bloody, he's quite low. And yeah, no, it's done. Possibilities of the clutch, they fade away with that shot.
Just a few warning shots being fired. Alright.
We're going to OT, baby.
Told you. Always love to be optimistic at the end of the day.
Yeah. But once again, for God's Reign, even if they do lose this map, they've got nothing to lose in general. Yeah, if they lose the upcoming map, the Decider, then definitely it can be a big issue. But over here, the more pressure is still surmounted on top of PB. For them, they're fighting for their lifeline in the draft.
I would agree with you on that point, but here's the thing. The momentum that they've brought in, specifically in the second half, is what's going to help them mentally.
Angelo is giving it all he's got, man. With that op, really trying his best. The amount of burn damage that Finn found, the players towards mid, and then Crazy Gamer as well towards mid, just going for the collect on the kills. I mean, good collection right there. Damage chipped out with the molly towards mid. It's Crazy Gamer just waiting for them to walk in his crosshairs. And 1 kill easily accumulated. But a trade happens too. That trade was quite quintessential towards Caves. There's Finn, and Finn, he wins that duel, as expected. And he also pushes up close and personal. Angelo, I don't think so he's got any clue that Finn's actually in the smoke. He's passed through. And yes, Angelo's got no clue. Finn's going to have such a massive flank, moving in all the way from the ramps itself. And Dynamite's pushed up as well. Finn is going to be the playmaker. If Finn messes up on that opportunity with the flank, it's done for.
But it just seems that the call is going in for a save. He's not making a move.
Interesting. Finn actually had the striking point and was fired up on it. Fired up. He switches on over towards the M1. Just gets one.
Ninja defuse.
No, what just...
Oh my god.
No. What just happened there? Finn definitely had a chance to help his teammate Fired Up right there. I think so. A little bit of a miscommunication. I'm not exactly sure.
That does seem to be the problem with the communications, because yes, he had the perfect opportunity. It was a very good possibility for them to go in for the entirety of that retake. Maybe just some confusions to try and save the AWP, but even that did not happen. Even that did not work out, because Fired Up was being pushed upon and he could not land in the shots through the smoke. There's only that he could do, but that definitely was confusing.
Oh, here we go once again.
Oh, jeez.
A full stop on the site.
Come on.
Finn's now feeling himself. A quick switch on the AK2. I like that. Just pick it up from the ground. You get the fresh magazine as well. But Angelo and his teammate Bloody, they once again just keep themselves back in the race. This OT is way too close to comfort. And now PB once again trying to pull off some shenanigans. Play with the mind games of the opponents.
That is just not how you go in for the B push.
Oh, you see they're waiting it out. Making the opponents think that there's probably going to be a rotation and stuff like that. The ops now boosted. It's interesting that you're seeing Angelo letting Bloody op. Even this is quite an interesting thing that's going on. A little bit of switch up that's going on in PB.
Good patience. All three. Staying put. They have an idea this might all be a fake. Oh, the timing. What? Wait a second.
Yeah, it's done. God's Green. Scoreline equalized. So that's good.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was Angelio damaged by Bloody's frag?
I'm not sure.
Kinda seemed to me that way. We'll watch it in the replay.
Yeah, he was.
Oh my god.
But I mean, it's still okay. He wasn't damaged too much. Maybe you can just say it was 10 HP sort of deducted. Wasn't damaged too much.
That is true. But again, so the B ramp push always needs you to drop so many of the utilities because you've got to flush the backside with the Molotovs. You've also got to use the frags to get a few picks if someone is playing there. You have to keep a watch on Ninja, and there's no one watching Ninja at all.
Hold on. Crazy Gamer holding up close. Personal angle. He gets checked. This time he was holding a bit of an off one. Still 2 or make it 3 picks in the favor of God's Green. Once again, hope starting to fade away, but the only man who can restore them back is Angelo and Freiburg. The legend himself, Freiburg still up. On the opposite side, even Guardian's up. So this is going to be an interesting battle. The op in the hands of Angelo has been a big pain in the foot for the players of God's Green. It needs to be strike down, but it's getting way too tough to strike him down. And Guardian somewhere down line, he might just find the advantage, but no, he doesn't. Freiburg's prepared for that peak. Big. That was huge.
Oh my god.
That was really big for God's Green. They shut down Angelo. A big threat's out of the game. Yeah, Freiburg's still there, but to deal with his AK is much more easier compared to deal with Angelo's op.
But here's the thing. Angelio had a bunch of utilities, and we are constantly seeing it get not used up as much as we thought it would. And I was hoping maybe you could just share some with Freiburg, and he's got no idea.
Told you. It's much more easier to deal with Freiburg's AK than Angelo's op, because I do understand Angelo sometimes can be on and off, but Angelo's been feeling himself in the map mentioned so far. He's the only one who's carrying his team on the back. God's Green, they win this CT half in the OT, but now it's time for the switch up. All they need is one more round to sort of get the confirmation done.
To get one more round, then yes, all the pressure would be on Park Boys.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, Pack Boys, for them, it's about the lifeline in this tournament. So even if God's Green just win one more round, Pack Boys, their hands are going to be jittery. They're going to be shaky because they can see themselves getting kicked out of this tournament.
Great push, high up from the side of Park Boys, trying to go in for a crunch.
Oh, almost caught him. Pushed up too. Oh, PB, they can pull it back once again. It's a 3v4. This is definitely doable. 3 AKs in the hands. Finn as well is a little bit bruised up and scratched up. It's fine. It's okay. Bloody. Oh, he gives his position away with that jump. I mean, somewhere down line, Godsreen already knew that there's someone inside of caves, but
He was playing in from that angle. He got a pick from there as well. So, yes, understandable, but still, it's some information, and you're going to gather all that you can. 2 into split. Mid entirely open. Yes, Donut is where we're still seeing Park Boys controlling. They can get some info.
oh, caught. Bloody gets demolished. 2v3 upcoming. Godsreen still with a solid chance to win.
There's the flash.
Yeah, Freiburg knows. He saw the flash coming in through ramps, so now he knows the players are scattered up a little bit. One through the ramps, one through the cave, and they come out on top in this duel. Now they make it a 2v2. Now listen, the players from the side of Godsreen, they're way too low. Dynamite's going to find the perfect timing, so both of them are pretty much going to die, but there's still one more man alive, Guardian.
Oh my god, the Battle of the Legends upcoming. Ah, maybe not. It's Dynamite to close things out, and Park Boys get the round they needed. Now, either of these teams need to win 2 continuous rounds. If it's a 1-1, we're going to go on the second overtime. And that's what you love to see already. But there's one thing, right? We're constantly seeing those fast pushes coming in from both of the sides. So I think so maybe if Godsreen slow things down and then go for the re-clears, that should help them. But the most early space that you give up, the more angles you need to check afterwards.
Crazy gamer. The amount of utility up that you saw towards mid, that was insane. And off the bat, Sharpshooter is out of the way. He's out of contention. We're starting things off with 4v5. And that's not good. Sharpshooter, as I mentioned, was supposed to be the playmaker. The same stuff keeps it going on. It's not good. And Clouda, even he's tasted blood inside of this round. Caves opened up, but not cleared up just yet. Sunroof needs to be cleared out in order for you to get the complete advantage inside of the fight towards speed. And the Sunroom is still present with a big foe in the name of Freiburg. Flash is out. The Flash is really not going to do anything against Freiburg. And Freiburg is holding quite an interesting angle as well. He comes out on top, but he's quite low. Off in the back from the side of Angelo. It's going to find 2 strikes, and that 2 quick ones. The B site, once again, will be evacuated by Godsreen. They don't stand a single chance to keep on moving in towards B. Even the lurk gets caught. Crazy gamer. Everything that he booked up on that lurk is now being shut down.
Okay. Okay. When that round started, I thought maybe this time the approach from Godsreen should allow them to push it off. But again, Freiburg's off position in the cave. That's exactly where he was kind of, showing the reason why he's legend. Dodging that molly as well. Could not flush him out. And then for the flash as well, turn towards the wall. Quickly went in. He just knows the timing so very well.
Yeah. Quick push from the CTs. Another util dump towards mid.
They're getting crunched.
Yeah, they get a kill through that entire spot. This is not good for Godsreen at all. On the T side, they're just crumbling down with the amount of pressure the players of PB are inflicting on top of them.
Look at the position!
Molotov can definitely find that kill. It forces out the player. Even the op's able to shut down the man. As you mentioned, the amount of map control the players of PB has found, it's insane. Godsreen, at this point in the map of Ancient, they don't stand a single chance against PB. That's what it feels like. But as long as Guardian's up, maybe there are still some glimmers of hope.
It's just maybe too much to ask for at this point. He's also tagged up, dinged, fairly low. There's Angelio with his AWP holding that angle. And would just have to abandon the hopes of going in from that position, but he does not even have a lot of time. Right? Goes in for a frag smoke. He has got no clue about Angelio's position. Should be taken down. Yep. That's how it's going to happen. 16-14. And what did I tell you? That Park Boys potentially could make a comeback, and that is what they did.
Well, Well, I guess we're going to be moving on forward to the decider, ladies and gentlemen. Pack Boys, they make the second game quite close against Godsreen. That to take it to OT, come out on top, defeat Godsreen on Ancient. And they have definitely made a stark statement. I'm not exactly sure what went wrong on the map of Mirage, but that was a big downfall that we saw in Mirage. And then once again, being able to get their mental together, find themselves on one single connection, and come out on top in the upcoming map. That to take it to OT. So close, but they still do not lose any hope.
That's the main point, right? And now when they'll move on to the next one, this will give them even more strength. Plus, the momentum is on their side now. Winning the OT, it's a massive, advantage, especially in your mental area. You know that, oh, all right, we were able to pull it back when we were down 4-8, and then we went to the OT. We were able to clutch it out as well in the first OT itself. That's the kind of boost that your team always needs. But here's the thing. What I really felt was the problem on the T side on the map of Mirage is because we still have seen that Park Boys, they lack those set plays. Whenever they want to go for a fast push, they don't go in for those smoke lineups or the Molotovs lineup. They always just jump through the choke point in the hope that Flash catches everyone. And that does not happen. And we were seeing problems here as well whenever they were going in for their B-ramp push. And we'll be seeing that in the highlights as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the replay, we'll be able to relive all the moments that happened from the previous game, and you can clearly see. In the pistol rounds, Pack Boys, they've been undefeated. They won both the pistol rounds in the map of Ancient, which was quite good and desperately needed for them. And as soon as they won those pistol rounds, they also got the initial boost in the halves as well. And Pack Boys in general, they needed all the type of advantage they could get in the map of Ancient, Godsreen. They made it quite close. And we have been mentioning this as well in their own group stage itself, that Pack Boys, they were looking quite phenomenal on Ancient. Even in their own group stage, even now over here, that they've taken down Godsreen, a team that made some stark statements. So after this Ancient out of the way, the Decider, I'm expecting another super close game.
I'm not too confident onto the map of Anubis, I'll be brutally honest about it. Because even yesterday we saw God's Reign, and they did win out the series in a 2-1 fashion. But Anubis was the main map wherein they lost 4-13. They have played Anubis. It was their map pick. So even according to this map Veto, at first I was thinking that it should be a 2-0. If it's not a 2-0, it could go either ways on the map of Anubis. Maybe God's Reign are feeling comfortable on that, but that just does not seem to be the case yesterday.
I mean, look at the scoreboard. Dynamite with 32 kills. Angelo as well, just backing him up pretty closely. Freiburg as well, not that far away. Every single player from the side of Pack Boys, they were there on the board. The same thing can be said for Godsreen as well. Look at Clouda with 30 kills. I told you, Clouda was feeling himself in that game. Unfortunately, in the later phases in the OT, Clouda was not able to activate himself that well. Maybe that's why Godsreen were not able to close it off. But in general, Clouda, his stats are really good.
He's basically winning in terms of every stat from Dynamite. But at the end of the day, what matters is who won the game. And that was Park Boys winning it out for themselves. I would still say some good adjustments coming in. And again, the addition of both the legends in the lineups, it definitely had an impact. Because normally, when we saw in the first map, we clearly saw, there were some jitters, a lot of them to be honest. But the second one, we did see some slow approaches coming in as well. That clearly shows that Freiburg was giving them a few of those instructions at least. That, all right, boys, let's calm down. Let's take it slow a little bit. Let's find the information around the map.
Exactly. I mean, especially with how that previous map of Ancient went, this can actually shake Godsreen a little bit.
True.
There's a chance it can actually shake Godsreen a little bit. Now, Anubis, yeah, it's a whole nother story that Godsreen is sort of comfortable on the map of Anubis. Even Guardian can actually find the activation point.
True.
Considering towards Bridge, Guardian can just post to op. But once again, to clear out Bridge, it's not that tough as a T side. You can just throw in a Molotov and throw in a smoke. You can easily just block off the vision, deny the vision, or force the opper to move out of that comfort zone. There's a lot of ways to counter different strategies, but once again, as I mentioned, sometimes our teams are just not really ready for those advanced tactics, right? But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. ladies and gentlemen. After that game of Ancient, a lot of things and even my perspective have changed over this entire BO3 now, considering we're going to move on forward towards the Decider, which will be played on Anubis itself and Godsreen. They have proven themselves once in the past on the map of Anubis. They have done it. So the same thing can either repeat or maybe it's going to be a whole different thing. What do you think?
I think it's going to be completely different because now the pressure is different on the players, both on Godsreen and Park Boys, because Park Boys, their backs were against the corner on Ancient as well. Lose that map and you're going to be sent back home, right? It's the elimination match. And now Godsreen, they're going to be feeling the same pressure. So it's about keeping your nerves in check a little bit more, just sticking to the fundamentals, what you have practiced and what you have learned with the Legends in the last 2 days.
I mean, keeping your nerves in check and not letting the emotions take over is something that even Shocks mentioned, right, in the interview that we had with him. And I think so that's the same thing the players of PB are doing currently as well. They knew that they're fighting for the lifeline inside of the entire tournament, and they kept on trying their best in the map of Ancient. We went towards OT, and still these guys were keeping their nerves in check. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to step inside of Ancient, and well, we're going to decide the sides on the knife. Whoever wins the round will get a chance to choose the side.
Hey, no guns. It's only a knife.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Does that count as a fake flag? Like, what is he doing? Maybe to try and throw the opponent off guard? I'm just messing around. But, yeah, it's going to be PB to win the knife round.
Exactly, an important win. I think we have seen teams opt for the T-side start on Anubis a lot of these times. Let's see. I mean, I think Dynamite right now in a very focused discussion with Freiburg. He's been consulting Freiburg quite a lot for the last 2 days. And of course, why not? You have this man, a legend with a lot of experience under your belt. You're going to ask him a lot of things.
Of course you will. He knows how to lead a team. He knows how to play a good support role as well. In general, you have a pretty much dictionary in front of you.
Yeah, but why won't you pick Inferno? You have Freiburg on your team.
That is true. Just give him banana.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah. Well, we'll give you the banana control. You push up and just stay there. And do whatever you want. Play how you want. Just don't let the T side move in towards the B side.
I wish we could have seen that. At least one Inferno game with this man on that map. But I think, of course, the opposition also won't allow him an opportunity to do that.
Yeah. But for PB, okay. A fiery start. Godsreen, they take it to the faces of the opponents. And these Glocks, they're really finding a lot of value. I mean, Cloud has been the man who's been feeling himself, so it makes a lot of sense. And with the backup of Crazy Gamer and even Finn, he's managed to empty the side up.
Yeah. And Godsreen, I mean, they forced on that T-side start, but let's see if we can make this work. Important kill for Finn.
Yeah, it's done. 2v1, both the players just playing on the same side. It's going to be a double peek. Unless one of them gets too overeager. But yeah, it was a good one, right? Finn grabbed his attention, baited him towards the main, and let him just push up.
Yeah, but you can also say the CT player did not really need to get that aggressive. I mean, it's a 1v2. You know one of the players is there. Other one could be lurking, but he could have also drawn their attention with a fake tap on that C4.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I understand why he went that aggressive. Because he knows if he just plays from the side and if he keeps on going for the tap, the man's just going to jiggle peek around the corner.
I mean, it was a loss anyway. I mean, did not have a lot of hope around, especially considering the distance.
What makes you can be pulled with the USP if you get 2 headshots?
You need those isolated fights, and there was no way to do that. The second man staying hidden means there's a threat of a lurk. Oh, runs out a bullet right in the nick of time.
Godsreen. I mean, off to a great start. Even this entire anti-EQ round being won by Godsreen as expected. But a lot of damage has been dealt.
True. 3 weapons dropped.
Yeah.
Should be easy recovery though. They recovered 1 AK, I think. 1 man on a Galil maybe if they want. That Mac-10 is still going to be there on Finn. So not a lot of trouble for Godsreen, but the anti-eco was very important for the side of Park Boys because now in the 3rd round itself, they have a full buy on the lineup. And this is where they need to make sure that Godsreen does not get that early advantage that they always look for.
Have you noticed one thing? In the group stages, these teams were so comfortable on the T side.
Yeah.
And now inside of the Super 6, they're comfortable on the CT side.
Because now there's every single lineup has one person who's constantly making sure that the players are kept in check. No one's overcommitting, no one's over-aggressing on that CT side unnecessarily. Information is being relayed properly. And it's these legends that have brought in that extra bit of control.
Okay. I mean,
look at this. At this point on Anubis, we would see multiple times the CTs push up door, but Finn, nasty shot.
5 HP and he still wins that duel. Oh man, with these type of picks, PB, they're really starting to lose the advantage they've got. I mean, they had none for most of the point, but now they've even lost the man advantage. There's an op in the hands of Angelo, which can be a playmaker for them and the win condition, but not anymore.
Yeah.
It's a 2v5 to go. Make it a 2v4. Still, the op needs to go too huge, in my opinion. So it's just better to go for the save. It will be the wiser option.
Exactly. It's a big investment and they need to fall back and protect it. If they can find a few exits maybe of the players of God's Reign falling back, because we do see players from Park Boys position themselves towards T-spawn. So they're going to hope to get those exits, get a few easy extra kills and get a few weapons out of their hands.
One man on the hunt towards Archers. You can see him closing on up on the right, but Angelo catches him. Sad.
Anything from there on out, from here on out, in fact, God's Reign, even they, I was going to say they aren't going to attempt to try and take the fight, try to get the op out of Angel's hands away from him, but fired up. We see him moving towards T-spawn.
Terrorists win.
And there's a wrap-up as well from the other side, all the way from the B side.
Ooh. I mean, they were still going for the hunt. That in itself just surprises me. I mean, God's Reign, yeah, they have a lot of eco, but still, it can be humbled easily.
Yep.
So God's Reign, they need to be cautious. 3 rounds back-to-back on the board, so yeah, it is understandable why they are looking so confident. But as I mentioned over and over again, there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And when you step that, that's when your demise starts to roll.
One thing that's been quite nice from God's Reign today is the fact that on every single map they've had a strong start. I mean, we are seeing a 3-0 right now on Anubis, but before that we go to the first map, Mirage. They dominated the first half. Move on to the second map. It was a 6-0 start, and even this time it looks like it's going to be a quick 4-0 at the start of Anubis. 2 kills already found. The anchors on the A side picked off, and Angel is going to be forced back. A lovely Molotov to get that off out of play.
Yeah, even Palace evacuated by the Opper. Falls back all the way.
Crazy gamer. Look at this aggression.
Oh, he catches him. Yep, the players just don't have armor, right? So, just like 3 bullets from the AK will take you down. And then even Guardian now is all the way in the backs. If he gets his hands on the op, it can be huge, but Freiburg, he shuts him down.
Guardian. I mean, he thought he was going to have the upper hand, but Freiburg, that timing, checks it and catches Guardian with a little bit of surprise. Still a 3v2. They have recovered an AK, so that's a bonus for the side of Park Boys, but they will have to get that value out of it.
Oh, what?
He whiffed, fired up, missed that shot, and Angel with the punish. Wow!
I think so. We jinxed it. Me and Shaishanu had a talk about fired up, how he was barely missing any op shots, and then he just misses the easiest shot of his life.
Yeah, but we've seen that from a lot of these players, right? Missing the easy shots, connecting all the difficult ones.
Especially Shocks yesterday. We saw that from him.
Man was hitting no scopes left and right. Sees a play right in front of him, and I think they just get surprised. They're like, why? Why is it so easy?
Yeah,
Can't believe
exactly. Sometimes you get just caught off guard, and you just cannot believe that there is something that easy to be grabbed up, and you're just like, wait, this can't be, right? This has to be deception.
Good flash peek attempted from Park Boys, but the re-peek, Dinah gets caught off guard. Fired up.
Oh my god, on the site. Once again, it's on the lockdown. God's Reign just not able to find that opener. 2 more players, 1 man's in the close corner. He still shuts him down, makes it a 2v2. Clouda has been the man who's been woken up from the sleep from God's Reign, and he's single-handedly taking care of business. Now, once again, it's a 2v2. Angelo needs to go massive in order to clutch this one out, and Freiburg, he gets one, instantly falls back. Now it's going to leave it down to Angelo to sort of close the deal.
Ooh.
Good angle.
Good angle, a valiant effort from Crazy Gamer. He wanted to isolate those fights, knew one man was in Palace, went for a counter push as well because there was no way for the other player to come and support him. And if he finds that pick, then he has an advantageous position to work with for that close plant. He can buy his team a lot of time and win that round, but it's Freiburg. What can you do against him?
Yeah. The man's got big brains. That's where you see the angle that he made.
But Park Boys finally on the board, 4-1. It's a little bit quicker this time compared to the last few maps. And if in the early stages themselves they can keep God's Reign in check, not let the round difference get too big, should be much easier to bring themselves back into this game than it was on Ancient. But let's see.
What?
Nice little boost from Fired Up.
Interesting.
There's no one from the Park Boys side who's getting aggressive to peek this though.
But look at the buys from God's Reign. Just to op in the hands of Fired Up. And then Clouda with the Mag-10. And Finn with the AK. Now, the question still remains. Why is Guardian not the one opping? Even in the previous map of Ancient, Guardian wasn't really going for a lot of these op times.
Yeah.
Even over here, Fired Up is the one to go for the op. I guess Guardian's really letting the players just settle down in their own comfort zone, but still, I mean, it's a question I'll ask him in the interview if it does come through.
I think, as you mentioned, it might be about letting the players feel as comfortable as they normally do. Let them play to the best of their abilities. And Guardian, since he mentioned this yesterday as well, he's the outsider within this already pre-made team. So he's forcing himself to play around them instead of the other way around.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, no. Oh,
Almost
no.
had it.
Not good. M1 still over there. Look at Clouda. He's got the trigger discipline. What? Why did he even do that?
Oh, man. That has to be one of the worst pranks I've ever seen.
It's not even a prank. He pranked himself.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand trigger discipline is a good thing. But having surrounding awareness is also something that's important. And Clouda had the first one, but the second one was just not there.
Yeah, he saw the second man as soon as he died. Right before he died. Oh, nice little flash, but Ori tries to follow up, switches his position. Oh, dang, coming in from Sharpshooter. Should be an easy kill on Finn.
I mean, the way Pack Boys have stepped up, it's quite immaculate. I mean, in the first map of Mirage, everything just came tumbling down, and then after that, it's only been uphill for them.
Yeah.
And even inside of this round, Pack Boys, phenomenal stuff. God's Reign, now, they're definitely feeling the nerves.
For sure. And Anubis, yesterday the Anubis we saw from God's Reign wasn't really convincing. I mean, even though as far as we have seen them in the Indian group stage and the Indian circuit, this has been one of their stronger map picks. And it's a surprise that as soon as they make it to the Super 6, their strongest map has turned into their weakest map. And to be honest, I mean, we aren't really seeing God's Reign play like themselves. Normally on because they get very aggressive, very swift with those B executes.
Guardian. And off the bat, he's able to find the first. Guardian, good kill. And, yeah. I mean, the players, they found the entry, they found the advantage. They're really just looking forward to press upon that. He's going for the random spam towards double doors. They just want to find the entrance towards mid.
Yeah.
But no, I guess they're looking to back away as well. Interesting. I mean, just showcased a fake bridge presence, and then now looking forward to back away towards the B site. Yes, it's going to be the B site, but I'm pretty sure Angelo is going to find some insane flicks, and the B site will be evacuated once again. Good smoke. Really good smoke.
It is going to buy them some time, but God's Reign also have at least enough utility to get the C4 down on that site, planted. Sharpshooter needs to be careful. He's going to face pressure from both different angles. This is going to be the first kill secured. He whiffs his shot. Sharpshooter with the punish. Finn with the trade. B-side in control of God's Reign.
I I thought that Angelo can be the one to stop them, but unfortunately Angelo moved away. And that's why the B site control got in the hands of Godsreen in the first place. If Angelo was the man who was pinned down on the side, completely anchored, this would have never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's too late now. It's too late for business. Godsreen, they've already got the site. Slowly and steadily, it's time for cleanup. Get the mop in your hands.
He was hiding in a corner.
Yeah.
Freiburg wanted to get cheeky, but Guardian with a nice little flick does find that last kill of the round as well. 5-2-3. God's Reign still in an advantageous position as far as the scoreboard is considered, but the economy on the side of Park Boys is stable enough to come in with another decent buy in this round. I think the only man who's going to be struggling is going to be Sharpshooter, but or maybe not. No struggles. Full buy for everyone.
I mean, Clouda. Ooh, no. What? Did not even see him on my screen, to be honest. Still fired up, came out on top. Even Angel is going to be wondering the same thing. Where did I just get shot at from? I did not see anyone on my screen.
He went to peek up mid.
Yeah.
Fired up was already there. Set up, already positioned. Look at this. Spray down. How do they find those two heads? Anyway.
Thanks to the new CS2 smokes.
Oh, man.
I mean, especially fired up now, just helping his teammate to find the entry towards connector. He's already done so. Intentions are clear. Just move in towards the B site.
Yeah.
You do not really need to go for that extra bit of a risk. Once you get the B site, get the icing on top of the cake. By that, I mean get the C4 down. It's a 2v4, so I guess the wiser option for BB is to just go for the save. It will be the 6th round on the board for BB. They've still got 3 rounds. They only need 3 more to find the equalizer.
I think, yeah, 3 more for the equalizer. If they get 1 or 2 more, that should be enough, at least in the first half itself. And with how they started, it is definitely what they're aiming for right now. But look at this, exit frags coming in for the side of Park Boys. They're on the hunt. A little bit of a stop. A Sharpshooter is going to be picked off. Bloody is going to be the last man left alive. Finds one. Gets the AWP out of play. But I think the round is going to be secured by God's Reign. And Park Boys, they are going to fall back with this AWP. So big investment saved into the next round. Everyone else has enough cash available to full buy again. Are they going to get this back? Guardian.
Interesting,
For it. Yeah, no, they don't find.
Oh, he just spots him. Spots his shoulder.
That is too close.
Yeah. Does it feel like God's Reign, they're a little bit in pressure? Like when you look at their faces?
It's an elimination game, Necro. You are going to be in pressure.
Yeah, but it's all about not letting him get to you, right?
It's not that easy.
I know.
Even the best of the best sometimes do succumb to pressure. And again, it's like the rebirth right now of South Asian Counter-Strike with the draft itself.
Mastering stoicism is tough.
Yeah.
Are you stoic?
No.
I am. I'm just kidding. I mean, I was literally nervous in the previous interview. What am I talking about? Anyways, though.
Game plan has been laid out for Freiburg. They've told him what needs to be done. Park Boys. Now it's time for the execution.
Execution. I mean, once again, there is an AWP in the hands of Angelo. And whenever we've seen Angelo with the AWP, he has been the win condition. The only problem for God's Reign really is that they're not able to counter that AWP. It was a good combination nade, though. You see a little bit of communication tactics coming out from the players. BB pushing up from one side and pulling back from the other. It's a push and pull classic strat.
But look at God's Reign. They're hiding behind the smoke.
Yeah.
And even though they aren't going to be aware of the information of the CT player that has crossed, it goes both ways.
So, even he's trying to sort of create some off angle towards B. But as you mentioned, yeah, the players are shrouded inside of the smoke. And they've also heard a lot of foot cues, in my opinion. That's why you can see a little bit of hesitancy from actually moving in towards the side or even going for the peaks.
There's Freiburg on the other side waiting for them. Should be able to find one. The second one is going to be important, but Freiburg instantly falls back. Is going to relay the info to his team.
Now, you see right there, if it was any other player from
pushed.
PB, yeah, he would have pushed up. But Freiburg, that's the amount of discipline that you'd really need. Freiburg gets one, instantly just backs away. He values his life.
Plus, that was a very aggressive position. There was no one else to protect that A side apart from him. So it was important that he fell back to defend the side just in case God's Reign got a little too over-eager. Now, Guardian in numbers, God's Reign, and they're getting caught off guard. Every single one of them. Crazy Gamer is well picked off. Freiburg finding 2 more before the round comes to an end.
Beautiful round, beautiful. At the start, it felt like everything was scattered. We had no clue, but then later on, slowly and steadily, all the pieces were kept on the table.
Yeah.
And they all matched.
Boy, what an impressive series this is going to be. And imagine Park Boys, their story of redemption if they win this match and survive the elimination, survive in the draft.
This will be a big upset if Godsream does get kicked out of the tournament. It'll be an unexpected affair. Let's be honest. I mean, I personally did not expect Godsream to end their journey this early. This maybe tomorrow could be the ideal way, even if there was, but this early just on day 2 now. But for now, speak of this round, it's a 2v3 already. Towards the side, the T's have explored quite deep. Yeah, the control's gone, but it can be regained. Considering the man number is still favoring the players of PB, and Freiburg spots the man fading away. His position compromise is quite softened up. He gets taken down as well, but look at Crazy Gamer is all the way towards Beach. He's moving on towards the opposite side. This is going to be huge, Johnny.
Yeah, they get so much map control. Crazy Gamer pushing through mid, moved all the way towards CT spawn, and now C4 planted on this A side. But the problem is the fact that it's a 1v3. You still have 2 dangerous players alive from the side of Park Boys in the form of Dynamite and Freiburg. And it's going to be Dynamite who finds the last kill. Even though there's going to be a little bit of extra cash on the players of God's Reign, I don't know how much help that extra bit of money is going to be. Park Boys, they are on fire. And this seems to be the trend for both these teams. God's Reign, they start off always strong on all 3 maps, and then there's going to be a massive fall off. Park Boys, they know how to play from the backlines. They know how to play from behind.
I mean, today's day has been weird, hasn't it? At the start, we saw CM getting completely demolished.
Yeah.
And now, at the first game, we saw God's Reign doing something we all expected. But then later on in the second game, OT, and now in the third game, PB pulling off Anubis, that too against God's Reign.
So, when the Veto came out, I was there on the panel with Shahisnu, and I said it back then as well. I mean, I expected this series to actually go to Anubis, all 3 maps, but I expected God's Reign to have an edge on this map. Doesn't seem to be the case as of now, as we are nearing the end of the first half. But of course, the results on Mirage and Ancient were surprising. I'll agree with you.
Completely different, right?
Yeah.
For now, speak of this round, 1-for-1 trade, a side control lost, but still the CT is looking forward to just flood away. Good nade. The exchange as well, it's going to be perfect, but it's really not going to affect Clouda that much. They've pushed up close and personal. Heavy control once again regained in the hands. Even the MAC-10s are now starting to blink. 7-5 is going to be the first half.
Well, unless Angel can change the fate of his team. It's going to be tough though. It's 1v3. And they know exactly where this AWP is posted. Needs to find one, but Finn ends it before Angel can even pull the trigger. The first half coming to an end. 7-5. God's Reign sitting there with the advantage to work with. But we all know in a situation like this, the pistol round is going to be of the extreme importance for the side of Park Boys. They convert this, they can bring themselves back, get the equalizer, and then move forward in the second half. Lose this, and God's Reign, they definitely will try their level best to just steamroll over Park Boys for the next half of the game.
Indeed. If God's Reign, as you mentioned, if they do win this pistol round, it's huge for them. But considering it's Anubis, it's T-side with Glocks, yeah, I mean, you will need to be precise as hell on CT with the USBs. Every single shot needs to be nailed to the dome. Oh no.
A lot of information gathered though.
Yeah, the PK of closest personal might just prevail. It's got bullets in the mag. But yeah, the Glocks, they're just much more better. Much more precise and better. Run and gun it down. Just shove that clock in the opponent's face and just gun him down.
Look at how quickly those frags came, but Crazy Gamer, 1v3 for him now. A massive opportunity for Park Boys. Can't really afford to lose this from here on out. Crazy Gamer, I think, again, it's just a pistol round with nothing with the USP to work with. It's going to be difficult for him to clutch this one out. And sharpshooter. Oh, is he going to knife him?
Oh my god, okay.
He tried to go for it.
He wanted to.
Yeah.
He did not think that he will actually
Look at that
look
smile.
back.
He knew he wanted to.
Yeah. God's Ring, okay, interesting. Now they're getting played around with. And I like that. Finally, God's Ring, they're going to start to feel the fear of death from this tournament.
Oh, I think they have been feeling it since Anubis started.
Yeah, but now it's even more.
Yeah, it's getting more and more real every time they lose a round.
Yeah. It's like, have you seen Puss in Boots 2?
No.
You have not? In that movie, Death himself is chasing down Puss in Boots. For now. Okay.
It's Freiburg chasing the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Rain.
just going to be a complete mowdown, as expected, considering it's an eco round for the opponents, but still, they do retrieve the gun.
Retrieve a Galil, bring it down to a 2v3. I think they can still pull it off if they get lucky.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
a little bit of luck for that first kill. And they have a late lurk coming. Already on mid. Oh, no.
the lurk gets spotted. It's done. Unfortunate. PB getting a string of rounds, a series of rounds in their hands now. And this comeback is definitely gonna mark something in the hearts of God's Ring.
Dynamite very motivated to keep the hopes and dreams of his team alive in this tournament. 7-7, the equalizer on the board, and this is where the game gets extremely interesting, because now you have a full buy for God's Reign as well, and no one from the side of God's Reign really commits heavily towards mid. They went to check it now and instantly lose Crazy Gamer to the AWP in the hands of Angel.
They indeed do. Dynamite towards main.
Ooh!
But the AWP. Guardian. Good strike. God's Ring need rounds and kills like that. That can put them on the edge. Or over the edge. Now we see finally that switch up coming in, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
We're seeing the AWP in the hands of Guardian instead of fired up. Or maybe it's something like this. On the CT side, Guardian goes for the AWP, and on the T side, maybe fired up goes for the AWP.
Yeah, could be that. I think on the CT side, they're just going to wait for the second AWP as well once they have both. They're gonna, that is when God's Reign is going to be happy for sure.
Yeah, still too many questions around the AWP, though. Over here, Angelo has been the constant man who's been just wielding the AWP in his hands. Left corner, cleared out with that molly. Even the ninjas being cleared out with the molly. So slow and steady approach. Execution's perfect. This is the first time we've seen such a proper execution on the site. Molotovs, nades being used, even the smoke's denying the vision, but still one man gets caught through the smoke itself. There was a little bit of an angle left out.
Fired Up was there for a long time. He had been hiding in that smoke for a long, long time. But
3v2 save. Oh, wow.
yeah, save the AWP. It's a big investment, especially early into the second half. They are going to need everything that they can hold on to into the next round as well. Bloody is going for the hunt. Has the right
my
idea.
God.
Takes Fired Up out of the picture. Wants Guardian as well.
Hit. He's low. Guardian's still getting him down. The downline Guardian still went for the peak. But 8-7. And God's Reign lost the lead finally. What a big comeback.
Yeah, it's been a big comeback, and it's been very impressive, as we mentioned that previous round. A slow and a methodical approach coming in from the side of Park Boys. God's Reign, I think now is the time when they can get a little too overheated. Just that AWP in the hands of Guardian. This time it's going to be posted on B main. That is where majority of the times Park Boys are building up a lot of that pressure. do it down mid towards A, and then execute B. The AWP being posted outside of B, at least the early frag can be helpful to CT players. Oh, and there it is.
First found, more to come. I mean, this is an interesting force that the players of Godspeed have showcased. They're completely trusting it on the Guardian itself, but the 5-7 towards the A, they're dishing out a lot of damage. And what? The 5-7s, they will just close it off. They do not even need the op to activate.
What a eco! What a eco from God's Reign. I mean, do we call it an eco? They had just one op in the entire team. Everyone else just came with upgraded pistols, and still they make it work. Guardian right now is definitely going to be feeling quite relieved. He did his job of finding that first kill on that A side, and as soon as Park Boys realized there was an op on B, my apologies, they tried to move in towards A, but that was a trap. They had a crossfire set up, and especially in positions like these, it's always important to get that first kill for your team with those pistols. Exactly how it went down for God's Reign. They found those multi-kills and those trades right in the nick of time, not allowing Park Boys a single opportunity to retain the numbers advantage. Is this game going to go into overtime as well? What do you think?
It seems like it really does. I can't see anything, right? At this point, you're just asking me to completely gamble and predict.
Oh.
Okay. Well, if this happens, then maybe not. Guardian off the bat opens it up once again for his team. What else can he do? I think man just going for the dry peek as well. The fact that he actually went for that was quite a gutsy play.
Yeah. Was quite gutsy indeed. I mean, you know there's an op. He's in the perfect spot to shut you down, but Angel is feeling confident that he can find the kill onto Guardian with the scout.
No way. And it's not just an op. It's Guardian's off.
Yeah.
Angel himself, this time he does not miss. He thought that he can pull off the same shenanigan just like his teammate did, but he gets caught. And now through the mid, they're looking for a breach inside of the site. It's an easy mode down. They're walking one after one. I don't exactly know why they did so. They should have at least went for a double peek together. And yeah, easy cleanup.
Easy cleanup indeed. And God's Reign, they are also happy about this, but the problem of the matter is it's going to be a back and forth again. I expect Park Boys, they have been answering God's Reign instantly every single round they win. The next one goes to Park Boys, and I think that is exactly how they intend this game to go. As long as they can keep God's Reign in check, they can keep them close enough. There's going to come a time where the other team, the opposition, you expect them to feel the pressure, make a mistake, and that is going to be your opportunity to snatch the game away from them. This time an important buy round for Park Boys. Everything invested. No op for Angel this time.
Shots out towards mid. Yeah. Oh my god! A pre-fire around the corner, and unfortunately this time the Guardian gets caught. Now that the Guardian's out, the gates are going to be opened up. No one really guarding through. It should be an easy flood towards the site for PB.
5, they have the numbers to work with, but look at the CTs. There's a heavy presence from the CT players down there. They get a little too over-aggressive. Freiburg with another punish. Crazy game out of the picture. Finn finds the trade. 3v4. Oh, and the sell, the fake. All of that commotion outside of A draws the attention of the CT players, and as they rotate towards the A side, the Ts
Amazing.
have moved and taken complete control of B.
Amazing. God's Reign, they're just getting played with.
Yeah.
And PB to get the C4 down. Oh no, God's Reign, retake's going to be tough. A 3v3, the Ts, they've already positioned themselves quite nicely. One man inside a connector, one in corner, and the other one towards the really tough to clear them out. First man, he takes the contact, and he's the only one to sort of clear it out as well. Of course, it's Bloody.
Yeah, Bloody has been phenomenal. I mean, it was a surprise seeing him subbed out first game yesterday, but now that they've brought him back, even Park Boys are looking extremely comfortable. And look at that, 9-9 on the board, again tied up.
Bloody and Sharpshooter are the two solid players that PB has. And even Sharpshooter was not playing in the first game of Mirage. Maybe that's the reason why they got completely stomped. I'm not sure. But still, just one player subbing out for another shouldn't really make that much of a difference.
Oh, let's see. It's an all-out aggressive push towards that A side, but you have Finn waiting for you on the other end of the smoke. And Finn, along with Fired Up, they look for 2 kills, find 2, but instantly are traded out. A 3v3 for that A retake. God's Reign. They have a lot of utility to work with, but so do Park Boys.
Pretty much. 3v3, as you mentioned, with decent amount of utilities to work with. Retake can definitely be done, but still those utilities are not being used to perfection. Still goes for the drive peek, clears out the close angles, both the players towards main. If you've got a smoke, just smoke off the main and smoke off the C4 too, and go for the defuse. One man goes for the defuse, the rest two, they just look at the front. Easy as that. And that's what they're doing as well. That's what the game plan is. The defuse is being stuck, and just like that, it's completely done as well.
The first shot, I mean, he wanted to clear the smoke with a nade Guardian and then take the shot, but the player peaked extremely late. But as soon as they saw him, Guardian connected a body shot, I believe, to dish out a lot of damage, and then it was the other lad for the cleanup. And the last one was just through the smoke. Just times it with the flash.
Once again, it's PB's issue, though. They should have been there round, let's be honest. They had the site control, they had the C4 down as well. The post plan was in their hands, so that means everything was there. The only reason why they lost was because they did not keep track of the utilities of their opponents. If they would have known that they have a lot of smokes and flashes to back it off, and they can just go for the stick. And the only way to counter that is just play on the side itself.
Completely agree with that, I think. These sort of miscalculations, we see them happening again and again and again. It was mentioned by the legends themselves yesterday.
Shock especially, you mentioned that. Keeping track of your utilities and the opponent's utilities, having a better surrounding awareness.
Kenny's as well about making cross-map plays, and again, I think we are seeing teams incorporate that as soon as they spend more time inside of the match with these legends. Finn, I think God's Reign and Park Boys, this time you have to give props to the players that a lot of these rounds are being brought back by individual skill as well. I mean, Dynamite in the previous game was just phenomenal performance from him.
Yeah.
And in this match, I think, as you mentioned, Sharpshooter and Bloody, these two men are doing an incredible job.
And from God's Reign, it's been Finn and Clouda.
Yeah.
These two guys feeling it. Oh, the opposites. Not often that you see Guardians off not finding the connection. Even Guardian's going to be a little bit disappointed himself. A 2v2, both the CTs, they're quite softened up. God's Reign, do they stand a chance? That's the real question, and the answer is going to be no.
It's a back and forth, Necro. You forgot about the pattern, man. It's 10-10. God's Reign is going to win the next one, and the one after that is going to be Park Boys. Then the next one is God's Reign, and then Park Boys again, and that's how we get to overtime.
Man, when you said 10-10, I got a reminder of Ben 10.
Wouldn't Naruto be a better...
No.
Why not?
10-10 sort of rhymes with Ben 10.
Yeah, also character in Naruto.
Oh. I haven't watched Naruto.
I haven't watched Ben 10.
What? No way. I mean, come on, Johnny. Everyone has watched that. But... what now? Oh, man. Well, Pack Boys. Yeah, they're just collecting this round. Nothing much to talk about here, Johnny.
Wow!
Nothing much to talk about here.
I mean, all hopes from the side of God's Reign on that early push, but as soon as that was taken care of by Dynamite, I think it was all done. Sharpshooter finds the remaining 3 kills of the round, 11-10. All right, so the pattern has been broken. Park Boys win 2 rounds in a row.
I mean, there's just nothing much to talk about in that previous round. What can you say? Just the players getting completely dismantled, shattered.
Yeah, to be honest, they did not have a lot of weapons to work with.
Yeah.
It's just pistols, the great pistols.
I mean, somewhere down line, when you're going to be stacking up a side and pushing up the main instantly, you know that the chance of you coming out on top are pretty much low, but you're still just booking it all under that rush. So you're pretty much ready to lose that round.
It was a gamble, yeah, and it backfired. And brilliant job done by Park Boys, because as soon as they realized, like, all right, the lads from the side of God's Reign are going to get a little too hyper-aggressive, we can just wait and let them walk into our crosses. They did exactly that. They just waited. God's Reign came. They got picked off, and the round was done and dusted.
We saw some words being exchanged from Freiburg and Angelo. And I think so Freiburg, he had a big smile on his face.
Yeah.
I think so he's proud of that young lad.
He definitely is. And why not? I mean, Aston has been quite phenomenal.
He has. Angelo has been consistently performing in the second and the third map because in the first map, PB was just not there. Ooh, holding off the bridge cross. Just angle. Once again, PB, this time quite a slow approach. Not forcing things just yet, but there's a MAC-10 in the hands of Freiburg, the legend himself. And he's found himself quite deep towards bridge. Now keep this thing in mind, if the mid is getting completely forced through, the A side's gonna open up like it means nothing. And that's what Freiburg wants to do. He wants to eat them inside out. But unfortunately, the chance of that is still yet to come. He's moving in on the back lines.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, he gets dinked up, taken down to 15 HP, eventually gets eaten alive too. Guardian Zop is not able to find the connection, but it finally does. The first man taken down, the second man, not just yet.
Yeah, and Angel, he's stuck in a 1v3, an important round for Park Boys, and they lose control of their nerves. The approach, the idea was absolutely brilliant, as you mentioned, holding mid control for so long. They want to move into sight, but initially Finn kicking things off with that 2K on entry and then fired up, finding another one. It's changed everything. And I think as soon as they got on site, they should have just committed, gotten that C4 planted, try to go for post plant, but now look at this. Cloud Ice. Oh no.
Oh, yeah. If Angel actually clutches this.
Saw the barrel, lined up the angle.
Oh no. Well, yeah. If you would have actually clutched that, it would have been insane.
Crazy Gamer wanted to pop off after that win, as soon as he killed off Angel, but the game's not over.
Yep. 11-11 is the score line, and still there's a chance of we moving forward to an
Also,
OT.
guess what? Next round is going to be double up from the side of God's Reign. Finally, they bring it.
Fired up and Guardian, both fired up.
And we had a fired up gaming in the group stages.
I'm not going to lie, when we saw God's Reign face off against Fired Up Gaming, I would get so confused. There were some instances where I would think that Fired Up is actually playing for Fired Up Gaming.
No, he wasn't.
Even though it wasn't. That's what you call imposter among us.
The true Trojan horse.
Just deceiving the opponents, making them think that I am the friends, but he's actually the biggest foe.
Oh, look at this. Such a tight angle. Stays out, but Guardian, he wants this kill and he wants it bad. Finally falls back.
Dynamite. Pushed up water. Looking to explore connector.
Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Really good Molotov. Really good. The same thing will be exchanged, but no. First, the nade sales. Does not do a lot of damage. Second Molotov to back it up. Nicely done. The entire connector is just going to be evacuated by the CTs, but they instantly smoke off the entrance towards the side too for that connector. So good precautions being taken by them.
This is brilliant play from both sides. A lot of value exchange off of that utility, because there was an information exchange between both the teams about presence of the CTs, heavy presence of the CTs in connector. They can expect one more on that B side, guarding B main now. And the CTs also know that there is definitely at least a few players in mid.
Just peek out crazy. There's one man right in front of you. Come on, I know you've got the itch to dry peek him.
He does!
Yeah, Guardian. Even he's strapped towards the site. I think Guardian's not going to stand a chance in that duel, and that's what happens. Guardian strike down. 2v3, man advantage still in the hands of God's Reign. If they keep on running away with the man advantage, it's a big problem. Both the players from PB quite softened up. Now the M1 has to face them. And Angelo starting to close on up from the connector itself. His position's compromised, Johnny. I don't think so Angel's going to be able to pull off anything.
Yeah.
Showcasing some patience.
I mean, that's all he can do right now. God's Reign, they end up winning this round, and Angel with this It was such an important save for them. They don't have a lot of money going into this last round now. My goodness, what a disaster for Park Boys. It was such a brilliant comeback in the second half. They were getting those rounds in the bag. They kept their economy stable. Just a few rounds lost towards the end. And now they find themselves with God's Reign, the opposition, on match point. And your own economy in shambles. How do they bring this back, Necro?
I mean, there's a timeout being called.
Yeah.
Pack Boys, they need to discuss some important stuff, considering now they're going to be moving inside of the upcoming round without a lot of money. That means broken buys are going to be on the board. So Pack Boys, they definitely need to talk something out with the man, the myth himself, Freiburg.
Very specific instructions being given to Angel right now. And I think a few calls for Dynamite with how they want to play the rest of the round with the rest of the team. And all of this being communicated from Freiburg. So now I'm really interested what they are going to be up to. We see a 1-4 being played. You have one player moving towards the A side, 3 looking aggressive towards mid. It's all about that first kill. Down to the pistols, just 2 Mac 10s in the hands of Park Boys. Where are they looking to go?
And Guardian towards the site. Just looking down on main. I like this little bit of a crossfire they've got, right? And considering they know the opponent's on the eco as well, the best bet for the players in God's Reign is to hold their horses and play back. Because the longer the duel, the long range the duel, the better it is for God's Reign.
They're definitely going to have the advantage at a distance with these ARs, but it's going to be a little bit more than that they're going to need to win this game comfortably. Freiburg, what an important kill for him. Recovers an M4, gets another one, and this time the man, the myth, the legend steps up for his team. Looking for one more. 3 kills secured already by Freiburg. He will make sure that Park Boys still have a fighting chance in this series.
No way! Oh my god, eco round being won by Pack Boys. The amount of confidence that's going to give them.
Yeah.
That 2 moving inside of the OT, it's not good for
that
God's
is why these players are called legends. Who else would have been able to handle that pressure, Necro? Nah, definitely not you. You throw away such insane rounds.
What are you talking about? I literally peek out mid in the OTs.
Yeah, that is why you lose, man.
It's because I have got a lot of confidence.
Yeah, but no skills to back it up. I'm not going to lie, you have a lot of confidence.
Man, self-roast, huh? But anyways.
Oh, no.
Oh my god! He still goes for the peak. That's Guardian for you. I mean, the entire lineup of God's Reign, now they're definitely pissed after what happened to them in the previous round. It's time for redemption. It's the redemption arc of God's Reign themselves, and he still peeks out through the smoke and gets that kill collected. Now they're winning some stupid duels that they're not supposed to win, Johnny.
Yeah, I think this is just an answer back to what happened in the previous round, that you aren't the only ones who can be aggressive. We have the same moves, but it's Bloody now, faced with a 1v4. Clouder can catch him off guard, but the timing plays out quite nicely for Bloody, who's now moving towards B main. Crazy Gamer's HP is very low, so if he gets picked off, maybe a play can be made off of that 1 kill, but still, numbers stacked heavily against him. I don't think he has a lot of options. Oh, utility. Well, just a little bit of utility.
Yeah. So, especially...
30 seconds.
Yeah, God's Reign, they need to realize one thing. And that is, this round is pretty much won. There's no second doubts about that. But the upcoming round, they do not need to repeat the same mistakes that they did before they moved on towards OT.
Desperation on display, Necro. Both the teams fighting for their survival in this tournament right now. The winner gets to stay, the loser goes back home.
And who would want to be the loser?
No one. Again, the double ops.
I mean, imagine, right? You fought so much through the group stage itself. You've got over here in Malaysia. And now if you're going to return back home this early, it's really going to hurt you as a player.
Especially for a team like Park Boys and Come Mid for that matter, because both these teams fought their way through the open qualifiers. Oh, too much aggression and he gets punished.
Yeah, no, that's not good. Guardian, the overconfidence being punished. And then fired up, he still returns back once again. Interesting. It's a 4v4. And PB, you can see them. They're now starting to extend the movement side of the site. But once again, Crazy Gamer from Connector. He'll try his best to convert something, but he gets shut down. Freiburg, last man up in a line, in a 1v2, and for Godsreen, they're winning the streak of rounds. That's really good for them, but not good for PB.
Yeah, and Freiburg, he has the C4 as well. He was very quick, realized that, all right, we might not be able to retain this B side for long. He instantly started running towards Connector, took control of mid. And that timing, I think even Fired Up had an idea that there was a T-side player running towards him. Freiburg just peeking it perfectly, was prepared for the duel, picks up Fired Up, brings it down to a 1v1 now. Finn going for that solo retake on the A side. It's going to be a tough one. Flash lobbed. Does it draw enough attention? Freiburg looking right at Finn.
Game sense.
Yeah.
So good. Freiburg knows he's exactly there. I think so. He heard a couple of footsteps of him approaching. Good nade! Freiburg down to 30 HP. One single bullet, and Freiburg's dead. He needs to avoid that bullet.
Oh. He's not able to, but time.
He's got the kit.
I'm always worried, man. As
Yeah,
soon
I
as
know.
it starts going off.
And CS2, defusing the C4 really gets me anxious.
Yeah.
Especially when you know it's about to blow up, but you still know that you're really close to actually defusing it, and unfortunately, for some reason, your hand just goes off of that defuse button. Has it ever happened to you?
I think once.
Yeah. It's happened to me.
But I think that last round, it does give God's Reign quite a bit of confidence in closing out the series. Boys back in another situation. This time he converts first, Fired Up. Also, one more thing. In that previous round, did God's Reign get both the ops aggressively pushed up on A and on B? Because Guardian was pushing B main, and I think Fired Up got that first trade kill on A side, on A main.
Yeah, usually we see a push and pull, but over
Yeah.
here it was pull and pull.
It was push and push.
Yeah, I mean, you're pulling
Kills.
and you're pulling yourself into territory, but oh no. Well, side just falls in the hands. It's the exact side take they're looking for. Such a clean one too, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
So now it's a 4-on-2. Fired up. He's got the op. His op at least needs to find one healthy player from the opposition, and that's the only way they can actually get this retake done. Guardian needs to go massive. Unfortunately, the offer shut down. It's all down to Guardian in a 1v4, and he cannot pull it off. But it's still going to be a switch up now.
Yeah.
And TDR will be on the T side, and they have struggled on that.
Yeah. I think this could be the turning point for Park Boys. They know they can be a little bit more comfortable on the CT side. I think it depends. What God's Reign do we get to witness? The one that we saw in the first half of the first half, or the one in the second half of the first half? The first 6 rounds, basically.
I mean,
They were off to a 4-0 or a 5-0 start.
whichever team's playing on the CT side, they have been looking comfortable. Yeah. God's Reign in general on T side, they did have the advantage.
Yeah.
But once again, somewhere down the line, I knew that it's going to fade away later on.
I mean, it took a while. This still ended up with the advantage on the second half.
But if you've noticed, that's how PB likes to start off as well. It's just not the first time. PB start off really slow. They let the opponents have the advantage, and then later on they start striking.
I think they want to try and get a read of what the opposition is doing. Because PB, I mean, even the group stages we have noticed, they play very reactive. And I think that is just their play style. Look at this Dynamite. Important kill. Finn out of the picture.
Oh, man.
4v5. Park Boys. They have the upper hand, and God's Rain, they were all just clustered up towards mid, but crazy game, and this is going to be an insane opening. The trade out is also there.
4v3. Dynamite's low. I mean, half HP. The rest of the players are quite healthy. The T's, they still need to move on towards the site. They've always struggled in their T site. And once again, the same thing's starting to happen. 1v3 upcoming. Clouda finds the first. Clouda's been feeling himself so far. He goes for the safe plant. Taps it away. But an instant peek from Angelo and a quick shot.
I don't think he was expecting an op to be there. He expected a player to be there, but maybe just holding a rifle. But it was Angel, the worst man to face up against in a situation like this. And Park Boys, that was also the equalizer they were hoping for. They bring themselves back on the scoreboard, and now we are tied up yet again. Second overtime?
Yeah. Here we go. Still just waiting to find who's going to be the winner. I mean, both of these teams just not ready to give up at all.
But this is one of the best matchups we have seen in the Super 6. Because today, I mean, it started off in a very one-sided manner.
Once again, just want to clear this one out.
Yeah.
Anubis has actually been really close when you speak about technical standpoint.
Yeah.
But if you speak about Ancient, in my opinion, Ancient, there were a lot of the moments which were actually thrown by the players themselves. But Anubis so far has been a really close and tactical map. I mean, look at the way Godsreen are entering. They're using the Molotovs, trying to clear out some angles, also using the smokes to block off the vision. But still, there's not a smoke towards Palace, and that's why Angelo is still activated towards the site. Empties the magazine, we'll need a fresh one, we'll get that too, and Angelo, this man is just not stopping. Guardian way too low on 19 HP, and at this point he knows you might as well just go for the clutch. And it's going to be PB to come out on top.
Park Boys just a step away from tasting victory and moving forward towards the glorious low bracket run. Oh, God's Reign, so much pressure. Now, Freiburg was able to help his team deal with the pressure like this, being on the verge of losing, yet taking the game into overtime. Can Guardian do the same for God's Reign?
It's a question everyone's wondering, not just us, even the people that are currently sitting in the arena, and also everyone that's watching from their home. Good flashes. Clears out the double door. At least they will need to evacuate that for a while. Godspeed, they can feel their hearts pumping. One more round away is PB from sealing the deal. Will Godspeed let that happen? Stokes, Molly's out. PB, they know they're so close to tasting that victory and taking out one of the best teams from the South Asian region from this competition. Opener found. All that's needed is the conversion now. They've tasted the blood, and that too off the best man, the legend himself.
That can be important as well, considering it was Guardian who's been shut down. I think Clouda and Finn, definitely. This is where they step up. This is where they take it back. Inside of Cave, looking to burst onto that B side. Oh no, Dynamite. The first tank does a lot of damage. And now Dynamite needs to hold on to the pressure. At least deny the initial entry. The spray is good. Lot of damage dished out. Almost finds the pick, but Angel now converting. And even the other players from the side of Park Boys, they start to show up. Dynamite bought enough time for the rest of the players to regroup.
Big. Pushes out through the
This is
smoke,
it.
catches the players off guard. They've got no clue that that's what he would try to pull off, but he does so anyways. Finn all by himself. He's been feeling it through the entire map of Anubis.
It's
but
over!
Not anymore. He cannot clutch it. And what a big upset that was. Godsreen kicked out of the lower brackets and also kicked out of the draft from the entire tournament, from the Super 6. It's really going to sting them. But that team by Pack Boys, a team that started the series off in quite a bad way.
Yeah, I mean, when we started Mirage and with how Mirage ended, this wasn't the result that we expected. It was a completely one-sided game, but then we move on to Ancient and Park Boys. They take it into an amazing, turn it into an amazing matchup, bring themselves back onto the series, and then Ancient was just, Anubis was a complete back and forth between these two sides. I mean, God's Reign, tough luck, they put their best performance, but we knew this. God's Reign, they always make the most mistakes when they are ahead.
Isn't it most of the teams from our region, though? I mean, the same thing can be said for True Rippers.
That is
they're
true.
doing really good, they start getting overconfident, and that's why I say it, there's a thin line.
And one more thing for the teams from South Asia is, again, I mean, they find it very tough to play from behind when they're sitting there with a massive deficit, and it's a much tougher task, or at least they struggle and bring themselves back into the matchup. I think this is what Park Boys were hoping to learn, because Park Boys, I mean, they've shown strong performances in the past during the group stages themselves, but we always saw they were very good when playing from up ahead. When they would start off strong, they would end in a nice manner as well, but if the start wasn't good, then they would struggle in the entire series. But today, I think just keeping their nerves in check, making sure that they were even calm and collected, and right after Mirage came to an end, the way they got up, I mean, it seems like Dynamite knew, all right, the conversation that happened was basically, yeah, we made mistakes, it's okay, let's just focus on the next map and see what happens.
Well, I mean, for now, unfortunately, for God's Reign, there's no next map, Johnny. There's no next chance for redemption.
Wow.
It's done.
Yeah, it's over.
Literally done. Before their opposition, they've got another match lined up in the future. Now, this will be an interesting one. Pack Boys, they have sort of redeemed themselves. A team called Come Mid as well, they were not doing that great. Even they got completely demolished, so the upcoming map is going to be from Come Mid. But that's another series. But speaking of the previous one, I mean, a lot of the different stuff that we saw in front of us. The first one was Guardian not opping that much on the map of Ancient.
Yeah, but does it even matter? I think the team of God's Reign kept it in check quite nicely, and when Guardian felt like, all right, now maybe we might be in trouble, he would be back on the op again. Plus, fired up, I think he was doing a phenomenal job on that op as well. We can't really take anything away from him, and that might have given Guardian enough confidence in his new teammate for the last 2 days. Like, all right, you take this, you do what you have been doing, that gets you most comfortable, and this is the position, this is the weapon that you have the most impact on. But a player like Guardian, I think he can be a little bit more flexible, and maybe that is what he was trying to help the team out with.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying his best to be a little bit more flexible. Sometimes it was working out, sometimes it was not. But if you do move on forward with the scoreboard, it's going to be Freiburg just topping the chart off with 20 kills from their side, and then Finn over here from God's Reign. It's understandable. Finn and Clouda, these two guys were feeling themselves. Fired up with the op as well, was able to put off the numbers, but unfortunately the ADR is something that's lacking a little bit. In general, Pack Boys, they have pulled off a big upset. For God's Reign. And this indeed is going to be quite a stark statement in the brackets.
All of them stood up in this game. All of them played perfectly. Look at the players that were there at the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of the ADR as well. Even they had 24 kills each. And the MVP of the man is the man who was kept out of the match first map yesterday. Bloody 20 average kills per map, 250 ADR.
Yeah. I mean, now this really is a big question. What exactly went wrong in Mirage?
I have no idea.
What exactly went wrong in the map of Mirage, and what they changed moving in forward? Yeah, a player was changed, but just changing one single playing player cannot really change the entire approach towards the game or the way you're able to win those games and take them really close.
I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, we're going to have to watch.
Another question is, what did Freiburg say to the team when they were almost about to lose the game and they were just one round away from pushing it to OT?
We'll have an opportunity, because he was the man who got 3 kills in that round as well.
Do not steal my question.
That's my question.
Hey.
Didn't you have a different one?
Well, I mean, I will try to line something up, I guess.
All right.
Well, anyways, we've got a face-off between Guardian and Freiburg over here. As Guardian, he's going to have better stats, of course, but hey, all that matters is you winning, and I guess Freiburg has pulled that off.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, as we mentioned, I mean, I said this during the cast as well. I mean, it was important that round on 12-11 when it was God's Reign just on that map point. Freiburg just bringing it back. Those first 2 kills was so important. And I think the first kill itself on Guardian, that gave his entire team so much confidence that everyone just started to get a little bit more aggressive. And God's Reign, I think, just getting taken into overtime, getting pushed into overtime, that should not have happened. This should have closed this game out as quickly as possible. They gave opportunity to Park Boys, and Park Boys, they seized it with both hands.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, you mentioned that we're going to have a chance to have a word with Freiburg, so let's move on forward with the interview with Freiburg. Freiburg, welcome on board, my friend. It was an absolute pleasure to witness you play on that entire desk. Now, once again, Freiburg, I have a little bit of question. What exactly went wrong on the map of Mirage? And then later on, we saw a complete shift.
Yeah, I think we tried to play too much of a team. Like we were talking a little bit before the maps before we went live, and I think it's hard to try to play as a team when you're not really a team. Like the guys I'm playing with, they're also a little bit like more of a mix, you could say, compared to some of the other teams here.
Yeah.
So I think on the other two maps, we just went back to Dynamite calling, and just like we tried to keep it like as loose as possible, but still that we just do things together, but like a bit more pace and to play to win basically. Don't be afraid. Like we'd rather lose and like lose that we're playing together. But now we won it. Like 2 great comebacks and force it to overtime, and then we pull it off. So super happy.
It was definitely 2 amazing maps, but first of all, Freiburg, apologies. Welcome to the draft, welcome to this interview. I hope you have been having fun over the last 2 days with Park Boys. I mean, it was a tough start into the tournament, but you guys have recovered. So I want to know, like, I see during the player camps, during those timeouts, you're very vocal and having a lot of conversation with both Angel and Dynamite. So I want to know, like, what are you giving them some tips, making some changes, some tweaks?
Yeah, like I try not to stir the pot too much. Obviously, we haven't had like any practice or like just a little bit of practice and like talk before the game. So I think it's hard for me to come in and be like too vocal. But I'll try to like a few things, like I will mention this and this and that. But I think Dynamite is doing great as an in-game leader. I can like try to supplement that like by calling something mid-round. But the guys have been playing a lot better. Like it feels like the more we play, the better we get. So I'm excited for the future games as well.
One last question, then you can have the one we discussed, right?
Okay.
All right. Okay. One last question is, since you are there, a lot of people are demanding an Inferno pick from your team. Is that going to happen?
Maybe. To be completely honest, though, like I'm not a huge fan of New Inferno, how it looks in CS2. I think the CS:GO version is better, but I mean, give me Inferno and I'll shut down Banana.
Yes, that is what we want.
Exactly, that's what we wanted to hear. Now, once again, in the previous map, you were just 1 round away from pushing into OT, and we saw you having a couple of words with your teammates, right? And what exactly did you say to them? Because you guys were also on the broken buys. What exactly did you say to them?
I was basically calling last round like what we should do, but we kind of got blocked off by a Molotov and timing was completely off, so we had to cancel the plan. But then I noticed that Dynamite dropped a smoke, which was meant for me. I went back, I picked it up, and I said, just chill, be quiet, and we can do exactly the same, but just on a different timing. And yeah, like, I don't know, I had a P250, and I was lucky that first guy did not have head Kevlar, I think, as I one-shotted him in mid. And yeah, from there on, we were just like full on pushing, just full send it. I heard the rotation was very fast behind, so I got that guy trying to come flank on us. And yeah, just super happy. Like both of the games, we managed to like come back, and I think it shows that the team has strong mentality. So super happy about it.
Yeah, you went kind of huge in that round. But thank you so much, Freiburg, for joining alongside with this interview. It really means a lot. We'll see you, of course, in the upcoming series. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Freiburg for us.
I got my answer.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to hear that, huh?
Yes.
I will just lock down Banana. Give me Inferno.
Not just me. I mean, 20 other people along with me have been praying for the same thing. I mean, it's Freiburg. Why is Inferno not in the Veto?
But I mean, Freiburg himself mentioned this, that I'm not really that big of a fan of the Inferno in CS2 itself. Maybe the CSGO version was much more comfortable for him. And it's understandable, right?
True.
Still, a lot of the pro players, they have their second doubts and second guesses about CS2 in general and how the game plays. But I'm pretty sure as time passes by, everyone will start getting comfortable. Let's move on forward and have a look at the brackets once again and figure out what matchup is going going to be in the future. Now, we did see Commit lose off against the players of Marcos Gaming in quite a dominating affair. Pack Boys, after defeating the players of Godstream, they're going to move up a spot. But the upcoming matchup is now going to be between Vava and Commit themselves. And this is going to be interesting because in group stages,
It's revenge.
Vava has defeated Commit.
It was the other way around. It was Commit who walked away with the win.
Oh, yeah, it was. I think so. Pack Boys was the one who defeated Commit. Yeah,
Yes,
it was Pack
yes.
Boys who defeated Commit. But Wawa, they were defeated by Commit in quite a dominating affair.
And this is a very interesting storyline from the Pakistan group stages because
Yeah.
Wawa was the only team out of the 6 teams that competed in the group stages in Pakistan. Wawa was the only invited team. Others 5 had to qualify from the open qualifiers. Commit came through the open qualifiers. Park Boys came to the open qualifiers. So in the group stages with how Wawa kicked things off, they
Exactly.
looked very strong, very solid, very comfortable. But then the matchup against Commit rolls around and everything just looked so lackluster,
Yeah.
completely loose. And it wasn't what we expected, but that made sure that Commit was the top seed from Pakistan.
Exactly. I mean, they started off the group stage in quite a dominating and kind of steamroll, but then we saw the matchup between Commit and Wawa, and that's when the downfall sort of started for them.
But it's a story of redemption for Commit now because they have just dropped to the lower bracket, and a revenge story for Wawa.
I mean, it's also going to be redemption for Wawa as well. Technically, if you think about it, it's a story of redemption
true.
and revenge. So
Slash redemption.
Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of like both off a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the upcoming matchup is definitely going to be holding a lot of stakes. In general, lower brackets are always much more intense and fun to witness.
True.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike truly could be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my God.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launder Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Yakinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
No way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No, I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get the show on the road.
Yes, let's go!
No! What's going on? No!
No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149. Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike crew could be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
To the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my God.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
No way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack, and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works, and this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's the f***ing go!
No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll out the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft brought to you guys by Blast and Nordwind Gaming. The last series is all that remains in front of us. One more team either gets to move forward or gets to go back home. They get to decide their fate. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, we've decided we're going to join my co-commentator on the panel right now. It's going to be CS2 returning back to the panel. That was an interesting matchup we just witnessed a few moments ago. And, of course, quite an unfortunate series of events for God's Reign. But Park Boys, they're definitely going to be enjoying that victory. But it's time to head to the next match. Wawa versus Mid.
I mean, I'm already excited for this matchup again because the previous time when we saw Wawa and Mid, that was the first matchup where I myself made some predictions that looking on the performance, how Wawa was doing, I thought maybe Wawa would be able to take it at least 1-1 or maybe 2-0. But Mid was the one who actually surprised all of us by winning that entire series in a 2-0 fashion. And that was the first and only loss for Wawa.
Exactly. And it was an exciting state of affairs even in the group stages between these two titans from Pakistan. Because as we mentioned before, Mid coming from the open qualifiers and Wawa, of course, the only invited team in the Pakistan group stages. But now it's a different stage. Both the teams, they have their legends with them. And of course, a few words would have been shared by the legends as well with the IGL, with the entire team as to how they want to adapt and face this next upcoming matchup. One more thing that's going to be interesting is what the Veto is going to look like. But as we have that discussion, let's also have a look at both the teams, starting off with Team Wawa, of course.
I mean, that's, again, a team that has worked out so very well for so long. Olaf Meister, I mean, we even had the interview with Olaf, right? We haven't had the chance to talk with Olaf, actually.
Not yet, not yet.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to. I mean, regardless of the result, I really want to talk to him. One of the reasons why he's legend, of course. We also have a fanboys moment out there, man. Don't judge us. But on the other end of the spectrum, right, the way they have been performing, yes, it's still too early to judge, but they had enough time now to try and synergize. And we've talked to so many legends now throughout the series. And they have been mentioning how by playing together, they have started to build up that synergy.
Yeah.
That's going to be an important key.
One thing that Freiberg actually mentioned before we went on the break during his interview was how important it is to keep things as loose as possible, especially with the legends being incorporated in the team. You have this one new player who doesn't know what sort of preparation you have had and how you guys communicate. So it's important to have a little bit of that free-flowing play style also going in. But let's see. The other team who are facing Wawa today are definitely who have a lot of freedom in the play style. HSB, Rocky, Get Right being added into Mid, and of course Soulmate and Bono. A tough start to the day. A loss they faced earlier. But I think this is the game that can get their hopes up, and maybe we can see that redemption arc from the lower bracket.
Okay, so how honest you want me to be?
As honest as you want.
Alright, so for the success of Mid, you need HSB to pop off. In the previous one, we saw that it took him quite a while to reach that stage. And that was also the first match that they played with Get Right in their roster.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of problems in the synergy. In terms of the communication as well, they might be facing some difficulties, and there were scenarios wherein we expected them to perform better. I mean, we were talking about it last time as well. One of the best matchups that we could potentially watch would be True Rippers up against Mid.
Oh man, and if they lose this, that opportunity is taken from us before we even see it happen, and it's going to be such an unfortunate incident. But let's see. I mean, no matter who leaves today from this matchup, it is going to be heartbreaking because Wawa as well, there was so much hope from them when we saw them at the start of the group stages. They were looking so good, and they ended the group stages on a high note as well. On the side of Mid, Soulmate and HSB, as I keep on mentioning, these men are legends in their own right in the FPS community in Pakistan, having competed across multiple titles, and they are just formidable opponents to go up against. But let's see, is that spirit what they carry with them going into the second game, the low bracket elimination match, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on to the stage and see the players take their stands as they get ready to face off against each other. It is going to be an exciting matchup indeed, and after the players are done taking their stations, I think the one next thing that we are waiting for is going to be that map Veto. But ladies and gentlemen, here we have it, the lads from the side of Wawa moving in.
Yes, indeed. Again, This is the second time that they'll be taking on the stage. First time in the evening though. At the same time, we're going to see all of Meister as well. The legend with them. Smiles across the board. That's always you want to see.
Yeah.
You want everyone to be happy, and that is the only way to move forward. But on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Come Mid that are finally coming in the arena too. And yes, this team has faced a heartbreaking loss, but we still have very high hopes for them, specifically when you've got this man on their roster, and that is none other than Get Right.
Hey, he's finally feeling it. He's getting into the groove, and I like it as well. HSB as well. It's rare to see him smile like that, but I think even he is having fun. One thing that I want to say for Combat is get Bono on that up. I mean, he was so consistent during the group stage. I understand HSB as well has crazy potential, but I think the team requires him on those rifles, and being that aggressive HSB that everyone talks about, everyone fears in Pakistan. So I think his raw aggression can definitely be quite beneficial to the lineup, but let's see. Oh, this is getting intense.
Very intense, of course. You can feel the temperature rising as well because it is going to be the elimination match.
What do you think the Veto is going to look like though?
Okay, that's good that you asked me because we will be moving on to the Veto in a while too. But before we move to that, I want to make my own predictions. I think so we'll see Ancient and Mirage.
Alright.
Just because these teams love to play it, as we're already seeing the bans coming in. I was about to say maybe Inferno is going to be banned out because we have already seen quite a few times that one of the teams love to play it. Anubis might be the second ban too, but Vertigo has been taken.
I agree with you on Ancient and Mirage, but the question is what comes first. Ancient is going to be the first pick from Come Mid. But Wawa, we just saw a little bit of an exchange between Olaf and the rest of the players, and I think it has been made clear Mirage is going to be the second map, and I think the decider actually can be Nuke. Or, well, we have Overpass and Nuke remaining.
It should potentially be Nuke or maybe Overpass. No. Oh, it's an Overpass. All right.
Okay, now things get very interesting because we haven't really seen a lot of Overpass before from these teams. I mean, it's quite interesting, and I'm quite curious why Wawa decided to go for Overpass. They were looking comfortable in Nuke. We've seen Nuke from them once before in the group stages.
Yeah, we have seen them, and I think the Nuke has basically been pretty solid too. Even I was expecting, I was surprised on the back of it, but maybe, you know, Olaf is comfortable on the map of Overpass. Maybe a little too much than the other one.
Olaf, comfortable on Overpass. What a massive understatement.
Exactly my point, but Overpass is left for Decider. Those are the questions that will remain unanswered for a while as we will be moving into the first map of the evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, let's see how this game is going to turn out. Ancient, ladies and gentlemen, is the map, and you have Come Mid. Starting off on the T side, Wawa on the CT side, and if the name of the team says Come Mid, well, guess what? They are going to go mid, and that is exactly where they're headed right now. Rocky with an aggressive push takes a lot of control away from the CTs, and what an insane shot. Takes Olaf Meister out of the picture before we even blink.
Look at the amount of space they've taken. But what an answer back as well. Wawa, they had the idea of this mid push, it's mid crunch, and yet they were ready to answer it back with a crossfire setup of their own. And oh my god, with such an explosive start from Come Mid, I did not anticipate that to happen. Wawa, what a beautiful retaliation coming in from their side. And they'll be going in for the buy as well for now. So Come Mid, again, not the kind of start that you were hoping for them with the pistol. They still need to cross that 6th round mark for the evening.
But it is Wawa on the other side as well, so we can't really take anything away from them. We know they're pretty solid on the CT side, and let's see how things are going to turn out. This time around, no force from Come Mid. And I think this is what we wanted. We were seeing a lot of those T-side force happen again and again and again and again and again. But they were never working out. So this time around, just going on a complete eco. They would try to get any weapons out of the hands of Wawa if possible. They get the first kill. Bullet finding the trade. Still a lot of T-side players on towards site, and all of them falling left, right, and center. They get the C4 planted. Extra bit of cash, always welcome. But it is going to be Wawa who just mow down the entirety of Come Mid and walk away with the round.
I love the fact how Freaky was able to provide the much needed support from backside by rotating quickly from the CT, and then was able to just mow down those couple of players that were putting a lot of pressure inside that cave. But if the people out there, you're getting confused. All right, so yeah, the color coordination now has been sorted, or maybe it has not. No. We'll be sorting that out as well on the minimap, so don't get confused. We still have all
It's
the
gonna
5
happen.
players. Yeah, it's all the 5 players on both the sides. But yes, seeing how the way Commit have been approaching those past couple of rounds, yes, it's way too early to judge, but they're going in for those fast executes. They're trying to gather as much map space as possible in the first few seconds of the round itself. Maybe they would need to slow down the pace a little bit and then move forward. As of now, they're trying to explore the area of A-long as well as mid, waiting for all the shooters to disappear.
He was flashed and he was moving in, lobs the nade. No damage dished out to the 2 CTs holding position inside of cave, but Olaf and Bullet playing together. Smoke has been refreshed. They have a little bit more breathing room to work with. Oh, but these want to take some space away from Wawa on Donut. And if this Donut defense collapses, then the entire A side goes away for free, because they already had the A main control to work with the side of Come Mid. And look at that, they just walk into this A side. It's going to be an easy C4 plant. But Smooje, it's down to him, finds HSB. Important kill secured. It's 2v4. It's not going to be easy.
Definitely not in Smooji.
And look at the late lurk from B.
Yes, a very late indeed, but it might be just too long. It would be better to go in for that.
Olaf is being held back.
Olaf should be worried about the person behind him.
He's not even checking. They don't know where he is. They don't know he has that deep access.
Well. Alright. Welcome Olaf with a headshot.
Nice little round from Come Mid. They were extremely patient. And of course, moving together, playing together. The late round commitment towards Donut completely caught Wawa off guard.
True.
I think they expected even if they would give away Donut or they lose control of Donut, that is the only place where the players of Come Mid are going to be. I think they did not expect that control of A main as well. It's allowed an extra body to make its way towards that A side. A lot of utility exchange earlier on in this 4th round. Also, buy for the side of Wawa looks a little bit tricky to work with. They have those 2 deagles on Executor and Smooje.
Molotov being used up to flush out any player playing that mid cubby. It's on the other side. Like in the previous round, there were 2 people in Donut. This time there's just one. But the one who was playing way too far back in the sniper's nest has been deleted.
Through the smoke right in his head. Nasty shot from Get Right. And look at this. Again, A main control. There's no one checking or even pushed up front in A main from the CT side. They always want to fight for for Donuts, and this is where Get Right gets shut out. So that lurk from the previous round is going to be a little bit more delayed this time around. And HSB though, along with Soulmate, kicking things off in a nice manner. The site almost cleared up. You have one player, it's Mujay from Cave, and then there's one more CT who's moving in from A main. But then there's the late lurk from the T players. Wait, are they falling back?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, they're just gonna meet up together to re-hit potentially. They're just kind of confused to figure out where the players are. No, maybe that's gonna be the trades back and forth. Yet it's going to be Come Mid who will be winning that round.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate incident for Wawa. Olaf with a TK on in Smooje, and it just makes things a little bit easier since both of them were right in front of each other. The players from the side of Come Mid were able to line up that final spray and pick off Olaf in the end.
That still was a risky decision though, because both the players were on the exact same side. Just a couple of
They
shots.
had weapons recovered. I think, yeah, it was a tough loss for Wawa, but I think they were thinking that, all right, maybe Come Mid is going to fall back and we might be able to save these M4s on this A side itself, but yeah, I mean, Come Mid not even planting the C4 is what has me a little bit worried, but let's see. This time, a complete eco from Wawa, nothing but pistols to work with, and well, they make it work with the pistols. One kill has been secured.
Not a lot though. Olaf wants to go in for that chase, a cat and mouse. Good wraparound coming in from Donut. Now, we've seen Commit show a lot of presence towards the Donut area. I think so that's only to get some extra bit of rotation of Wawa towards that side. Maybe they would be thinking of going towards the mid because we have seen Get Right play on ramp position and take the entire cat control.
Yeah.
Now, that's just one man almost taking half the space away towards the B from your own team. So, it just seems to be the time wherein Wawa could either decide to keep on fighting for the A where they are continuously losing, or maybe try and work their way around from the other part of the map.
See. Same approach. Turn out Cubby, so many flashes. And no space gained by the CT players on mid this time. It's been completely smoked off, blocked off. Get Right still sneaks in. This is way to Cat. Now this does give them information, and Comet have been able to secure Cat and Cave continuously for the last 3 rounds, but there has not been a lot of value gained for all of this map control. And Wawa on the other side are not even contesting any map control for Comet. This is completely back off. I think want to play for
Get Right.
Retake on A, but Get Right up front next to Bullet. Smoke's gonna fade away.
Oh! Bullet's the first one who sees him. Get Right gets taken down, and all the space that was gained towards the A, that has been basically lost. Not entirely though, they've already posted up one.
I think they're gonna they will go for the same execute again. Comet, they're gonna collapse on Donut and A main, and they find a kill on Donut. A main has been cleared up as well. 3 CTs rotating from CT spawn. It's gonna be a tough retake for Comet to work with.
Down in numbers, definitely it's going to be tough. But again, I have mentioned it multiple times that the retake on towards A is fairly easy. As compared to B, the 3v3. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Bullet.
Oh, they bring it to a 2v1. And Bono though, no one saw him rotate from Cave. The C4 not planted for him. And it's Olaf Meister he has to go up against. Olaf tries to sell the fake defuse, but Bono refusing to peek the legend. And now finally he shows up, picks off Olaf Meister and the round for his team. Commit, they're going to be so happy with Bono.
I so love the approach coming in from the side of Commit.
Bono's getting quite vocal over there. He's like, why did you guys die like that?
I know, right? That was a 2v3 situation. This round should not have gone this close. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm still liking the continuous slow approach coming in from the side of Commit, because they're posting people up onto those angles and then going for the execute. We were missing all of that, I'll be brutally honest, in the group stages.
Oh, but with not a lot to lose in this round, Wawa, a lot committed for that mid duel. Rocky though is already set up, can at least go for 2 kills over here, but Executor, a nice deagle headshot to execute Rocky and finds the second, looking for the third. He's burning alive and is gonna burn extra crispy. 3v3. You can recover 2 weapons off of this, Wawa.
Just a bit too far away for that, I guess.
You see those 2 players on B ramp, I think they can rotate through mid. Pick up the guns along the way.
Good utils being used up by the side of Commit. We are seeing such a mature Commit at this time.
Yeah. It's completely different from what we witnessed in the first game against Marcos. But also, I mean, Marcos, they have the Shocks buff to work with.
Even after that, I mean, it's an entirely different mechanics coming in from them.
More controlled.
Exactly. Oh, what a flush. Still good shots. Bullet 1v2, losing a lot of time. Yeah, no defusal kit as well. He's just trying to do the damage. And that's about it. Bono again does not lose the clutch.
Can't really say much to his teammates this time around. They did their job perfectly. It was just Bullet who was playing out of his mind in that previous round. And from 2 rifles that were recovered from mid, they get 4 kills in the back. Well, not 4. Executor kicked it all off with those deagle kills in mid first and foremost, and then last 2 came on that A side from Bullet. getting 4 weapons off of the hands of the opposition on an eco. That is definitely a brilliant round. But this time, Olaf Meister, he has the op online. And as soon as HSB gets a little too eager to peek mid.
That's double up, by the way. Freaky also has one of his own. Not something Comet might be expecting right now, but get right. Playing in the exact same area towards Catwalk, which would potentially be cleared. Another good shot by Olaf.
When stuff like this happens, you start asking your teammate, where did this guy come from? Didn't just someone call him mid? Well, yeah, he rotated as soon as that first kill happened. Bullet in cave. Knows there's someone waiting for him right outside on towards Cat. He's going to fall back towards Sun. Olaf with the 3rd kill of this round.
Ace.
Nah.
Insuji was right there playing in Ninja. And it's all down to get right.
It's 1.
It's probably too much to ask for.
Yeah, no HP, no utility.
Dodging by just a second. Get right. Now just wants to save.
30 seconds. 27 seconds. To be a little bit more precise. So there's no hope of winning this round.
Nope.
That is for sure. That is guaranteed. Because the C4 is in the field of the GDs. And I think Get Right, as you mentioned. Best case scenario could have gotten a few exits or maybe just save the AK. But last shot over there just right in his head. And come mid. Now I think is when things get a little bit more challenging. Because it was those picks again and again from the side of Wawa that have denied a stable economy to come mid. They have some cash to invest into this round, but it's going to be tricky to make it work. Also, as you mentioned, I mean, being down 3 rounds with your economy completely unstable, even I wouldn't expect Wawa to bring in the double up. I mean, Comet have only faced 1 yet. I don't think they still have info about the second one. Did Freak even fire a shot?
Nope.
Yeah.
Then they might not have the information about that, but I love the fact that on the back of just 1 round loss, they quickly bring in a timeout and they're discussing as to what they need to change in this one. Because, of course, how they're going to deal with Olaf is going to be the question, who would potentially play again in the sniper's nest area. So smoking him off, using the mollies, using the frags, that's the basic approach.
Let's see how this round turns out. I mean, this is going to be interesting. They have just 1 hero Galil, but enough utility to go for an all-out execute on one side. And it's always going to be B that can be covered up easily with just a few smokes, 1 Molotov, 2 smokes, 1 smoke. Well, 2 to 1 smoke, maybe a Molotov and a few flashes. An easy push off A, but as soon as they try to push up B ramp, Bullet with a preemptive peek, gets a lot of information. Was flash, wasn't able to find a kill though, but still managed to find 3 early on. Wawa.
Half the job done.
Yeah. And I think this might be the round as well with Soulmate out of the picture. Things look extremely easy. Get right, the last player surviving.
EK.
1v3.
Olaf versus Get Right.
Oh! Takes 2 before he gets burned alive. That Molotov was there for a good 2-3 seconds and Get Right. I mean, not a lot of options. He can't run away. He can't step out of cave. He knows there's another man waiting for him on site. So he does what he does best. Shoot the opposition in their faces.
That was actually a smart move for Freaky to just back off from there. Watching, yes, the player was burning alive. Not giving him another opportunity, but
he got 1 op out of play.
Yep. That's going to be a massive reinvestment.
It's brought back.
I mean, look at the economy. Yeah. They don't have any dollars in their accounts after this one, apart from Bullet and Executor.
Well, see how much value they can gain from this. Olaf Meister. And mid very aggressive with the op. Stood in Kabi, but the early utility from the CT side definitely denying that mid connector access to come mid.
1 molly can flush him.
Yeah, and it's definitely coming towards him. He knows it. There we go.
I guess that's a deep lineup maybe towards the head. Oh, alright, there's the molly. Unfortunately, no gap in the smoke, and HSB finds the first one.
Oh, the flash was perfect! And yet, as soon as he clears himself from the smoke, HSB had his vision back. Olaf Meister also shut down. 3v5. It's looking extremely tough for Wawa, at least this round. Two waiting for him on the other side. I think he senses the threat. Goes for the first, finds it quite nicely. Second one catches him off guard though.
The timing on the back of it, just a little bit off. Few shots being fired from back. Soulmate! That's not the way to miss a few shots out there.
Doesn't matter. They have a massive numbers advantage to work with, and I think as soon as Bullet is out of the picture, Freaky is going to be forced to fall back. He has that big responsibility, the op, in his hands. But look at that quick rotation from Come Mid. The amount of map control they gained early on just denied mid access completely to Wawa, and now that advantage, that map pressure plays out wonders for Come Mid. A quick rotation, they plant the C4 on this A site, and by the time Wawa rotates for the retake, look at that, already in their post-plant position in Donut.
All three in Donut?
Oh, there's a nade on Freaky.
Not a big fan of this Donut.
If he lobs this nade in Donut, I think the amount of damage will definitely make it very easy for the players from Wawa to spray it down. Sees the feed, finds one. Alright. But for the second, they have brought it down to a 1v1. Freaky, he's going to try and stick the defuse. Does he get it? Not a lot of time left. Spamming the knife inside of the smoke, but doesn't matter. Because Rocky arrives too late, and Wawa, what a steal. What a defuse. What a round being brought back. Wow.
Absolute daylight robbery.
Yeah.
Is what the man did out there. Again, not a big fan of all three people falling into Donut because that's just one choke point that the CTs need to worry about, and that is what happened.
I think their plan was to have it planted in the open, smoke off the entry of Donut, and then just spam to where the C4 was planted, but not work out as well as they thought.
That's still a risky move, and that is on the back of that nade that Freaky did not even use. Of course, not the biggest fan of that approach, but a very well played round from Wawa indeed. Now they're all just pushed so far back because look at the buy, it's kind of broken. A couple of Famous, 2 M4s, AWP in the hand of Olaf, and he cannot play aggressive on that same position again because it is being mollied time and time again.
Look at this, a lot of map control gained by Come Mid now.
Good pick.
Towards mid, but they are looking to push Cat towards the B side. First kill secured by Come Mid, but the trade comes in instantaneously for Wawa, and as soon as they get themselves on site, they will have to deal with a lot of pressure. HSB finds the kill on Olaf. Get tried with an important one on Ismuje to clean up this B side. C4 will be planted.
2v3.
Execute and Freaky, they've arrived again. There's a nice little... They won't expect Deadpoint to be this close to the wall. And he catches them off guard, sets it up for the remaining 2 players. Soulmate, not a lot of HP on him, down to a single digit. Doesn't matter. A nasty shot to the head, and Executor gets executed.
How did Soulmate even win that duel? It was not expected of him. Just went in for a little wide peek than you normally would expect. And that's why he threw the crosshair off position and was able to quickly get the round for his team. Otherwise, it would have become really difficult for HSB. He had the AWP in hand. Not the best weapon, that too when you're smoked off. I would still say it was a good approach coming in from Wawa, but on the other side, Come Mid with the slow rounds, the slow approach. That's what's been catching Wawa off guard time and time again, and it's becoming difficult for them to bring those rounds back from the brink.
Flash from that side to help his teammates gain at least the game. Access to mid. He's putting a lot of faith in Bono and HSB now.
It's working.
Last round of the first half. Important for Wawa to keep this as even as possible. And guess what? Wawa on Ancient, I mean, their T side is a little scary to be honest.
True.
Especially if Bullet and Executor start performing. Bullet has definitely been informed today.
Is the thing, you know, last time both of these teams they took on each other, these two were the only 2 maps that were played.
True.
And we saw Come Mid winning both of them, and in a pretty dominating fashion too. That was impressive. On the other side, again, push up towards A. Split from Donut as well as Main. A good shot being landed, but a quick reply.
Meister finding that first kill. Executor with the second picks up that SMG. He's pushed. He's trying to regain control of Cave. He's gonna fall. Ooh. Oh, that was close. Definitely feeling the pain. And this time though, even though he was flashed, doesn't matter. HSP hitting those shots on the up. 2 kills secured. Smoothie, the last CT surviving. Seems like the round has already been won by Mid. Smoothie spotted out, but can't really do much. 6 HP. And there we go. Soulmate cleans it all up. It's a 7-5 swap. The first half won by Mid.
What do you even do in this case? I mean, you would normally say, all right, if there's an AWPer there, just go for a flash and then go for the peek. You would be able to at least take that space. HSB is like, no, you flashed me, you will die. Because I will still shoot the shot. And by the time, you know, you'll be going in for the peek, either you'll be dead or I'll not be flashed anymore. So you'll be dead either ways. That was still a very smart play. Normally we see Bono with the AWP, but HSB has been changing things a lot, and I would agree with you. Wawa's T side, it looks pretty solid on the map of Ancient. But how well would they be able to work right now with Olaf Meister?
See, but now that I think about it, I think their T side was strong because of how quick they used to be. But I guess that also requires a lot of communication between all 5 players. And right now, since they have this legend, Olaf Meister in their lineup, that game plan of theirs, they might not be able to execute it unless they just let Olaf be the frontline leader, rely on his skills and his experience to find the opening, or help him get to a post-plant setup where he can probably call the shots and set the team up for success. But let's see, they get that A side under control quickly, but now they have to deal with all that deep pressure that's going to be brought upon them from the players of Mid. And one by one, they walk into the crosshairs of Soulmate, and he is not going to resist hitting those headshots.
Oh, but it's down to a 2v1.
What? How? Executor? My goodness.
That's a massive advantage that was dropped by Mid, and now we'll potentially see the equalizer.
I think we definitely can see the equalizer. I don't expect Mid to force buy on the CT side. It's going to be tough.
They're not going to force buy, but you may never know. Some of those shots that could be landed in by the USP on the head. Does the damage.
Of course.
Does the damage.
Back in the days, there used to be like Salvation CS and Eco rounds.
That's all you need to say, mate.
Yeah. It's not there anymore, though.
Time to bring back the old meta.
I mean, if you are Mid, then for sure don't want to let Wawa walk away any more easy rounds. It's a heavy stack towards B. Meister getting that early info, expected push. They are gonna commit for it as well.
Yes!
And he lines it up. Wow. Everyone just walked in and he was like, alright, thank you. 7 extra bullets to spare on the USP.
That was just 1 mag spray down.
Yeah.
Sheesh. What a perfect ace coming in from him. Yes, it was an eco round on the other side, but still, man, an ace is an ace.
True. But how do you take it to the next level? Mid, I think, again, an eco like that means all hope is on this buy. They shut down Wawa right now. Maybe this advantage should be enough to help them bounce back in the game. HSB, early cat control for him. Soulmate as well. This time the CTs have gone with a little bit of a different approach. They are trying to take mid and fight for mid, but not through Sniper's Nest. Not moving in through Sniper's Nest. They're moving through cave, walking on cat and denying connector that way. But Bullet, very awkward position. Not for him. Players have come mid. Because if they don't see him coming, he can potentially walk away with 3 kills. And there was someone just slowly jiggling in his vision, but both sides now decide to step back. Look at this though, 3 players on the left half of the map. Only 2 remaining on the right towards the B side. But finally the rotation has arrived.
But again, look at that one posted player by Vava. Quickly towards the A-long, few shots being fired. But Bono will get to keep his life on such a low HP that even a wind could blow him down. But as long as you've got that rifle and crosshair up, that's all you need. But maybe I spoke too soon. That nade, absolutely perfect. Don't even need to peek on the back of it. Just let it slide.
Even Soulmate is very low. Just a shot to the body will be enough to pick him apart. Oh no.
Bullet.
Yeah, they're gonna see his feet soon. They see his feet, I think. Just a few pixels every now and then.
Yeah. That's a smart move, not firing those shots at all. But he will now, and he will win it as well.
And there's the site cleaned up. All theirs for the taking, but an even quicker retake being brought in by the players of Commit. Get right. Try to spam the planter.
Oh, good spam.
Finally gets a few. Another player, but no! It's Booje! What amazing timing on that sunroom fight. Catches both the players completely off guard. Get right, gets caught off guard with a flash in his hands.
And the second player was trying to play for the anti-flash too.
Yeah.
And that was the reason why InsmoJ found a god timing on the back of it. You would never expect someone to peek in like that. But hey, that's InsmoJ for you. And Wawa, they are winning. That was their bonus round as well.
Yeah. And I think this one completely swings at least the second half in their hands, because it is 8-7 right now. Commit forced on an eco. After this, 9-7 is when Commit are going to have weapons in their hands again. At that point, it's a little too much pressure for these players. The advantage definitely in the hands of Wawa, but they need to make sure they don't lose it from here on out. HSB up close and personal on B-ramp with pistol in his hands. A lot of control on B-ramp and mid-connector for Wawa.
The entire mid has been left open. But yes, there's a player towards Donut that is keeping a watch if anyone's crossing mid. If that area is smoked off, you know that the full mid is lost.
Yeah, quite a big contradiction between how Wawa was playing their CT side, with Olaf Meister always being aggressive on mid, taking that cubby control, and how Mid like to play on the CT side. They just completely back off, hold mid very passively, and be very aggressive towards that B main. Get right finds one kill on Freaky, but that should be about it for this round. 1 AK recovered on HSB. Doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Bono as well with the Eagle can work a miracle. A few shots, and that might be the final nail in the coffin for this round. HSB is trying to lurk. Not lurking, I think he's going to try and save the AK, maybe get a few exits along the way.
That was such an unfortunate miss coming in. If that bullet would have connected, this round would have been doable.
Oh, yeah.
Because HSB had a perfect timing on the lurk. He would have been able to find at least one or maybe two. But as of now, he'll be just trying to struggle for his life, as he's got to be worried about that one lurker coming in by Wawa. So HSB in a pretty safe and sound corner, as long as bullet just does not go and check it. Here's the footsteps, and he loses the fight. Look at the HP of Bullet, barely breathing, 5 HP.
Massive, massive sigh of relief from the players of Wawa. 9-7. And a big opportunity for Wawa to hit double digits and get another round. The next one also forced eco for Mid. And on the CT side, Mid not able to deal with the mind games that Wawa is playing with them. As I said, their T side is extremely, extremely tricky to counter.
A wise man once said, you get hooked up to the skins of CS2.
Of CS, I mean, yeah.
I mean, we're going along with CS2 right now.
Hey man, gotta make a case open. That's Necro for you. Skin collector.
Skin collector. I like the sound of it.
Yeah, Necro has a pretty big inventory. Anyways. This time though.
Mid approach.
Hey, at least someone went to check it from the side of Mid. That is what I'm happy about. But again the same setup. They have one man posted on Sniper's Nest, one on Cat, one towards Donut. And Wawa again making a play from it. This time it is going to backfire. They are going to get caught off guard in 3 different positions. And if they do not find those kills, it's going to be such a horrible position from there for them to drop the C4 as well. And there goes the C4. There goes the round.
Not exactly. There still could be a play that is being cooked up by Bullet. He could potentially find the timing. Gets the first one, but will he be able to get the second is the question, and that's the answer.
Ooh, I take back my words. Maybe they can bring this back. And maybe they might have just brought it back. Olaf Meister and Freaky. They have the C4 recovered, and they just instantly sprint towards A. But Get Right with his awkward lip can catch Olaf Meister off guard, but Olaf Meister connect and Get Right out of the picture. HSB can clutch this out.
The timing of that man's senses tingling.
He has that incendiary in the back. Can use it to either clear sight or Donut. Towards Donut, expect both the players to be there, but as soon as he does it, Freaky from side peaks, and HSB, well, see you in the next round.
It was supposed to be an ace or a nothing, and I guess we came down to nothing. But on the other side, the 10 and 7, yes. And it's just as you previously mentioned, that Wawa's T side, impeccable.
Yeah.
The way they are going on with their approaches, even the ones in which they do not have the early advantage, they lost in that mid crunch.
I got very worried in that last round. I mean, that was a very awkward round that Wawa were able to win. So that needs to stop, I think, if they want to win this map against Commit. Otherwise, you give more opportunities like that to Commit, and they will definitely make sure that they grab the advantage away from them. But as you mentioned, I mean, this round, not a lot of hope. You have that one SMG, and everyone else on those pistols. The first kill of the round is going to be HSB picked off.
They'd be able to get a few extra frags out there. The only question is if Commit might eventually pop off. That does not seem to be happening. Because, again, it just comes down to that synergy with the players, with the team. We've already seen Wawa having a day and a few games being played with Olaf himself. And, of course, there would be meeting in the evening time. The rest, it's all needed, but also just some words being exchanged. That is important to build up that team synergy. To build up that chemistry between the players.
I think at this point, if the best advice is the advice from Shox. Just relax, have fun. It's a game. Have fun. Easy win. Hey, worked out for Marcos Gaming, right?
Worked out wonders, and right from day one, for some reason.
Elvis has started to perform so much better. And I think that is something that even Bhavi needs to learn from Shox. How do I make sure Elvis is always calm and composed? But let's bring it back. I think, again, Commit are definitely not going to be happy if we keep talking about Marcos.
They are trying to cook a few plays coming. Honestly, in the early plays, it is working out. But it's just how Wawa are mid-rounding. That's where Commit are getting caught off guard again and again. The slow-paced approach in those mid-rounds.
It's the same thing every round. They have one guy trying to get a pick on B ramp, which usually is Get Right. They have one player posted deep in A hall every round. And then 3 men are going to try and create as much chaos in mid as they possibly can. And it just works out. Commit, they just hold back on site, and by the time they realize, like, all right, we have lost a player, we got that trade, they fail to realize that now you have no information where the C4 actually is and which site is Wawa trying to breach in.
And for the previous few rounds, we saw Wawa making that approach where they could either go towards the A or maybe push through the donut, try and take control of that space. This time, slowly creeping towards the C, a good molly to push the upper back, and the flash comes in. Not the perfect one, still players not blinded.
Second one was well timed. I mean, could have been a little better, but Rocky still finds one. I think it was just Bono being forced back that is gonna allow Wawa to get on side, plant that C4, but Soulmate and Get Right, perfect timing on the peak. They find 2 important kills. It's Blue Jay find one more for his team, but that might be the last kill for Wawa in that round, because HSB, he has arrived a little bit late to the party, but nonetheless, he's finally here. Look at that, 19 kills on the board already for the man. He has definitely been one of the reasons that Commit have been in a much more manageable position in this game. And also, by the way, first round in the second half for Commit.
Only the first one, a long way to go indeed. But the question is, if they have the crits for the AWP, who's going to pick it? I really want Bono back on the AWP.
It's Bono.
Yeah, he's the one who's most comfortable in it. And also, HSB is a very solid rifler. Yes, he can op. But then again, if you compare his potential on an op or on a rifle, I would always pick rifle.
It's like, I think if you draw a comparison to a player we just saw a few moments ago, Fire, right?
True.
It's a similar situation.
I just find that HSB is more impactful whenever he's on that rifle. Because with the AWP, he's got to hold back. He's got to hold the angle. You can't always play aggressive. But with the rifle, you know that he's going to be pulling all of his shenanigans around the map.
Yeah, I think with a little bit more aggression, I think Commit definitely can try to catch at least Wawa off guard. Look at this. Get ready, he's getting used to this now.
Yeah.
Lobs a nade in A-holes. Does dish out a little bit of damage to Freaky, but Freaky did not panic. Stayed there. No sound cues given to the players of Commit, but the Danger Man HSB shut down first.
Good shot.
Soulmate is going to be next, and Bullet looking for the third kill. It's not really connect, and it's going to be Bono with the op who's holding that angle in the sniper's nest, watching Cat. Doesn't matter though. Picked off 2 key players. Especially the man and Donut getting shut out means that A side is yours to grab. They already had control of A main since the starting of this round.
Here comes the difficult question, right? Now Bono's gonna move forward. Okay. Neither of those off shots can hit the other side.
What? How dare you shoot towards me? Is what Freaky had to say over there to get right, but yeah. One option was save the op, no matter what happens. And Wawa, they're trying to hunt it down to get it out of play.
And now it's just Rocky left in a 1v4.
I like how Rocky was like, he's falling back, but he's also looking at Bono trying to see, alright, buddy, are you okay? It's okay, man. It's fine. We'll get them on the next map.
You know, I just feel that Commit are under some heavy pressure.
Yeah.
That's what I feel. Like, all the other teams, whenever you look at them or you look at their players, they're having a fun chit-chat with the legend. They're smiling, they're talking. But on this side, it just seems that the members of Commit, they're in a pressure of their own. They've created this mental barricade wherein they feel that they have to perform because they've got Get Right.
It's Get Right being there, but along with that, there's a different form of pressure when you are considered some of the best players in your region and you qualify as the top seed. Everyone automatically just assumes that you're going to win it all. And as you mentioned, the pressure to perform can always backfire. That might be the case for Commit, but Wawa, nothing taken away from them. These lads are playing phenomenally. They have Olaf Meister backing them up as well, but Bullet is the main person to fear in this game. 24 kills already on the board. He's not missing a lot of shots. Utility usage seems perfect, prepped for anything and everything. He's setting his teammates up. His teammates are coming with beautiful setups for him with those flashes, with those molotovs to pull out players. Almost had that kill in the back, and that could have changed everything, but now Soulmate with a brilliant punish. He was hiding behind that smoke for a long time. Switches. What? Switch the M4 for the SMG.
Did not want to reload, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I believe the other lad had an AK. He got 2.
It just seems that he probably wanted to pick the rifle on the ground. He just, unfortunately, swapped it for the SMG, and then, well, you got to work with what you have in your hand, and
that's the match.
That's going to be the last round, Wawa. I almost thought that they could pull it back. I almost thought that they would be able to take it home. Maybe by pulling off this comeback. You know, I'm always a big believer of the comeback, but that's just something that did not happen whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough situation, but let's see. I mean, there's still a few more maps to go, hopefully, because I want to see both these teams go all the way to that last round. Anubis is going to be intense. Next one is going to be Inferno.
Yeah, again, on the map of Mirage, that's going to come after this. It's going to be troublesome to watch come mid. We'll just have to see how it eventually pans out, but at the end of the day, on this map, it just seemed that on the T side, yes, Commit were doing a pretty solid job. Wawa again down in the numbers in those rounds, 5 to 7, and then pulling off in such a miraculous fashion that they only gave one round away.
But look at this, right? Revenge on first map. Well, they've gotten it successfully. Now it's time for revenge on the second map for the side of Wawa. And as you mentioned, the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was a one-sided affair with Commit walking away with a 2-0 and comfortable score lines on both the map. It might have given Wawa enough rounds, enough of a vision of what Commit exactly comes prepped with.
True.
And today they came prepared. Even GetRight himself mentioned this. It is about preparation as well. And Wawa, well, homework was done.
It always comes down to the preparation. Yes, that is true. And a very good homework done, to be honest. A plus, yes. Because here's the thing, right? Whenever a team is trying to perform, the main point they're being judged on is how well you do on the attack side, on the T side. And it basically shows that how well your calling is, how much you know about the map, how much you are aware about what's happening around the map, what your opponent is trying to do, and how can you pull the rotations the way you want to. Because if you want to execute towards the A side, then you want the rotation to be pulled towards the B. How well are you able to manage that? And I mean, 100 marks to Wawa onto that one. Because dropping just one.
Yeah, just adding to that, I think a little bit more better understanding of where the CTs exactly like to play. Like if I know, all right, HSB, he's going to be on that op, and what are the usual spots that we find HSB in? Normally he's going to be playing Cave, just posted up for A main. Is he going to be sitting Sniper's Nest? This game, we saw him in Donut again and again, trying to help out with that mid control, but it wasn't really working out. Then we saw that switch up where he was forced on that A side. We saw him once on B, but majority of the time was spent in mid. So having an understanding of where key players from the other side like to play also gives you an understanding of how you want to counter them. Because players who are aggressive, you expect them to play a little bit pushed in, get a little aggressive. You wait for them. You wait for them to arrive. You wait there with numbers, and as soon as that player falls in the trap, you finish him off, take the side control, some map control away from the opposition. And I think Wawa, that is where majority of this game was won. Because as soon as they came to that T side, as you mentioned, communication, utility usage, everything else from the players of Wawa was already prepared during the group stage itself after that loss against the first loss against Commit. But today, I think it was specifically this team that they wanted to beat.
I mean, you always want to conquer your demons after all, because that's the only team they lost to back in the group stages. And I've mentioned it multiple times. It's better to lose once in your group stages than to lose in the playoffs. Because you will find your mistakes. You will be able to patch it all up, and you'll be able to develop those counter strats. So 100 marks yet again. I'm going to say time and time again, because there basically is their class on the first map though. We still have one more to go and potentially a third one, but we're going to have a look at the scoreboard too.
Well, here's the scoreboard. Olaf Meister definitely phenomenal. 18 kills in this match. But from the side of Wawa, I have to say Bullet also doing well. This is one of the best performances we've seen from Bullet so far. It was a very competitive game from either sides as well, but this time Bullet definitely popped off. Execute as well, huge props to him. And it's Mujay, I mean, has been one of the most consistent players from the side of Wawa. I just have one question. He just missed out one game for Wawa. I think it was the very first match, but even then they were very comfortable. HSB on the other side was the key player for the side of Commit, as we mentioned, every single time, especially in that first half. He was extremely phenomenal. And here's a little bit of comparison between the legend from the global scene of CS and the legend from Pakistan.
I mean, we've mentioned so many times how HSB, yes, one of the most experienced player is there in that roster, but it all needs to come in play in the second map itself, because we will be having that fun, but after this short break.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike truly could be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? No! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right, okay. And he can't believe it.
Oh my God. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
No way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack, and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works, and this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's the f***ing go!
No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
1:49.
Sub 1 minute.
We're going to have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God. And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
expected results for the first game of this last series, but Wawa now taking down Commit in the first game itself. In the group stage, Commit was just dominating every single team that stood against them, and this is indeed a big stark statement that they've made.
That is absolutely true. I mean, the revenge arc has already begun. That's one map they're in already, and they need one more. That's about it. Mirage is going to be the next one. We did not anticipate the result on Ancient, but the way Wawa are playing, I just love the way how they're going in with their T-calls, the way they're mixing all of their executes and trying to play with the minds of Commit. Now that is something that I really would love to see continue on the map of Mirage.
Now once again, we've seen a little bit of a difference in the playstyle. Commit in the group stages, they were a little bit more confident in that approach. They were more aggressive. But this Commit that we're seeing, they're much more passive. They're playing things with a little bit held back, and I don't understand why we're seeing this type of Commit. I just want to see them back go into that aggressive playstyle. Maybe it can be because of Get Right's addition, considering Get Right is a man who likes to play a little bit more disciplined. He likes to play a little bit more defensive. Maybe it's because of that.
Yeah, that could be one thing, and that is exactly the point that I mentioned to even Johnny, that you know, yes, addition of Get Right is something that has also made Commit take that pressure, and which they really do not need to.
Yeah.
Because we have seen all the other teams, they're bonding with their legend really well. Yes, it's just the first day for them playing with him, but again, it's down to their last map, so if not now, then there's never.
That's what I was literally about to mention as well. It's the first day that we're seeing Commit perform, and there's a chance they can be knocked out just on their first day itself. So this is definitely going to sting to you as a player. But ladies and gentlemen, as you mentioned, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Mirage. What are your expectations and predictions going to be? Is it going to be Commit getting kicked out of the tournament, or will Wawa not be able to seal the deal on Mirage and we move on to the Decider? But before you answer that question, it's time to step inside of Mirage. As Commit, they kick things off on CT and Wawa on T. They've got the mental edge. They've got the edge in general inside of this game, so everything's looking quite good.
So I'm gonna go with my prediction and mention that since Wawa are starting on their T side, and we know how solid it is, I'm gonna say Wawa would probably close it at 2-0 fashion. I don't want that to happen, I'll be honest, because I want these legends to play for a long time. I want to see the third map itself, but I mean, here we go, man. Clocks in the hand, slow approach, yet again coming in, slowly clearing the underpass as well, while they've already posted one player up in Palace.
I mean, Veto once again just in that cheeky angle towards mid. Soulmate just kicks things off nicely, finds the first tap. That's going to give him the confidence booster that he really needs. Commit at this point in time, you might as well just try to do anything that you can, make something out of nothing. But look at Rocky, even he on the side is doing a great job. And in general, the A site's on a complete lockdown. Get Right also just clapping for the players, you know, boosting up their morals and confidence that, okay, good job, guys. Let's keep this up. But as I mentioned, Commit, now they're playing much more disciplined and slow. And because of this instant playstyle change on the fly, I think so it's really affecting their playstyle, not just on the T side, also on the CT.
So, you know, there's one thing that sometimes happens with people. They get overwhelmed by the presence of someone who they seem to be much better than them. And in that situation, you get really scared to make any mistakes. And in order to not make mistakes, you go in with a very passive playstyle. And that is what's happening with the side of Commit. They're just being scared of making mistakes. That's why they're playing way too passive, and that's not comfortable to them. So they're ending up making more mistakes. So rather than that, yes, they should follow what Shox has been saying. Enjoy the game. It's fine. You've got Get Right on your team. He's a legend. He knows how to handle all these situations. You just have to feel yourself, and you just have to do what you love to do.
Again, though, I mean, every team is different. Every team's thought process is different.
True.
So, if one thing applies for one team, it cannot apply for every team. More here. I mean, yeah, it's a complete shutdown towards Connector and A. Once again, the site's on the lockdown. No chance for you to trespass on. Move on towards the site. Another round collected from CM in a beautiful manner.
If in case even the third round goes to Commit, I'm just going to say I just jinxed up the T side for Wawa.
Oh.
But on the other side, though, any damage being done right now by Bullet would be crucial. They have such a far range. Ouch. Ouch. That is an ouch.
Indeed. I mean, especially now that we're going to see both the teams on the equal level. 5 rounds for both of them. This is where the real stuff can be decided.
Yeah, but here's the thing, you know, I've been watching it time and time again. Come mid, even after winning the rounds, there's no smile over their faces. That shows what kind of mental barricade they are behind.
Okay. I mean, some players, they're just not that expressive, though. Oh, a push from underpass catches Olaf. Big man's taken down. Bono as well towards mid. He's able to chip a lot of damage, but that's all he's going to find. Man advantage once again in the hands of CM, and this is something they're desperately looking for, especially in rounds like these. They start off with an advantage, but then later on, that advantage slowly and steadily starts to fade away, and this is what I exactly mentioned. It's taken down to a 3v3 somehow, even though CM, they had such a big advantage off the bat. And in this 3v3, Freaky's low, so that can be a bit of a sigh of relief. But still, nothing much can be said just yet.
What a call. What a call from Vava. Getting an entirely empty site. Scum mid just moved in towards B. They were winning their own fight, so they just decided maybe Vava going towards the B side. Now, that is a big problem.
Yeah.
But again, Vava is the team that has no idea that the site is empty.
And once again, they've also got a lot of time. 30 seconds on the clock almost to make that 25. But, yeah, I mean, slow and steady clears. Just keep on clearing every single angle. Get as much as map control as you can. And, yeah, just settle down and play for the post plants. They've pretty much got the entire side on the cover. 2 players to come, Rocky and Soulmate. Soulmate especially, he's been feeling himself today. Yeah, he's come in, they lost the first map. Still, Soulmate is not a man to be underestimated like that.
Absolutely, but yet again down to just last 1v2. How much can Soulmate do?
Good question. And the answer is nothing much. Imsmuji from Wawa as well. He's been a man who's been recently popping off. Especially at the end of group stage when we saw the Pakistan region. Imsmuji was the man who was getting a lot of the MVPs. So
True.
he sort of has the momentum. And Olafmeister's addition is also helping this team a little bit more. We mentioned this too at the start of the entire group stage as well, that Wawa is one of those teams that likes to play tactical, and from the Indian side it was Godscreen. Godscreen, unfortunately, they've been knocked out, which was a big upset, but Wawa, I mean, to add on to this tactical play style, you've also got a man like Olafmeister to back you up. That's even better.
That's true, and you know, I just love the approach coming in from Vava. They realized that there could be someone pushing up through the connector in mid, and for that they had a trap setup with the Molotov as well as the frag. So if in case there would have been an approach by come mid in to take that mid space, they would have just met with their demise. And that's only because of the fact that it is an eco round, wherein teams decide a lot of times to just push up one part of the map. All right.
Interesting. I mean, that's a boost all the way from triple. He did find a ding, but that's all he's going to find. There's a deagle in the hands of Bono. That can be sort of that win condition, but still Get Right is the main man. He needs to make some impact with that M1. So far, just going for the tabs. Yeah, the tab's going to be found. Get Right. Just sleep though. Behind the bench as well, gets cleared out. B-site just like that's going to fall in the hands of the attackers. Wawa getting the plant down as well. It's a 2v4 upcoming. While Olafmeister and Executor, they're quite softened up, but still going for a 2v4 is a little bit too much, so you might as well be the wise one and back off and go for the save.
Because you look at the creds of Get Right, I mean, he's got no dollars in this wallet, just 300. So of course, he'd be making sure he gets a drop. Maybe HSB is just going to drop him that M4 of his. On the other side, though, quick upgrades on the weaponries, and they'll be moving backwards. Wawa making sure that all 4 of their players are surviving. Getting the equalizer on board is important for them, and they've been able to do that.
So, once again, the problem is the slow play style. You're giving the players of Vava to execute their set plays.
Yep.
And that time is sort of essential in general for Wawa. But if C-Mid, they're going to start playing a little bit more aggressive, Wawa, they're just not going to have enough time to think about things. The only reason why Wawa is able to be so comfortable and roam around all across the map for such a long time is all because that no one's being that aggressive as they were in the group stage. And I feel like CM should definitely try and bring a little bit of variance in the pace.
That needs to be done, but yet again, they just seem to be holding their angles, and that's about it. Every single part of the map is being watched in. Apartments, yes, it's open, but Get Right is just there on site, making sure that there's no one making those crosses. Mid is basically under lockdown. All of cat control has been taken. Connector being watched in as well, so they're kind of pinpointing the location of the players. That's a good pick. Bullet has been taken down.
Okay, the execute begins. Smokes and flashes on the site, a couple of Molotovs as well, to make sure that those basic angles will be cleared off. And as they march towards the site, they will also have to control without any problem. A couple of players trying to squeeze through the smokes, but even they will be shut down easily. And now it's a 4v4 on the site. C4's planted, and the players slowly and steadily looking to back away. Trades happen, a couple of them on the board. One more man towards Connector will be snuffed out. A 2v3 upcoming, but unfortunately, not for long. The players of CM, they collapse.
What a well-oriented execute from Vava. And it's the exact same story again. You give them time to set up. They're all going to go in for those lineups. They will be smoking off those points. They'll be using the Molotovs to flush out any player playing close. And I just love the way how they cleared every single angle before executing the fight. The site was entirely empty for them. And the angles that they did not check, they were just smoked off. And all you need to do is just make sure that you cannot be spammed in through the smoke. This is one of the perfect executes that I have seen.
Yeah, that's all of Meister's addition for you, my friend. One thing is for sure, since these legends have been added in, we're seeing much more of proper executes.
True that.
I mean, this is not the first time we're seeing that. We even saw one execute from the side of God's Ring, too. So, yeah. Imagine if you're going to have those proper executes, when you're going to have smokes just blocking off 90% of the vision of the opponents. What are you even supposed to do? Then Molotovs as well, just flushing out the basic angles where players like to play from, be it triple, be it default, be it firebox. You just stand no chance. Even under Palace, yeah, you just can't really do much. And then through the short this time, it's going to be a quick rundown. They do realize the players are on an eco. It's better to just run it down through short, and that's what they do. Get right towards Market, just looking to find one single deagle connection, but unfortunately, he's not able to do so. And I think so, this round will be collected as well quite easily.
The question is, would they drop one rifle, or that's not going to be the case. That's not going to be that.
1 HP.
He's dodging all the bullets like he's the Matrix, but not all, I guess.
Yeah. Unfortunate. The players that are usually having a lot of impact, I'm speaking of Bono, I'm speaking of HSB, Soulmate. Soulmate, yeah, in the first series, he was definitely performing out of his mind. Yeah, it's a whole other story that CM did not really win that first series. But Soulmate is in form. Previous game, HSB was doing solid. But Bono, he's still a little bit iffy, and I want to see that old Bono from the group stage back.
Just the pressure, HSB though.
Oh, he blocks off that smoke. Oh, this is brilliant. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work that well. Yeah.
Chip damage.
We tried it. Just didn't work out. The man is right underneath the window. Went for the trigger discipline play. Catches the first. But the second one, it still returns back with the trade. They're trying their best to stop the flood on the B side, but the players have already made their ground. And soon enough, even the C4 will be planted, and Bullet is going for the plant. Bono with the op in his hands is still just holding towards Market, and Freaky is going to play a Ninja. Oh, this is going to get a little bit exciting. From the flank is Soulmate. He starts striking a couple of players down. Freaky should be the playmaker from that Ninja spot. If he finds even 2, that can be huge. But he's already done his job in Smooth G. He placed that phenomenally well, and he also saves the day for his team. Somehow, come mid, even though they were on the verge of winning that round, they still somehow messed it up.
That was a 3v5. Get Right got 2 in that before falling down. I'm still surprised, but there was absolutely no one watching the drop from the apartment's exit towards the van. That's where Get Right was taken down. But even after that, yes, it still was a 4v3 situation. You had all the utilities to go in for the retake. Archer's control was also established. But it just seems that Mid lost all of their duels altogether.
Ooh. So now CM, once again, back on the ground zero. Do not really have a lot of weaponry. Yeah, they do get the initial advantage, but look at the overall view. The overview of things, that's what I mean. In general, Wawa, they do have the advantage when it comes to the weaponry. One man down, okay, no issues. But still the gun disadvantage is huge. It matters. It really does matter. And now all off with this op, even if he's able to find the first pick towards Market, which is probably HSB because he's peeking out. He's holding quite a tight angle. Maybe the chances of that shot being missed are quite a lot, but all it takes is one single peek on a site from Wawa to kickstart things.
True. Good util, flash goes out, all the mollies are in place. I love this execute coming in, Necro.
Oh, the man spotted towards the side, tucked in the corner, but he still gets caught. Wawa. Beautiful stuff. See mid, the more passive and defensive they're playing, they're just getting completely anticipated by the opponents. They're getting read by Wawa. See what they definitely need to bring a little bit of variety in that play style. Maybe push up from one side, just like what they did on mid, right? They pushed up, one player pushed up from mid with a FAMAS. He got the first kill. Just like that, try and bring in a little bit of variety in the pushes. But try and be a little bit more aggressive, playing fully defensive, especially with the way CM have been playing through the group stage. It's just not really working out for them. Get Right, he gets one before backing away. But yeah, Get Right's more than happy to get that.
That is such a ratty escape. You wouldn't. The way all the legends, you know, they kind of even move around, making sure that they're constantly jiggling while also moving backwards. Every single point that you always watch. But again, just one day with the guidance of Olaf, and that's the kind of execute that we are seeing. It is phenomenal to watch how Wawa is also maturing along the way.
I mean, it feels like a systematic dismantle.
Yes.
They're systematically taking off player by player. They're just dismantling them part by part. And once again, a quick execute towards mid. And this is the variety that I'm talking about, that we're seeing from Wawa. Sometimes they're playing completely passive. Sometimes they're just pushing it, gunning it down, W-keying towards mid. And this variance is really catching the players that come mid off guard. They just do not exactly know what to expect at what round and what site will be executed at what round. There's just so many question marks the players that come mid are fighting, so many demons they're fighting in their head.
They're all crumbling under the pressure of their own mental barricade. And I mean, nothing taken away from Wawa. Their executes look impeccable. But at the same time, Comet just does not seem to be... Oh, miscatch. This does not seem to be the way they normally play. We're going to see the execute towards B. Get Right. Good molly towards the van. Maybe another one. Maybe towards the bench. And yes, the flash on the side. Execute will begin.
Oh.
Good stop.
Oh my god. Inspucci moving from the back. Yeah, well, he does his job. I mean, they're just eating him out at this point.
Perfect.
No place is safe. And come mid, yeah, as I mentioned, it's a systematic dismantling. They just know what they're doing on the map. And come mid, for them, for some reason, yeah, they need to be a little bit more proactive. At this point, it just feels like they're being too lazy, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they want to do. Being proactive should be the way to go. They have tried playing defensive. Now it's time to go a little bit offensive from the CT side too. Maybe a little bit aggressive, at least from one side. Try the push and pull strategy. Even that can work.
So in the early round, we clearly saw Wawa again going in for their mid approach, which you also pointed out that they are changing things. And after doing that, they just posted Innsmouth J in that position. And he was left to do whatever he wanted to do.
Exactly.
And that lurk timing was just perfection. And that's because that was enough time needed for Wawa to continuously regroup towards the apartments and then go also use the utilities. And I love the pause between the utilities too, because they wanted to bail out any defensive utils as well. So any mollies or frags or flashes from the CT, they would have been used up. And then they would have gone in for the execute on the back of Innsmouth J's lurk, which he was able to establish towards the CT. Again, such a picture-perfect gameplay from Wawa. This is one of the reasons why this team was invited with such an experience on board. And also now with the guidance of Olaf, it just seems an entirely new team, man.
Yeah. I mean, 7-2, match is also paused. And with how things have been looking like, HSB with the op in his hands. Okay, we're seeing that switch up because Bono's op is not able to find the reply. So now maybe pass the op on towards HSB. We're seeing that switch up. We're seeing a little bit of a change.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while now, but even that is not working out. And one of the reason is that Bono is just not being able to pop off as he normally would. And so is the case with Rocky. Not just feeling himself.
Flashes out towards mid. Here we go. Execution begins.
Bono firing a few warning shots out there in mid. And since again, the next is... Wait.
I'm not sure about this. Get right. Yeah, that's way backs away. No, this is too risky. But he actually set the opera up.
Good shot.
Beautiful stuff. A good set play that came in.
Oh, Soulmate?
Soulmate 2 is pushed up close, but he's not going to burst out mid. There's no way he bursts out through the smoke, but he's actually going to do that. He replies to the demons in his head, and he gets picked off. Does not check the back at all. A free pick towards mid to the T's, and that's what they exactly needed, the opener. Bono is up close as well, inside a connector. He finds the perfect timing on the upper, shuts him down. Olaf Meister out of the game. It's a 2v3 upcoming, and Bono just keeps on exploring towards mid. Freaky makes it a 1v2, but it's still quite difficult to execute. I mean, he's got the C4, so that's the bright side.
But would he be able to pull off this clutch? Will he anticipate the position? Get right on the lurk. HSB towards the arches. Freaky has got a load of utility. He's basically got a full loadout. On the other side as well, a couple of flashes.
Oh, exploring the site. He's actually going to find it a free as well.
Oh, wait a second. There's no noise being made at all.
I mean, with that smoke, maybe the intentions will be given away. And yes, they have been. You see the man towards short, instantly awakened. And Freaky, yeah, I like this. Be a little bit proactive.
Good
Push
one.
up towards market. Find the first guy. Make the duel a 1v1. But unfortunately, the Molotov. And then the op as well, just holding that angle. Okay, that was a good one from the side of CM. These are the team play that we like to see. But then there was also one angle let loose towards mid because Soulmate pushed up through the smoke.
That was actually a very good play coming in. Because again, you needed a perfect timing on the back of it and get right. He's a legend. His senses will always tingle. He knew that since it's a 2v1 situation, we will be seeing Freaky pushing up to try and isolate the first duel, and you always just end up pushing in towards the CT. And he was ready for it because he was on that rotation. So going with that flash first and then using the molly to flush out the player, playing aggressively, only for him to either fall in his own crosshair or towards HSB. And he even hid behind the pillar, not giving him a full 1v1. He had to move backwards.
Yeah.
Good round coming in from the side of C mid, but now got to replicate it again.
He's out. Nade inside of the apartments. Yeah, one man just instantly squeezed off. Another one from the short will be found as well. Good stuff. And just like that, the entire round's going to fall in the hands of Come Mid. Finally, the players are now awakened, and the team play seems much more better. It's all about the communication. And from CM, the communication now seems a little bit more fluid. But for Wawa, this might be a wake-up call for themselves because their momentum has been destroyed. But they still do have enough money to go for another buy.
I mean, momentum is destroyed, but not the economy. But at the same time, if you're looking at the AWP investment, that's also coming in. Olaf Meister. So this should potentially be another slow approach by the side of Wawa. Got the AWP, you would want to play it slow. You want to get that pick. But where would they find it is going to be the question.
Wawa, whatever they were trying to do has now been figured out by CM. The variety in the play style has been figured out, and look at what Wawa is doing now. They're playing this one so safe and so passive.
Freaky.
Yeah, he's gonna lose his patience and also his head. Freaky taken down in quite a freaky way because the man was pushed up. It's taken down on 4v5. Bono towards short as well, playing a little bit proactive, but already a man squeezed up. Look at the amount of space that Smoochie has found. To find out that trade onto one man and get so much space on the map is completely worth it.
True.
As a T side, all you need is the sight in your hands and a couple of picks to clear it out.
But look at the setup as well. 3 people.
Big. Oh my god, the flash was huge! It blinds off the player in the back, and he just turns around and slaps the other man down as well. And just like that, the site crumbles apart in the hands of Wawa. Site taken over, get right all by himself. He gets a 2-piece at the back of his teammates. And now it's all down to Bullet. In a 1v3, the also defuse is being stuck. This is not good for Bullet. Somewhere downline, Bullet himself knows that it's done. The first half is going to be 7-5. CM, they somehow are still alive inside of the series. It's not a complete one-sided game so far.
Just one pistol round away to get that equalizer for themselves. So, yes, a very good comeback being pulled up from the side of C-Mid. And it was all on the back of that one specific round in which Freaky did not close out that 2v1. But what a retake. I mean, this just feels right. Get right. You know, getting back on the way he used to be in his prime. So, finally being able to step up, and his teammates too. You look at Bono, you look at HSB. Yes, they're also now slowly finding the picks that they need. But this T side is going to be even more difficult to pull that comeback on.
Ooh. Freaky.
Hello there.
Are you really going to go for that against Glocks?
Yeah.
I mean, the players have already went towards the A, and all of Meister. Yeah, now this is a little bit too risky. Freaky able to find the first, the second one as well. And still the players are going for that peek against the USB in that range, and they just don't stand a chance. That's why, with the Glock, you're just supposed to gun everyone down. Even CM on the T side, they're playing so cautiously with the Glocks. This is for the first time we're seeing. And because of that, they're really getting punished. This is not the CM we've seen in the past. Usually, they just like to barrel stuff their opponents.
Usually. Seems like in their mind, this seems to be an unusual circumstance, so not getting comfortable as to what they normally would do on the other side. Olaf Meister could push directly controlling the cat. Entire mid is just being under lockdown. He gets one. Not another eco ace, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, he got the 3K. The chances of happening anything have been taken away. And yeah, the last 2 kills will be collected as well. Olaf Meister feeling himself inside of this game of Mirage. And is really helping out Wawa massively in taking over the opponents.
Well-oriented play, indeed, and the lead just increased further. Doubled it, 9 and 5, so a 4-round difference.
Yeah.
If this is where Commit are not able to come back in this game, I mean, it's going to be an 11-5, and at that point, let's be really honest, players sometimes do lose hope.
Pretty much. There's a man towards Palace. And in Smooth J, off the bat, he just kicks things off on a great note. Now CM, they're just losing these duels. That's going to cost them their life. It's out of the tournament, probably. HSB taking down the main man, the big man inside of the squad, not anymore.
True.
Soulmate's quite softened up as well, so the key players, they're not doing too hot in this round. And keep this thing in mind, after this round, Wawa will be on the double digits on the scoreboard. 10 rounds will be there. Bono towards ladder. He's found a lot of control too. With that ladder room control, he will clear out Nest. And that's what he's done. And probably wait for someone to push up close and personal from short, which will soon or later happen. And that's what Bullet is doing as well. Slowly and steadily inching his way in. First kill found Bono. Now has tasted the blood. But will he turn back in the nick of time? The answer is yes, but he still gets caught. Freaky with a good catch onto the opponent. Now it's taken down to a 3v3.
Archers and Van still under control. Executor with the continuous jumping. Yes, he's seen the players. Good position with the incendiary. Oh my goodness. Freaky from the Archers. Gets one more through the window, and it's all down to just Get Right and Soulmate.
And Soulmate's too low, so Get Right's going to be the one to pull something off. But yeah, this MP9's more than enough to seal the deal and collect their souls. I mean, Wawa, every single player is actually able to execute well, and it just feels like they're really down to sacrifice for the cause as well.
All 5 Deagles? No. Not all 5. Take 9 into the mix.
Until dump towards main. Smooth G positions himself in sandwich. He's undetected on that spot. Another Molotov to back it off. And yeah, Bullet catches the first man. That too this time. Get Right taken down. Now let's see what CM's going to be able to pull off. This man is just lining him up. Eco frags easily collected by the player. And yes, there's a chance even the ace can be collected.
That is going to be the ace as well. 2 maps, 2 consecutive aces. Once by Olaf and then by Bullet. Another solid game coming in, and this does seem to be it, man. It does seem that Commit has lost every bit of hope, which this should not until the map is over. But it just feels like that, because even when they try to go in for that execute, yeah, it's understandable, it's your eco round, but you always want to find some kind of mix.
I don't know. Okay, well, with the way we're seeing some of these kills happen on the board, it's quite interesting. It's a 2v3. An Executor is still up. And we know what Executor is capable of. We've seen this man's enough highlight plays in the group stage. And these 2 players now, all they need to do is just wait. It's just a guessing game at this point. Oh no, not a good start at all for CM. Insmooth G gets the man down, and now things are equalized. It's a 2v2.
Oh wait.
You know, towards A, HSB has already found the great marker, and somewhere down line, HSB as well is looking for to catch him off guard, but Insmooth G is trained and he's prepared. His crosser was directly onto his skull. Rocky as well now starting to wrap all the way from the back. He will get his hands on the C4, but his position will be compromised as well at the same time because the players know the C4 was towards the T-spawn.
That is such a smart move from Vava. Quickly doubling up. But wait a second, they're just slit.
They know. They know.
Yeah, they've got to be doing it very patiently. Through there. Oh, what a timing, what a timing, what a patience by Insmoji. And I love that maneuver, not giving that 1v1 out in the open, just backing up on the site near the ticket booth.
Giving him the hopes that he can actually win the round in 1v2. And then just peeking out and destroying him while he's going for the plant.
It's just so very unfortunate to see if you are a fan of Come Mid. I mean, this is the game you would want to forget about. It's 5 and 12. Oh my goodness. All right, that's one thing.
This is the Come Mid that we wanted to see.
Finally.
Exactly. Just W key all across the board, but unfortunately, team play is also important. Blocking off the connector as well with the smoke, something that's really of the essence, but unfortunately the players just did not do so. Get right. He moved up all the way towards Nest. Does get one, but that's all he's going to find. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for the last series of the day. It's Wawa to take down Come Mid, and also, as people mentioned, revenge is best served cold, and that's what the players of Wawa have done.
Always love that terminology. So, yes indeed. You can take the matches in the group stages, but we will take you down in the playoffs. That's the statement coming in from their side. But yet again, the run is not over for the Pakistani sides because they will be facing their new opponents. Again, the foes that they have already faced up in the group stages on the other side. This has definitely been a pretty solid run. Yes, unfortunate end coming in for Come Mid, but they've always got to pay due to at least some of those teams, and this time it's going to be them.
I mean, for CM, it was their first day to step inside of the Super 6. And on their first day, they're going to get knocked out. Yeah, I mean, those hugs that you saw from the players, that's respect for HSB because he's been in the scene for such a long time, including HSB, Bono, Soulmate. These guys have been there for such a long time from the Pakistan region, just competing over and over again. But you got to give it to all of Meister. He's definitely done something to this team because Wawa, they seem like a whole new and refined team. I'm going to ask him what he exactly said and did to this team.
I was about to say, I mean, we are halfway there noting down the questions for the interview, what we are going to ask from Olaf Meister, if in case he's going to be the one. We're going to be leaving that for a small surprise, but yes, that would definitely be in one of my question bank list. But at the end of the day, yes, you could give the advices to the players, but only if they are ready to learn from it. They will be, you know, actually implementing those advices. And we saw that happen. The way Wawa was just able to utilize all of that knowledge in the game, the way those executes were so very defined, it made me feel so very happy. And I really want to see more of the Wawa.
Exactly. Let's move on and look at the highlights from the previous game because some of the highlight plays in general were quite interesting because we did not really see a solo man's performance. Instead, it was the entire team from both the sides trying their best to put on the efforts and the numbers. In general, Wawa, they played much more of a team. In general, the communication seemed much more fluid from the side of Wawa, and that's why they came out on top.
Came out on top after all. Yes, that's what they wanted to do. But on the other side of the spectrum, though, I would still say that, yes, there were some jitters, not just some, but a lot of jitters from the side of Come Mid. Wawa, they just seem to be a lot more prepared. And I'm still going to point it down on the exact same thing that it's going to be a situation where they might have had the opportunity to, you know, try and get a few of those extra finishes, but that just did not happen. They were not able to work out with the legend that they had. And yes, individually, they all were performing pretty decently. But as a team, they just could not do that.
Olaf Meister has been able to gel up with the team quite well. I mean, you can look at the scoreboard as well. 15 kills from him. Then second's going to be Insmoji. Even Bullet was feeling himself inside of the series. Freaky too. A man that I thought that is supposed to sort of provide that support to the team, but then instead, Freaky as well was able to pop off in quite a great note, even including Executor with 7 kills. Now, once again, Executor is the man who's been popping off from the start for this team. One single game let loose, I would say you can cut him a little bit of slack, right?
You can definitely cut him some slack, but again, we're going to have a look at the MVP, none other than Olaf Meister, the legend himself, with 1.38 KD ratio, ADR of 194, an average kills per map 16.5. You might not see a lot of kills, but these are all the important kills.
Exactly, the impact fragger, I would like to say. In general, he's the legend and once again proven his worth in the team of Wawa. As we have a little bit of a comparison between the players, it's going to be Bullet and HSB. HSB, one of the best players that Pakistan region has to offer. Unfortunately, it did not really work out in CM, but yeah, you can see towards the KD ratio, 0.97, but then Bullet, it was just doing miles better, 1.96, ADR of 174.
That is indeed true. Again, we saw a very solid performance from Bullet. And this is the game that he was feeling himself, you know. It was being set up around him, and he was also performing perfectly. But there's quite a bit of an information, right?
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on inside the interview. It's time for us to welcome Olaf Meister on board. Olaf, welcome on board. How you doing, man? Today you seem quite pumped up and happy.
It was fun today, man. Nice to play. Yesterday I played without sleeping, so I was playing when I was awake for like 35 hours or like 30 hours, you know. So that was a little bit different, but yeah, it was a lot more fun today.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really fun seeing you play as well, but it just seemed that the previous time, yes, you've already mentioned that you were sleep deprived, but also today, when we saw Team Wawa alongside with you, it seemed way too refined. Were there some talks going around as well? And if yes, then what were the guidance that you actually gave them?
No, I mean, we swapped out a player. I think they're going to rotate players for every game. And I got to play the AWP this round. And that was a little bit more like easier for me to do. And then I can rotate and try to help out in a different way. So I think that helped out. And then we had a little bit talk about trying to talk a little bit more English. You know, they sometimes I don't understand what they say. So it's good to, you know, understand what they do, even if I'm not on the side of the map, so I can play on it as well, you know.
Yeah, Olaf, now, to be honest, I've been following you since I was a little kid, you know. Now I'm of course quite grown up and big, but you're also known as the Boostmeister, and whenever I see you perform on the map of Overpass, the first thing that pops up is that, you know, from the spawn, going all the way towards the waters, getting that ace-2 with the scout, that boost, that legendary boost. And now, considering CS2 is much more of a newer game, have you been finding out some of the boost on these maps, these newer maps?
We will see later on in the tournament. Maybe we bring one out.
Okay, now you just got my hopes up, man.
Looking forward to it.
Of course, Olaf. Thank you so much, though, joining for this interview, man. Really means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well, that was Olaf Meister, and seems like we're probably going to see some new Olaf Meister boost, or the Boostmeister, back inside of the game.
I mean, he's one of the players who has inspired millions out. And you are one of them, yeah, right? You were talking how you're so very excited for the interview, if possible, with Olaf, and you were mentioning about how he was the one who made you start CS, but at the same time, it's basically a dream come true for you. On the other side, though, I really love the fact that even with the language barrier between Olaf and Wawa, they were able to pull off with such coordinated attacks. Now, that is really inspiring.
Indeed it is. But you know what? Who else is inspiring? Another player that we've lined up for the interview, HSB from the side of Pakistan region. Now, he's been in that region for such a long time. So let's welcome on board HSB for this interview. And I'm, of course, going to be super stoked and excited to talk this man. I mean, we have seen him perform quite well in the group stages itself. Unfortunately, it did not really work out in the CM side, but maybe, hopefully, in the future endeavors, HSB is once again going to be back.
Again, you know, we have had so many questions for him, and this is probably the time to basically call him on board so that you can answer a few of them for us. And yes, a few fanboy moments. Hello, HSB. How are you doing?
Hello, guys.
Hello. HSB, first of all, how was your experience inside of the draft?
The experience was good, and playing with a legend was insane. We had a lot of fun. There were a lot of stories we heard from him, and a lot of things that go in a professional player's life on that big of a level. So it was fun, yeah.
Of course, man. I mean, especially now that you have seen the esports scene grow up a little bit, even from Indian side, even from the Pakistan, in general from the SA side, are you satisfied with the growth that you've seen so far? And like, what are your thoughts for the future?
I think we would like to see more of these, and maybe this time like 5 versus 5, so we can truly grow and see the real potential of the South Asian scene. Because in my opinion, that's just my opinion, adding a legend maybe not for us, but for some teams, that could be like disadvantage or something because the coordination is off.
Yeah.
But
True.
Yeah, I think so. There are a couple of technical issues going on over there, but I'm pretty sure we'll be right back towards the interview. But it's understandable what he tried to mention, right? Like bringing in legends sometimes,
Hello.
synergy can be an issue. Welcome back, welcome back. Say, I mean, we heard that you said, you know, bringing on a legend on board can definitely affect the synergy a little bit of these players and in general the team, which is understandable.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
It is quite unfortunate indeed, and hope we get that interview fixed up. But in general, as he mentioned, he wants to see a little bit more of these type of tournaments, which can help for the growth for the entire South
I'm
Asian
back.
region. And yeah, welcome back, welcome back. Yes, you can continue what you were saying. Maybe he's gone again. Oh no. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're facing some technical difficulties. Happens sometimes, but you know what? We'll be right back after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, wait.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike truly could be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yes, we will be right back up with the interview as well with HSB, because it felt like he definitely had a lot of words to say. HSB, once again, we're back. And yes, you can continue what you were saying.
So yeah, I was saying their experience is very valuable, but for us to grow, we need to be on the front. So I think having more of these will definitely improve the region.
Without a doubt. Now, with Get Right's addition to your roster, what was the main impact that you guys felt?
I think he was giving valuable input and his insights in the game, but I don't know, they were just not like, we couldn't click off as a team, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not saying with him, but within our roster as well. The main core, we didn't click off. So yeah, I think the bad part is on us, but I think better luck next time. So yeah.
Yeah, once again, before we close off the interview, there's quite a lot of these young talents that are still looking at you and this interview that's going on. Would you like to say any valuable words for the upcoming talents?
To the upcoming talents, I'd just like to say that improve your team skills, because that's what matters. The only thing our region lacks in is good teamwork and communication. So I guess apart from individual skills, because we have been producing a lot of those in India and Pakistan, we need good team players. So yeah, focus on your team skills.
And of course, before going, you've got the Pakistani flag on you. Can you just wave it for everyone? And yeah, of course, it's a pleasure to have you, HSB. Thank you so much for joining alongside for this interview. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was HSB for you. He definitely had a lot of words to say, but in general, with how things were looking like with come mid, in the group stage, this team was definitely dominating through, but then later on, things were not looking that solid, especially inside of this entire affair that we saw in Super 6. As he mentioned, yeah, Legends Edition, it can be good, but sometimes it can also affect the team synergy.
Yeah, I was mentioning it from the day one itself that, yes, the addition of Legends is amazing.
Yeah.
It's going to provide you a lot of experience. But at the same time, you need to play a couple of matches with them for that synergy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's move on and look at the brackets once again and find out how the entire standings are looking like on the brackets itself. Now that CM has been knocked out of the tournament, tomorrow we're going to see an interesting matchup between True Rippers, Marcos Gaming, and Pack Boys and Vava. This will be an interesting one because whoever loses the matchup between True Rippers or Marcos Gaming moves down in the lower bracket.
That's going to be trouble indeed, but honestly, this is a matchup that I was looking forward to. True Rippers, Marcos Gaming, the way Marcos Gaming has evolved. Now, again, along with Shocks in the addition with them, this roster has been looking so very solid. So I'll be looking forward for them for their performance.
Exactly. Day 2 has been quite interesting so far, ladies and gentlemen, at the Super 6. But one thing is for sure, we're seeing quite a lot of these improvements from the teams in general. Tomorrow will be even better. But for now, it's time for us to take a leave. It's going to be me, Necro, and Shaishnu taking leave. We're signing off.